Section 22 of Heimskringla by Snorri Sturleson, translated by George Pope Morris and Eiríkr Magnússon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Story of Olaf Triggvison, Part 6, Chapter 51 through 60. Chapter 51. The Journey of Thorir Klake to seek Olaf Triggvison. Now Earl Hakon heard some rumor to this end, that there would be a man west over sea, who called himself Oli, and that they held him for king there. And the Earl had a deeming from the talk of certain folk that this man would be come of the blood of the Norse kings. Now he was told that Oli called himself of the kin of Garth realm, and the Earl had heard how Tryggvi Olafsson had had a son who had fared east into Garth realm and been nourished there at King Valdemar's, and that he was called Olaf. The Earl had sought far and wide for this man, and now he misdoubted he would be this man come there into the Westlands. Now there was a man called Thorir Klake, a great friend of Earl Hakon, who was long whiles at Viking work, but whiles would go cheaping voyages, and was of good knowledge of lands. Him Earl Hakon sent west over sea, bidding him go a cheaping voyage to Dublin, as many folk were wont, and look into it closely what this man Oli was, and if he found that he verily was Olaf Triggvison, or any other offspring of the kingly stem of the north, then was Thorir to entangle him with guile, if he might bring it to pass. Chapter 52. Olaf Triggvison cometh into Norway. So thereon gat Thorir west unto Ireland, to Dublin, and learned that Oli was there, who was as then with King Olaf Curan, his brother-in-law. Speedily then gat Thorir speech with Oli, and a man wise of speech was Thorir. Now when they had talked oft and right long together, Oli fell to asking concerning Norway, and first of the upland kings, and who of them were yet alive, and what dominion they had. Of Earl Hakon also he asked, and how well beloved he might be in the land. Thorir answered, the Earl is so mighty a man that none durst to speak but as he will. Yet this somewhat bringeth it about that there is none to seek to otherwhere. And yet, to say thee sooth, I know the mind of many mighty men, yea, of all the people, that they would be most fain and eager to have a king for the land come of the blood of Harold Hairfair. But none such have we to turn to, and chiefly for this cause, that it is now well proven how little it availeth to contend with Earl Hakon. Now when they had oft talked in this wise, Olaf bringeth to light before Thorir his name and kin, and asked his rede what he thought of it, if Olaf should fare to Norway, whether the Bonders would take him for king. But Thorir egged him on full fast to the journey, and praised him much and his prowess. So Olaf fell a longing sorely to fare to the land of his fathers, and he saileth from the west with 5 ships, first to the South Isles, and Thorir was in company with him. Thence he sailed to the Orkneys, and there lay as then Earl Sigurd Hlavdvason by Ragnvalsi in Asmundswick, with 1 long ship, being minded to fare over to Caithness. Even therewith King Olaf sailed his folk from the west to the islands, and brought to there, whereas he might not win as then through the Pentland Firth. And when he knew that the Earl lay there already, he let summon him to talk with him. But when the Earl came to speech with the king, few words were spoken before the king saith this, that the Earl must let himself be christened, and all the folk of his land, or die there and then. And the king said that he would fare through the isles with fire and sword, and lay waste the whole land, but if the folk would be christened. So the earl, being thus bestead, chose to take christening, and he was christened, and all the folk that were with him. Then swore the earl oath to the king, and became his man, and gave him his son for hostage, who was called Whelp or Hound, and Olaf had him home to Norway with him. Then sailed Olaf east into the sea, and came from out the main to Most Isle, and there first he went to land in Norway, and let sing mass in his land tent, and in the aftertime was a church built in that same place. Now Thorir Klake told the king that there was naught for him to do, but to keep it hidden who he was, and let no espial go forth of him, but to fare with all diligence to meet the earl in such wise that he shall come on him unawares. Even so did King Olaf, and fared north day and night as weather served, nor let the folk of the land wot of his ways, whither he was bound. But when he came north to Agdenes, he heard that Earl Hakon was in the Firth, and withal that he was at strife with the Bonders. And when Thorir heard tell of these things, then were matters gone a far other way than he had been deeming. For after the battle with the Jomsburg Vikings were all men of Norway utterly friendly to Earl Hakon for the victory he had gotten and the deliverance of all the land from war. But now so ill had things turned out, that here was the earl at strife with the Bonders, and a great lord come into the land. Chapter 53. The flight of Earl Hakon. Now Earl Hakon was a guesting at Middle House in Gauldale, but his ships lay out off Vig. There was a man named Worm Lurgia, a wealthy Bonder, who dwelt at Beness, and had to wife one named Gudrun, daughter of Bergthor of Lund. She was called the Son of Lund, and was the fairest of women. Now the earl sent his thralls to Worm on this errand, to wit, to have away to him Gudrun, Worm's wife. So the thralls showed him their errand, but Worm bade them first go to supper, and then, or ever they had done their meat, came many men to Worm from the township whom he had sent for, nor would Worm in any wise suffer Gudrun to go with the thralls. Gudrun moreover spake and bade the thralls tell the earl that she would not come to him, but if he sent Thor of Rimmel after her, a wealthy dame, and one of the earl's best beloved. So the thralls say that in such wise shall they come another time, that both master and mistress shall repent them of their scurvy treatment, and therewithal gat them gone with many threats. Then Worm let the war arrow fare 4 ways through the country side, with this bidding withal, that all men should fall with weapons on Earl Hakon to slay him. He sent moreover to Halder of skirting Stithy, and straightway Halder let wend the war arrow. A little before, the earl had taken the wife of a man named Byrnialf, and had gotten great hatred for the deed, and war had been at point to arise thence. So at this message of the war arrow sprang up much people, and made for Middle House. But the earl had espial of them, and went his ways from the stead with his folk into a deep dale, which is now called the Earl's Dale, and there they lay hid. The next day the earl espied all the host of the Bonders. The Bonders took all the ways, but were most of mind that the earl would have gotten to his ships, whereof was Erland his son captain, the most hopeful of men. But at nightfall the earl scattered his men, bidding them fare by the woodland ways out to Orkdale. No man will do you hurt, if I be nowhere anigh, but send word to Erland to fare out down the Firth, and let us meet in Mere, and meanwhile I will hide me well from the Bonders. Then departed the earl, and a thrall of his named Cark was with him. Now the water of Gaul was under ice, and the earl thrust his horse into it, and let his cloak lie behind there. And then went they into the cave, which has been called the Earl's Cave thereafter, and there they fell asleep. But when Cark awoke, he told a dream of his, how a man, black and evil to look on, passed by the cave's mouth, so that he was afeard of his coming in. And this man told him that Uli was dead. Then said the earl that it was Erland would be slain. Yet again slept Cark the thrall, and was troubled in his sleep. And when he woke he told his dream, how he had seen the same man coming down back again, who bade him tell the earl that now were all the sounds locked. So told Cark his dream to the earl, who misdoubted now that this betokened him a short life. Then he arose, and they went to the stead of Rimmel, and the earl sent Cark to Thora, bidding her come privily to him. So did she, and welcomed the earl kindly, and he prayed her to hide him for certain nights, till the gathering of the Bonders went to pieces. Said she, "They will be seeking thee here about my stead, both within and without. For many wot that I would fain help thee all I may. But one place there is about my stead where I deem that I would not think of seeking for such a man as thou, a certain swine sty to wit." So they went thither, and the earl said, "Make we ready here, for we must take heed to our lives first of all." Then dug the thrall a deep hole therein, and bore away the mould, and then laid wood over it. Thora told the earl the tidings how Olaf Triggvison was come into the mouth of the firth, and had slain Erlend his son. Then went the earl into the hole, and Cark with him, and Thora did it over with wood, and strawed over it mould and muck, and drave the swine thereover, and this swine sty was under a certain big stone. Chapter 54. The death of Erlend. Olaf Triggvison stood in up the mouth of the firth with 5 long ships, and there rode out to meet him Erlend, the son of Earl Hakon, with 3 ships. But as the ships drew nigh one to the other, Erlend misdoubted him that this would be war, and turned about toward the land. But when King Olaf saw the long ships come rowing down the firth to meet him, he thought that Earl Hakon would be going there, and bade row after them in all haste. But when Erlend and his folk were come to the land, they ran the ships aground, and leaped overboard straightway, and made for the shore. Then drave thither Olaf's ships, and Olaf saw a man striking out for shore, who was exceeding fair. So he caught up the tiller, and cast it at that man, and it smote the head of Erlend the earl's son, and beat out his brains, and there Erlend lost his life. Olaf and his folk slew many men. Some fled away, some they laid hands on, and took to peace, from whom they heard the tidings. So it was told to Olaf that the Bonders had driven Earl Hakon away, and that he was fleeing before them, and that all his folk were scattered. Chapter 55. The death of Earl Hakon. Therewithal came the Bonders to meet Olaf, and either side were fain of other, and they fall straightway into good friendship. So the Bonders take him to be king over them, and all with one accord go about to seek for Earl Hakon, and so fare up into Gauldale, deeming it most like that the earl will be at Rimmel, if it any habited stead he be, because Thora was his dearest friend of all the Dale folk. So thither fare they, and seek the earl within and without, and find him not. Then held Olaf a house thing out in the garth, and himself stood up on that same big stone that was beside the swine sty. There spake Olaf to his men, and some deal of his speaking was that he would with wealth and worth further him who should bring Earl Hakon to harm. Now this talk heard the earl and Cark, and they had a light there with them, and the earl said, "Why art thou so pale, or whiles as black as earth? Is it not so that thou wilt bewray me?" "Nay," said Cark. "We were born both on one and the same night," said the earl, "nor shall we be far apart in our deaths." Then feared King Olaf away as the eve came on, but in the night the earl kept himself waking, but Cark slept, and went on evilly in his sleep. Then the earl waked him, and asked what he dreamed, and he said, "I was e'en now at Ladir, and King Olaf laid a gold necklace on the neck of me." The earl answered, "A blood red necklace shall Olaf do about thy neck whenso ye meet. See thou to it, but from me shalt thou have but good, even as hath been aforetime, so betray me not." So thereafter they both waked, as men waking one over the other. But against the daybreak the earl fell asleep, and speedily his sleep waxed troubled, till to such a pitch it came, that he drew under him his heels and his head, as if he would rise up, and cried out high and awfully. Then waxed Cark adrad and full of horror, and gripped a big knife from out his belt, and thrust it through the earl's throat, and sheared it right out. That was the bane of Earl Hakon. Then Kark cut the head from the earl and ran away thence with it. And he came the next day to Ladir, and brought the earl's head to King Olaf, and told him all these things that had befallen in the goings of him and Earl Hakon, even as is here written. Then let King Olaf lead him away thence, and smite the head from him. Chapter 56. The stoning of Earl Hakon's head. Then fared King Olaf and a many of the Bonders with him out to Nidholm, and had with him the heads of Earl Hakon and Kark. Now this holm was kept in those days for the slaying of thieves and evil men, and a gallows stood there. And so thereto the king let be borne the head of Earl Hakon and of Kark withal. Then thereto went the whole host of them, and set up a whooping, and stoned the heads, crying out that there they fared meetly together, rascal by rascal. Then they let fare up into Gauldale, and take the corpse of him, and dragged it away. And now so great was the might of that enmity of the Thrandheimers against Earl Hakon, that no man durst name him otherwise than the evil earl, and for long after was this name laid on him. Yet sooth to say of Earl Hakon, for many things was he worthy to be lord. First, for the great stock he was come of, and then also for the wisdom and insight wherewith he dealt with his dominion, for his high heart in battle, and his good hap withal for the winning of victory and slaying of his foemen. And thus saith Thorleif Redfelsen: Of no earl ever heard we 'neath the moon's highway, Hakon, more famed than thou. Rands fight stem gat fame from out the battle. 9 mighty chiefs to Odin thou sentest, eats the raven the gotten corpses. Therefore mightst thou be king wide landed. Most bountiful also was Earl Hakon, but most evil hap had such a lord in his death day. And this brought it most about that so it was that the day was come when foredoomed was blood offering, and the men of blood offerings, and the holy faith come in their stead, and the true worship. Chapter 57. Olaf Triggvison taketh the kingdom in Norway. Now was Olaf Triggvison taken for king at a thing of all the people in Thrandheim over the land, even as Harald Hairfair had held it. There rose up all the people thronging, and would hear naught else but that Olaf Triggvison should be king. Then King Olaf fared through all the land, and laid it under him, and all men of Norway turned to his obedience. Yea, all the lords of the uplands, or the Wick, who had aforetime held their lands of the Dane king, these became King Olaf's men, and held their lands of him. In such wise he fared through the land the first winter and the summer after. Earl Ærik Hakonson and Svein, his brother, and others, friends and kin of theirs, fled the land, and went east to Sweden, to King Olaf the Swede, and had good welcome of him, as saith Thord Kolbjørnsson. Short while, O scathed wolves scatterer, war ere the land folk's treason ended the life of Hakon. Weird wendeth things a many. When the host fared from the west land, methinks the son of Tryggvi came to the land that erewhile the staff of Swordfields conquered. And again, more in his heart had Ærik against the great wealth waster than spoken word laid open, as from him might be looked for. The wrathful Earl of Thrandheim sought rede of the King of Sweden. Therefrom was no man running, but stiff-necked grew the Thrand folk. Chapter 58. The wedding of Loden. There was one named Loden, a wealthy man of the Wick, and of good kin. He was oft on cheaping voyages, though whiles he went a warring. Now on a summer Loden was on a cheaping voyage aboard a ship which he owned himself, and had plenteous merchandise therein. He made for Estland, and was busied with his chaffer through the summer. Now amidst the market there were brought thither many kind of wares, and many thralls were brought for sale. So there saw Loden a certain woman, who had been sold for a thrall, and as he beheld her, he knew that she was Astrid, Eric's daughter, who had been wedded to King Tryggvi Olafsson. Howsoever she were unlike what he had seen her aforetime, being pale now and lean and ill clad. So he went up to her and asked her how it fared with her. She said, "It is a heavy tale to tell. I am sold at thrall cheapings, and am brought hither to be sold." Then they gat known to each other, and Astrid knew Loden, and prayed him therewith to buy her, and have her home with him to her kin. "I will give thee a choice over that," said he. "I will bring thee back to Norway if thou wilt wed me." Now whereas Astrid was hard bestead, and that she knew withal that Loden was a doughty man and of good kin, she promised him so much for her freeing. So Loden bought Astrid and brought her to Norway, and wedded her with her kindred's goodwill, and their children were Thorkel, Nefja, Ingerid, and Ingigerd. But the daughters of Astrid by King Tryggvi were Ingibiorg and Astrid. The sons of Ærik Beodaskali were Sigurd Karlshead, Jostein, and Thorkel Didril. These were all noblemen and wealthy, and had manors in the east country. Two brethren who dwelt east in the Wick, one named Thorgeir and the other Herning, wealthy men and of good kin, wedded the daughters of Astrid and Loden, Ingerd to wit, and Ingigerd. Chapter 59. King Olaf christeneth the Wick. King Harold Gormson, the Dane king, when he took christening, sent bidding over all his realm that all men should let themselves be christened, and turn to the right troth. He himself followed on the heels of that bidding, and used might and mishandling, if otherwise men yielded not. He sent 2 earls into Norway with a great host, Erguthriot and Brimilskjar by name, in order to bid christening there, and folk yielded readily enough in the Wick, where had been Harold's rule, and there were christened many folk of the land. But after the death of Harold, Svein Twybeard his son gat speedily into wars in Saxland and Friesland, and at last in England. Then those men in Norway who had taken christening turned back again to blood offering, as they had done afore and after the fashion of them of the north country. But when Olaf Triggvison was become king in Norway, he abode a long while of summer in the Wick. Many of his kin came to him there, and some who were allied to him, and many there were who had been great friends of his father, and there was he welcomed with very great love. So then Olaf called to speech with him his mother's brethren, Loden his stepfather, and the sons-in-law of him, Thorgeir and Herning. Then he laid this matter most earnestly before them, craving that they should undertake it with him, and afterwards back it with all their might, to wit, that he will have the Christian faith set forth throughout all his realm. He saith that he will bring about the christening of all Norway or die else. But I will make you all great men and mighty, because I trust in you best of all for kinship's sake and other ties. So they all accorded to this, to do whatso he bade them, and to follow him herein whither he would, and all those men who would do after their rede. So straightway King Olaf lay bare before all the people that he would bid all men throughout his realm be christened. They first assented to these commands who had afore pledged themselves, who were all the mightiest of those men who dwelt thereabout, and all others did according to their example. So then east in the Wick were all men christened. Then fared the king into the north parts of the Wick, and bade all men take christening, but those who gainsaid him he mishandled sorely. Some he slew, some he maimed, some he drave away from the land. So it came to pass that all through the realm of Tryggvi his father, and the realm that Harold the Greenlander his kinsman had held, folk gave themselves up to be christened according to the bidding of King Olaf, and that summer and the winter after was all the Wick christened. Chapter 60 of the Hordlanders. Early in springtide was Olaf stirring in the Wick with a great host, and so fared north into Agdir. And wheresoever he came, he called a thing of the bonders, and bade all men be christened. So men come under the faith of Christ, for there was none of the bonders might rise up against the king, and the folk were christened wheresoever he came. Men there were in Hordland, many and noble, come of the kin of Horda Kari. He had had 4 sons, first Thorleif the sage, then Agmund, father of Thorolf Skjalg, who was the father of Erling of Soli; thirdly Thord, the father of Klip the Hersir, who slew Sigurd Slaver, the son of Gunhild; fourthly Olmod, the father of Askell, the father of Aslak, pate of Fitjar; and this stock was the most and the noblest of Hordland. Now when these kinsmen heard of these troublous tidings, how the king was coming from the east along the land with a great host, and was bringing to naught the ancient laws of the people, and that all who gainsaid him must abide penalties and torments, then gathered these kinsmen together among themselves, that they might look to it, for they wotted well that the king would soon be upon them. So it seemed good to them to meet all together well accompanied at the Gula thing, and have there a summoning to meet King Olaf Tryggvison. End of the story of Olaf Tryggvison, Part 6, Chapter 51. through 60. Section 23 of Heimskringla by Snorri Sturluson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The story of Olaf Triggvison, Part 7, Chapter 61 through 70. Chapter 61. Rogaland christened. King Olaf summoned a thing so soon as he came into Rogaland, and when the bidding thereto came to the bonders, they gathered all together a many people, and all armed. And when they were met, they fell to talking the matter over, and appointed 3 men, the fairest of speech in their company, to answer King Olaf at the thing, and speak against him, and say that they would not submit themselves to any lawless ways, howsoever the king might bid them. But when the bonders came to the thing, and the thing was established, then stood up King Olaf, and spake to the bonders in kindly wise at the first, albeit it might be seen in his words that he would have them take christening. This with fair words he bade them, but in the end was this added against such as gainsaid him, and would not obey his bidding, that they shall abye his wrath and punishment from him, and heavy ruin wheresoever he might bring it about. But when he had made an end of his speaking, then stood up he of the bonders, who was the fairest spoken of them all, and at the outset had been chosen for that end, that he might answer King Olaf. But lo, now when he would speak, he fell a coughing and choking, so that no word would out of him, and down he sat again. Then arose the second bonder, and will nowise let his answer fall dead, howsoever ill the first hath sped. But when he began his talk, such stammering fell on him, that not a word would win out, and all fell a laughing who heard, and down sat the bonder. Yet arose the third, and would say his say against King Olaf. But when he fell to speech, he was so hoarse and husky that no man heard what he was a saying, and down he sat again. And so there was none left of the bonders to speak against the king. And whereas the bonders might get none to answer the king, none uprose to withstand him. And so it came about that they all accorded to the king's command, and the whole thing folk was christened, or ever the king went his ways thence. Chapter 62. The wooing of Skjalgsson. Now King Olaf made with his folk to the Gula thing, because the bonders had sent him word that they would give answer to his matter thereat. But when either side was come to the thing, then would the king first of all have speech with the lords of the land. But when they were all come together, the king set forth his errand, bidding them take christening according to his command. Then spake Olmod the old, We kinsmen have taken counsel together about this matter, and will be all of one consent herein. For if thou, king, art minded to drive us kinsfolk into such matters by torments, and wilt break down our laws, and wilt break down us beneath thee by mastery, then will we withstand thee to the uttermost of our might, and let him prevail who is fated thereto. But if, on the other hand, king, thou wilt speed us kinsfolk somewhat, then mayest thou bring it so well about that we shall all turn to thee with hearty obedience. The king saith, What will ye ask of me, to the end that the peace betwixt us be of the best? Answereth Olmod, First of all, whether wilt thou wed Astrid thy sister to Skjalgsson our kinsman, whom we now account the likeliest of all young men of Norway? King Olaf saith that him seemeth the wedding would be good, whereas Erling is of high kin, and the goodliest of men to look on. Yet saith he that Astrid must have a word in the matter. So the king laid the matter before his sister. "Little avails it me," said she, "that I am a king's daughter and a king's sister, if I am to be given to a man without title of dignity. Liefer were I to abide a few winters for another wooing." And therewith they left talking for that while. Chapter LXIII. The Christening of Hordland. But the king let take a hawk of Astrid's, and pluck off all the feathers of it, and then sent it to her. Said Astrid, "Wroth is my brother now." And she arose and went to the king, and he gave her good welcome. Then spake Astrid, and said that she would have the king deal with her matter according to his will. "I was a thinking," said the king, "that I had so much power in the land as to make what man I would a man of dignity." Then let the king call Olmod and Erling, and all the kin of them to talk with him. And the wooing was talked over, with such end that Astrid was betrothed to Erling. Then let the king set a thing on foot, and bade the bonders be christened. And now were Olmod and Erling leaders in pushing forward this matter for the king, and all their kindred to boot, nor had any boldness to gainsay it, and all that folk was christened. Chapter LXIV. The Wedding of Erling Skjalgsson. So Erling Skjalgsson arrayed his wedding in the summer tide, and thereat was a full many folk, and there was Olaf the king. Then offered the king an earldom to Erling, but Erling spake thus: "Her sirs have all my kin been, nor will I have a higher name than they. But this will I take of thee, king, that thou make me the highest of that name here in the land." The king said yea thereto, and at their parting King Olaf gave Erling, his brother-in-law, dominion south away from Sognsea and east to Lidendisnes, in such wise as Harald Hairfair had given land to his sons, whereof is aforewrit. Chapter LXV. The Firths and Romsdale christened. That same autumn King Olaf summoned a thing of 4 counties north at Dragseid of Stad. Thither were to come the folk of Sagen and the Firths of Southmere and Romsdale. Thither fared King Olaf with a great host of men that he had from the east country, and the folk withal that had come to him out of Hordland and Rogaland. But when King Olaf came to the thing, there bade he christening as at other places. And whereas the king had with him a very great host, men were adrad of him. And at the end of his speaking, the king bade them have one of 2 choices, either take christening or make them ready for battle with him. But whereas the bonders saw that there was no might with them to fight with the king, they took such rede that all folk were christened. Then King Olaf fared with his folk into Northmere, and christened that country. Thence he sailed into Ladir, and let break down the God house there, and take all the wealth and adornment from the God house, and from off the gods. A great gold ring also he took from the door thereof, which Earl Hakon had let make, and thereafter King Olaf let burn the house. But when the bonders heard thereof, they sent forth the war arrow over all the countryside, and called out an host, and would go against King Olaf. Then King Olaf brought his folk down the firth, and stood north away along the land, being minded for Hålogaland to christen folk there. But when he came north to Bear Airs, then heard he of Hålogaland that they had an host out there, and were minded to defend the land against the king. And these were the captains of that host: Harak of Theota, Thorir Hart of Vogar, and Eyvind Rentcheek. So when King Olaf heard thereof, he turned about and sailed south along the land. But when he came south of the Stad, he went more at his leisure, but yet came in the beginning of winter right east away into the Wick. Chapter LXVI. King Olaf wooeth Queen Sigrid the Haughty. Now Queen Sigrid of Sweden, who was called the Haughty, sat there on her manors. And that winter fared men betwixt King Olaf and Queen Sigrid, whereby King Olaf set forth his wooing of her. And she took it in hopeful wise, and the matter was bounden with troth words. Then sent King Olaf unto Queen Sigrid that great gold ring which he had taken from the God house door at Ladir, deeming that a most noble gift. But the appointed day for settling this matter was to be holden the next spring tide at the marches of the lands amid the Elf. Now while the ring which King Olaf had sent to Queen Sigrid was being praised exceedingly of all men, there were with the queen her two smiths' brethren. These handled the ring about and weighed it in their hands, and then spake a privy word together. So the queen called them to her, and asked why they mocked at the ring, but they naysay that. Then she said that they must needs in all despite tell her what they had found. And they said thereon that there was false metal in the ring. So she let break it asunder, and lo, inwardly it was but brass. Thereat was the queen wroth, and said that Olaf would play her false in more matters than this one only. That same winter fared King Olaf up into Ring realm, and christened there. Chapter LXVII. The christening of Olaf Haraldsson. Asta, Gudbrand's daughter, was speedily wedded after the death of Harald the Greenlander to a man named Sigurd's sire, who was king in Ring realm. Sigurd was the son of Halfdan, who was the son of Sigurd Abush, son of Harald Hairfair. Now Olaf, the son of Asta, by Harald the Greenlander, abode with his mother, and waxed up in his childhood at the house of Sigurd's sire, his stepfather. But when King Olaf Triggvison came into Ring realm, bidding to christening, then Sigurd's sire let himself be christened with Asta his wife, and Olaf her son. And Olaf Triggvison became gossip to Olaf Haraldsson, who was then 3 winters old. Then yet again fared King Olaf south into the Wick, and abode there through the winter, and now had he been 3 winters king over Norway. Chapter LXVIII. The talk of King Olaf and Sigrid the Haughty. Early in springtide went King Olaf east to the King's Rock, to the appointed meeting with Queen Sigrid. And when they met, they talked over that matter which had been set on foot in the wintertide, to wit, how they would be wedded together, and things looked hopefully concerning it. Then spake King Olaf, and bade Sigrid take christening and the right wise troth. But she spake thus: I will not depart from the troth that I have aforetime holden, and all my kin before me, yet will I not account it against thee, though thou trow in whatso God seemeth good to thee. Then waxed King Olaf very wroth, and spake in haste: What have I to do to wed with thee, a heathen bitch? And smote her in the face with the glove he was a holding. Therewith he arose, and she too, and Sigrid said, This may well be the bane of thee. Then they departed, and the king went north into the Wick, but the queen east into the Swede realm. Chapter LXIX. The burning of wizards. Then fared King Olaf to Tunsberg, and again held a thing there, and gave out thereat that all such as were known and proven to deal with witchcraft and spell work, and all wizards, should get them gone from the land. Then let the king ransack for those men about the steads that were hard by, and bid them all to him. And when they came there, among them was a man named Eyvind Wellspring, who was the son's son of Ragnvald Straightleg, the son of King Harald Hairfair. Now Eyvind was a spell worker, and wise above all. Now King Olaf let marshal these men in a certain hall, and let array it well, and made them a feast therein, and gave them strong drink. But when they were drunken, the king let lay fire in the hall, and the hall burned up with all them that were therein, save Eyvind Wellspring, who got out by the Luffer, and so away thence. And when he was gotten a long way off, he met men on his road, and bade them tell the king that Eyvind Wellspring was gotten away from the fire, and would never come again into the power of King Olaf, but would fare in the same wise as he had heretofore in all his cunning. So when these men met King Olaf, they told him even as Eyvind had bidden them, and the king was ill content that Eyvind was not dead. Chapter 70. The slaying of Eyvind Wellspring. When springtide was come, King Olaf fared out along the Wick, and guested at his great manors, and sent word throughout all the Wick that he would have an host out in the summertide to fare into the north country. Then wended he north to Agdir, but when Lent was well worn, stood north again for Rogaland, and came at Easter Eve to Agvaldsnes in Corm's Isle, and there was his Easter feast arrayed for him, and he had hard on 300 men. That same night made land at the isle Eyvind Wellspring, with a long ship all manned, and the crew were all spellsingers, or other wizard folk. So Eyvind went up aland with his company, and they wrought hard at their wizardry, and made wrapping of dimness and thick darkness so great, that the king might not get to see them. But when they were come hard by the stead at Agvaldsnes, the day waxed bright there, and all went clean contrary to Eyvind's mind, for the murk he had made by wizardry fell upon him and his fellows, so that they might see no more with their eyes than with their poles, and kept going all round and round about. But the king's warders saw where they went, and wotted not what folk they were. So the king was told thereof, and he arose and clad himself and all his folk. And when he saw where Eyvind and his folk fared, he bade his men arm them, and go see what manner of men these would be. But when the king's men knew Eyvind, they laid hands on him and the whole company, and brought them to the king. And Eyvind told all that had befallen in his journey. Then the king let take them all, and bring them out into a tide washed skerry, and bind them there. So there Eyvind and all of them lost their lives, and that skerry is thenceforward called Scratch Skerry. End of the story of Olaf Triggvison, Part 7, Chapter 61 through 70. Section 24 of Heimskringla by Snorri Sturleson, translated by George Pope Morris and Eiríkr MAGNÚSSON. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The story of Olaf Triggvison, Part 8, Chapter 71 through 80. Chapter 71 of King Olaf and the Guiles of Odin. So goeth the tale that as King Olaf was feasting at Agvaldsnes, thither came on an eve an old man very wise of speech, with a wide slouched hat, and one-eyed. And that man had knowledge to tell of all lands. Now he gat into talk with the king, and the king deemed it good game of his talk, and asked him of many matters. But the guest answered clearly to all his questioning, and the king sat long with him that evening. The king asked if he wotted who Ogvald had been, after whom that stead and ness were named. Said the guest that Ogvald was a king and a mighty warrior, who did very great sacrifices to a certain cow, and had her with him wheresoever he went, and deemed it availed him well for his health to drink always of her milk. Now King Ogvald fought with a king called Varin, and in that battle fell King Ogvald, and was laid in Howe hard by the stead here, and standing stones were set up in remembrance of him, even those that yet stand hereby. But in another place, a little way hence, was the cow laid in Howe. Such things he told of, and many other matters of kings and the tidings of old. But when the night was far spent, the bishop called to the king's mind that it was time to go to sleep, and the king did after his words. But when he was unclad and laid in his bed, then sat the guest down on the footboard of his bed, and talked yet a long while with the king, and ever when one word was done, deemed the king that he lacked another. Then spake the bishop to the king, saying that it was time to sleep. So the king did according to his word, and the guest went out. A little after, the king awoke, and asked after the guest, and bade call him to him, but nowhere might the guest be found. But the next morning the king let call to him his cook, and him who had the keeping of his drink, and asked if any strange man had come to them. They said that as they were getting ready the meat, there came to them a certain man, and said that wondrous ill flesh meat were they seething for the king's table, and therewith he gave them 2 sides of neat, both thick and fat, and they seethed them with the other flesh meat. Then saith the king that all that victual shall be wasted, saying that this will have been no man, but Odin rather, he whom heathen men have long trode in. But, said he, in no wise shall Odin beguile us. Chapter 72. A thing in Thrandheim. King Olaf drew together much people from the east country that summer, and brought his host north away to Thrandheim, and stood up first to Nidaros. Then he let wend the thing bidding throughout all the firth, and summoned a thing of 8 folks at Frosta. But the bonders turned this thing bidding into a war arrow, and drew together both thane and thrall from out all Thrandheim. So when the king came to the thing, thither also was come the bonder host all armed. Now when the thing was established, the king spake before his lieges, and bade them take christening. But when he had spoken a little while, the bonders cried out at him, bidding him hold his peace, and saying that they will fall on him else, and drive him away. Thus did we, say they, with Hakon Ethelstane's foster son, whenas he bade us such like bidding, nor do we account thee of more worth than him. So when King Olaf saw the fierce mind of the bonders, and withal how great an host they had, not to be withstood, then he turned his speech aside, as being of one accord with the bonders, and said thus: I will that we make peace and good fellowship together, even as we have done aforetime. I will fare thither, whereas ye have your greatest blood offering, and behold your worship there. And then let us take counsel together concerning the worship which we shall have, and be all of one accord thereover. So, whereas the king spake softly to the bonders, their fierce mind was appeased, and thereafter all the talk went hopefully and peacefully, and at the last it was determined that the midsummer feast of offering should be holden in at Mere, and thither should come all lords and mighty bonders, as the wont was, and King Olaf also should be there. Chapter 73. Of Iron Skeggi. There was one Skeggi, a rich bonder, who was called Iron Skeggi, and dwelt at Uphow in Jarlar. Skeggi was the first to speak against King Olaf at the thing, and above all the bonders did he speak against Christ's faith. But on the terms aforesaid came the thing to an end, and the bonders fared home, but the king to Ladir. Chapter 74. Feast at Ladir. Now King Olaf laid his ships in the Nid, and 30 ships he had, and a goodly host and great. But the king himself was oftest at Ladir with the company of his court. But when it wore toward the time whenas the blood offering should be at Mere, King Olaf made a great feast at Ladir, and sent bidding in to Strind, and up into Gauldale, and west into Orkdale, and bade to him lords and other great bonders. But when the feast was arrayed, and the guests were come, the first eve was the feast full fair, and the cheer most glorious, and men were very drunk, and that night slept all men in peace there. But on the morrow morn, when the king was clad, he let sing mass before him, and when the mass was ended, the king let blow up for a house thing. And all his men went from the ships therewith, and came to the thing. But when the thing was established, the king stood up, and spake in these words: A thing we held up at Frosta, and thereat I bade the bonders be christened, and they bade me back again turn me to offering with them, even as King Hakon Ethelstane's foster son did. Wherefore we accorded together to meet up at Mere, and there make a great blood offering. But look ye, if I turn me to offering with you, then will I make the greatest blood offering that is, and will offer up men. Yea, and neither will I choose hereto thralls and evildoers, but rather will I choose gifts for the gods, the noblest of men. And hereto I name Wormligre of Middle House, Sturkar of Gimsar, Kar of Gritting, Asbjorn Thorbergson of Varnes, Worm of Liaxa, Haldar of Skirting Stithy. Other 5 he named withal, the noblest that were, and saith that these will he offer up for peace and the plenty of the year, and biddeth fall on them forthwith. But when the bonders saw that they lacked might to meet the king, they craved peace, and gave up the whole matter for the king's might to deal with. So it was agreed on betwixt them that all the bonders who were there come should let themselves be christened, and make oath to the king to hold the true faith, and lay aside all blood offering. And all these men did the king keep for guests till they gave him hostage, son or brother or other near kinsman. Chapter 75 of a thing in Thrandheim. Now King Olaf fared with all his host into Thrandheim, but when he came up to Mere, thither were come all the lords of Thrandheim, such as most withstood christening, and these had with them all the mighty bonders, who had aforetime upheld the sacrifices in that place. Great was the concourse of men, even as was wont to be, and after the manner of what had been aforetime at the Frostathing. So let the king cry the thing, and thither went both sides all armed. But when the thing was set up, then spake the king, and bade men christening. Then Iron Skeggi answered the king on behoof of the bonders, and said they would no whit more than aforetime, that the king should break down their laws on them. We will, king, quoth he, that thou make offering here as other kings have done before thee. At this his speaking made the bonders great stir, and said that even as Skeggi spake would they have it all. Then answered the king, saying that he would fare into the God house with them, and look at the worship whenas they made offering. The bonders were well pleased thereat, and either side fareth to the God house. Chapter 76 Thrandheim christened. So now King Olaf went into the God house, and a certain few of his men with him, and a certain few of the bonders. But when the king came, whereas the gods were, there sat Thor, the most honoured of all the gods, adorned with gold and silver. Then King Olaf hove up the gold wrought rod that he had in his hand, and smote Thor, that he fell down from the stall. And therewith ran forth all the king's men, and tumbled down all the gods from their stalls. But whiles the king was in the God house, was Iron Skeggi slain without, even at the very door, and that deed did the king's men. So when the king was come back to his folk, he bade the bonders take one of 2 things, either all be christened, or else abide the brunt of battle with him. But after the death of Skeggi, there was no leader among the folk of the bonders to raise up the banner against King Olaf. So was the choice taken of them to go to the king and obey his bidding. Then let King Olaf christen all folk that were there, and took hostages of the bonders that they would hold to their christening. Thereafter King Olaf caused men of his wend over all parts of Thrandheim, and now spake no man against the faith of Christ. And so were all folk christened in the countryside of Thrandheim. Chapter 77 The building of a town. King Olaf brought his host out to Nygdois, and there let he raise up a house on the Nid bank, and so ordered it that there should be a cheaping stead, and gave men tofts there whereon to build them houses. But he himself let build the king's house up above Ship Crook. Thither let he flit in the autumn tide all goods that were needed for winter abode, and there had he a full many men. Chapter 78 The wedding of King Olaf. Now King Olaf appointed a day of meeting with the kin of Iron Skeggi, and offered them atonement thereat, and many noblemen had the answering thereof. Iron Skeggi had a daughter named Gudrun, and so it befell at last amid their peacemaking that King Olaf should wed Gudrun. But the very first night they lay together, so soon as the king was fallen asleep, she drew a knife and would thrust him through. But when the king was ware of it, he took the knife from her, and leaped up from the bed, and went to his men, and told them what had betid. Gudrun also took her raiment, and all those men who had followed her thither, and they went on their way, and Gudrun never came again into the same bed with King Olaf. Chapter 79. The Building of the Crane. That same autumn let King Olaf build a great long ship on the beach of the Nid. A cutter was this, and many smiths he had at the building of it. But in the beginning of winter, when it was fully done, 30 benches of oars might be told in it. High in the stem it was, but nothing broad of beam. That ship the king called the Crane. After the slaying of Iron Skeggi, his body was brought out to Eiríkr, and he lieth in Skeggi's howe by Eastert. Chapter 80. Thangbrand fareth to Iceland. Now, whenas Olaf Triggvison had been king over Norway 2 winters, there was with him a Saxon priest named Thangbrand. Masterful was he, and murderous, but a good clerk and a doughty man. Now, whereas he was so headstrong a man, the king would not have him with him, but sent him on this message, to wit, to fare out to Iceland, and christen the land there. So a merchant ship was gotten for him, and the tale telleth about his journey, that he made the east first of Iceland, Swanfirth, the southmost to wit, and the winter after abode with Hall of the Side. So Thangbrand preached christening in Iceland, and after his words Hall let himself be christened, and all his household, and many other chieftains also, notwithstanding many more there were who gainsaid him. Thornvald the Guileful and Winterlid the Scald made a scurvy rhyme about Thangbrand, but he slew them both. Thangbrand abode 3 winters in Iceland, and was the bane of 3 men or ever he departed thence. End of the story of Olaf Triggvison, Part 8, Chapters 71 through 80. Section 25 of Heimskringla by Snorri Sturleson, translated by George Pope Morris and Eiríkr MAGNÚSSON. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Story of Olaf Triggvison, Part 9, Chapter 81 through 90. Chapter 81 of Hawk and Sigurd. 2 men there were, one named Sigurd, and the other Hawk. Halagolanders of kin were they, and had been much busied in chaffering voyages. On a summer they had fared west to England, and when they came back to Norway, they sailed north along the land. But in Northmere they fell in with the fleet of King Olaf. And when the king was told that thither were come certain men, Halagolanders and heathen, he let call the skippers to him, and asked if they would let themselves be christened. But they gainsaid it. Then the king would talk them over in many wise, and prevailed naught. So he threatened them with death or maiming, but naught for that would they shift about. So he let set them in irons, and they were with him a certain while holden in fetters, and the king often talked with them, but it was but labour lost. And on a certain night they vanished away, so that none heard aught of them, or knew in what wise they had gotten away. But in the autumn tide they turned up in the north country with Ærik of Theota, who gave them good welcome, and they abode the winter with him in good entertainment. Chapter 82 of Ærik of Theota. Now on a fair day of springtide was Ærik at home, and few men with him at the stead, and the time hung heavy on his hands. So Sigurd spake to him, saying that if he will, they will go a rowing some whither for their disport. That liked Ærik well, so they go down to the strand and launch a 6-oarer, and Sigurd took from the boathouse sail and gear that went with the craft. For such wise oft they fared to take the sail with them, when they rowed for their disport. Then Ærik went aboard the boat and shipped the rudder. The brethren Sigurd and Hawk went with all weapons, even as they were ever wont to go, with the goodman at home, and they were both men of the strongest. Now before they went aboard the craft, they cast into her a butter keg and a bread basket, and bare between them a beer cask down to the boat. Then they rowed away from land. But when they were come a little way from the isle, then the brethren hoisted sail, and Häric steered, and they speedily made way from the isle. Then went the brethren aft to where Häric sat, and Sigurd spake: "Now shalt thou make thy choice of certain things. The first is that thou let us, brethren, be masters of our voyage, and the course of it. The second, that thou let us bind thee. And the third, forsooth, that we slay thee." Now Häric saw in what a plight he was, being no more than a match for either of the brethren, even were he arrayed as well as they. So he made that choice which seemed to him the best of a bad business, to wit, to let them be masters of the voyage. So he bound himself with oaths thereto, and gave them his troth, and Sigurd went to the rudder, and they stood south along the land. The brethren took heed that they should meet no man, and the wind was of the fairest. So they made no stay till they came south to Thrandheim, and into Nidois, and there met they King Olaf. Then let the king call Häric to talk with him, and bade him be christened, but Häric gainsaid him. Hereof spake the king and Häric many days at whiles before many men, at whiles privily, nor might they be at once thereover. So in the end spake King Olaf to Häric: "Now shalt thou go thy ways home, nor will I be heavy on thee this time, all the more as we are nigh akin, and withal thou mayest say that I have gotten thee by guile. But know of a sooth that my mind it is to come up north there in the summer, and look on you Heligolanders, and then shall ye wot how hard I may be on those that gainsay christening." Häric seemed well content to get away at his speediest this time. King Olaf gave him a good cutter, rowing 10 or 12 oars aside, and let array that ship as well as might be, with all things needful. And he gave Häric 30 men, all doughty fellows and well arrayed. Chapter 83. The death of Eyvind Rentjeak. So Häric of Theoda gat him gone from the town at his speediest, but Hawk and Sigurd abode with the king, and let themselves both be christened. Häric went on his ways till he came home to Theoda. Thence sent he word to his friend Eyvind Rentjeak, bidding men tell him that Häric of Theoda had come face to face with King Olaf, and had not let himself be cowed into christening. And again he bade tell him that King Olaf had it in his heart to come on them with an host next summer, and saith Häric that they must look to it to deal warily therewith, and biddeth Eyvind come to meet him as soon as may be. But when this errand was set forth before Eyvind, he seeth that the need is instant to look to it, that they be not tripped by the king. So Eyvind fared at his speediest in a light skiff, and but few men with him. But when they came to Theoda, Häric greeted him well, and straightway gat they a talking, Häric and Eyvind, on the other way out from the stead. Yet but a little while had they talked, ere King Olaf's men, who had followed Häric to the north, come upon them, and lay hands on Eyvind, and lead him down to the ship with them, and so sail away with Eyvind. Nor stayed they their journey till they were come to Thrandheim, and found King Olaf in Nidois. Then was Eyvind brought to speech with King Olaf, and the king bade him take christening like other men, which thing Eyvind gainsaid. The king bade him with kind words to take christening, showing him many things clearly, he and the bishop also, but none the more would Eyvind shift about. Then the king offered him gifts and great bailiffries, but Eyvind would none of them. Then the king threatened him with maiming or death, but it availed naught to turn him. Then let the king bear in a hand basin full of glowing coals, and set it on Eyvind's belly, and presently his belly burst asunder. Then spake Eyvind, "Take away the basin, and I will speak a word before I die." Said the king, "Wilt thou now trow in Christ, Eyvind?" "Nay," said he, "I may nowise take christening. I am a ghost, quickened in a man's body by cunning of the Finns, and my father and mother might have no child before that. Then died Eyvind, who had been the cunningest of wizards. Chapter 84. Halogaland christened. The spring after these things let King Olaf array his ships and folk, and he himself sailed the Crane. A fair host and a mighty had the king. So when he was ready, he brought his fleet out of the Firth, and then north of Burda, and so north away to Halogaland. And wheresoever he came aland, there held he a thing, and bade all folk thereat to take christening and the right troth. No man durst gainsay him, and all the land was christened wheresoever he came. King Olaf took guesting at the Oda at Herik's, and there was Ærik christened and all his folk. Ærik gave the king good gifts at parting, and became his man, and took bailiffries of the king, and the dues and rights of a lord of the land. Chapter 85. The fall of Thorir Hart. Rod the Strong was the name of a man who dwelt in a firth called Saupt in God Isle. He was very wealthy, and had many house carles, a mighty man, and there followed him great plenty of Finns, whenso he had need thereof. Raud was busy in blood offerings, and full wise in wizardry. He was a great friend of a man named afore, Thorir Hart to wit, and they were both great chieftains. Now when they heard that King Olaf was faring over Halogaland from the south with an host of men, they gathered men to them, and called out ships, and gat a great company. Raud had a mighty dragon with a head all done with gold, a ship of 30 benches by tail, and great of hull withal for her length. Thorir Hart also had a great ship. So they stood south with their host to meet King Olaf, and when they met they joined battle with the king. Great was the battle, and men fell thick and fast, but the slaughter began to fall on the Halogaland host, and their ships to be cleared, and then fell fear and terror on them. Raud rode out to sea with his dragon, and so let hoist sail. For ever had he wind at will whithersoever he would sail, which thing came from his wizardry. But the shortest tale of Raud's journey is that he sailed home to God Isle. Thorir Hart and his folk fled in toward land, and leaped ashore from his ship. But King Olaf followed them, he and his, and they also leaped ashore, and chased them, and slew them. The king was foremost as ever when such play was toward, and he saw where Thorir Hart ran, who was the swiftest footed of men. So the king ran after him, and his hound Viggi followed him. Then cried the king, "Viggi, take the hart." So Viggi ran forth after Thorir, and was on him straightway. Thereon Thorir made stay, and the king shot a spear at him. Thorir thrust with his sword at the hound, and gave him a great wound, but even therewith flew the king's spear under Thorir's arm, so that it stood out at the other side. So there Thorir ended his life, but Viggi was borne wounded out to the ship. But King Olaf gave peace to all who craved it, and would take christening. Chapter 86. The journey of King Olaf to God Isle. Now King Olaf stood north along the land, christening all folk whithersoever he came. But when he came north to Saupt, he was minded to sail in up the Firth to find Raud, but foul weather and a squally storm raged down the Firth. So there lay the king for a week, and ever the same foul weather endured down the Firth, though without was the wind blowing fair for sailing north along the land. So the king sailed north away to Amd, and there came all folk under christening. Then turned the king south again, but when he came south off Saupt, again was there a driving storm with brine spray down the Firth. Certain nights the king lay there, and still was the weather the same. Then spake the king to Bishop Sigurd, and asked him if he knew of any remedy hereto, and the bishop said he would try it, if God would strengthen his hands to overcome the might of these fiends. Chapter 87. Of Bishop Sigurd, and of Raud's tormenting. So took Bishop Sigurd all his mass array, and went forth on to the prow of the king's ship, and let kindle the candles, and bore incense. Then he set up the rood in the prow of the ship, and read out the Gospel and many prayers, and sprinkled holy water over all the ships. Then he bade unship the tilt and row in up the firth. Then called the king to the other ships, bidding them all row into the firth after him. But so soon as they fell a rowing of the crane, she made way up into the firth, and they who rowed that ship felt no wind on them, and quite calm stood there the walled in track behind in the ship's wake, while on either side thereof whirled the driving spray so free, that because of it the fells might not be seen. But in that calm rowed one ship after another. And so fared they all day and the night after, and came a little before daybreak to the God Isles. And when they came off Raud's stead, lo, there off the shore lay his great dragon. So King Olaf went straightway up to the house with his folk, and set on the loft wherein Raud slept, and brake open the door. Then men ran in, and Raud was laid hand on and bound, but such men as were therein were slain or taken. Then went men to the hall wherein slept Raud's house carles, and there some were slain, and some bound, and some beaten. Then let the king bring Raud before him, and he bade him be christened. Then said the king, Will I not take thy possessions from thee, but rather be thy friend, if thou wilt be worthy thereof. But Raud cried out at him, saying that he would never trow in Christ, and blasphemed much. And the king waxed wroth, and said that Raud should have the worst of deaths. So he let take him and bind him face up to a beam, and let set a gag between his teeth to open the mouth of him. Then let the king take a lingworm and set it to his mouth, but nowise would the worm enter his mouth, but shrank away whenas Raud blew upon him. Then let the king take a hollow stalk of angelica, and set it in the mouth of Raud, or as some men say, it was his horn that he let set in his mouth. But they laid therein the worm, and laid a glowing iron to the outwards thereof, so that the worm crawled into the mouth of Raud, and then into his throat, and dug out a hole in the side of him, and there came Raud to his ending. But King Olaf took there very great wealth of silver and gold and other chattels, weapons to wit, and divers kinds of dear bought things. And all those men who had served Raud the king let christen, or if they would not be christened, he had them slain or tormented. There took King Olaf that dragon which Raud had had, and he himself steered it, for it was a far greater and goodlier ship than was the crane. Forward on it was a dragon's head, but afterward a crook fashioned in the end as the tail of a dragon, but either side the neck and all the stem were overlaid with gold. That ship the king called the Worm, because when the sail was aloft, then should that be as the wings of the dragon. The fairest of all Norway was that ship. Now those isles wherein Raud had dwelt were called Gilling and Herring, but all the isles together the God Isles, and the stream to the north betwixt them and the mainland was called the God Isles Stream. All that firth King Olaf christened now, and then went his way south along the land, and in that his journey betid many tidings told of in tale thereafter, how trolls and evil creatures tempted his men, yea, whiles himself even. Yet will we rather write about the tidings that befell when King Olaf christened Norway, or those other lands he brought unto christening. So King Olaf brought his host that same autumn to Thrandheim, and stood in for Nidois, and there ordered his winter dwelling. And now will I let write next what is to tell of Iceland men. Chapter 88 of the Iceland men. For that same harvest came out to Nidaros from Iceland Kiartan, the son of Olaf, the son of Haskald, and the son also of the daughter of Egil Skallagrimsson, which Kiartan hath been called nigh about the likeliest and goodliest man ever begotten in Iceland. There was then also Halder, son of Gudmund, of Mader Mead, and Kolbein, son of Thord, Frey's priest, the brother of burning Flossie, Sverting also, son of Runolf the priest. These and many others, mighty and unmighty, were all heathen. Therewith also were come from Iceland noblemen who had taken christening from Thangbrand, to wit, Gizur the White, the son of Tight Ketilbjorn's son, whose mother was Alaf, daughter of Bodvar the Herser, son of Viking Kari, but the brother of Bodvar was Sigurd, father of Ærik, Biadaskali, the father of Astrid, mother of King Olaf. Another Icelander hight Hjalti, son of Skeggi. He had to wife Vilborg, daughter of Gizur the White. Hjalti was a christened man, and King Olaf gave full kindly welcome to father and son-in-law, Gizur and Hjalti, and they abode with him. Now those Iceland men who were captains of the ships, such of them as were heathen, sought to sail away when the king was come into the town, for it was told them that the king would christen all men perforce, but the wind was against them, and they were driven back under Nidholm. These were the captains of ships there: Thorarinn Nefjolsson, Hallfrid the Skald, son of Otter, Brand the Bountiful, and Thorleik Brandsson. Now it was told King Olaf that there lay certain ships of Icelanders, who were all heathen, and would flee away from meeting the king. So he sent men to them, forbidding them to stand out to sea, bidding them go lie off the town. And so did they, but unladed not their ships, but they cried a market and held chaffer by the king's bridges. Thrice in the springtide they sought to sail away, but the wind never served, and they lay yet by the bridges. Now on a fair weather day many men were a swimming for their disport, and one man of them far outdid the others in all mastery. Then spoke Kiartan with Hallfrid the Trublus Skald, bidding go try feats of swimming with this man, but he excused himself. Said Kiartan, then shall I try, and cast his clothes from him therewith, and leaped into the water, and struck out for that man, and caught him by the foot, and drew him under. Up they come, and have no word together, but down they go again, and are under water much longer than the first time, and again come up, and hold their peace, and go down again the third time, till Kiartan thought the game all up, but might nowise amend it, and now knew well the odds of strength betwixt them. So they are under water there till Kiartan is well nigh spent. Then up they come, and swim to land. Then asked the Northmen what might the Icelander's name be, and Kiartan named himself. Said the other, thou art deft at swimming, hast thou any mastery in other matters? Said Kiartan, little mastery in this. The Northman said, why askest thou me naught again? Kiartan answereth, meseemeth it is naught to me who thou art, or in what wise thou art named. Answered the other, I will tell thee then. Here is Olaf Triggvison. And therewith he asked him many things of the Iceland men, and lightly Kiartan told him all, and therewith was minded to get him away hastily. But the king said, here is a cloak which I will give thee, Kiartan. So Kiartan took the cloak, and thanked him wondrous well. Chapter 89. The Iceland men christen. And now was Michaelmas come, and the king let hold hightide, and sing mass full gloriously, and thither went the Icelanders, and hearkened the fair song, and the voice of the bells. And when they came back to their ships, each man said how the ways of the Christian men liked them. And Kiartan said he was well pleased, but most other mocked at them. And so it went, as saith the saw, many are the king's ears, and the king was told thereof. So forthwith on that same day he sent a man after Kiartan, bidding him come to him. And Kiartan went to the king with certain men, and the king greeted him well. Kiartan was the biggest and goodliest of men, and fair spoken withal. So now when the king and Kiartan had taken and given some few words together, the king bade Kiartan take christening. Kiartan saith that he will not gainsay it, if he shall have the king's friendship therefore. And the king promised him his hearty friendship, and so Kiartan and he strike this bargain between them. The next day was Kiartan christened, and Bali, Thorleikson, his kinsman, and all their fellows. And Kiartan and Bali were guests of the king, whiles they wore their white weeds, and the king was full kind to them, and all men accounted them noblemen, wheresoever they came. Chapter 90. The christening of Hallfred the Troublous Skald. On a day went the king a walking in the street, and certain men met him. And he of them who went first greeted the king, and the king asked him of his name, and he named himself Hallfred. Art thou the Skald? Said the king. Said he, I can make verses. Then said the king, wilt thou take christening, and become my man thereafter? Saith he, This shall be our bargain. I will let myself be christened, if thou, king, be thyself my gossip, but from no other man will I take it. The king answereth, Well, I will do that. So then was Hallfred christened, and the king himself held him at the font. Then the king asked of Hallfred, Wilt thou now become my man? Hallfred said, Erst was I of the bodyguard of Earl Hakon, nor will I now be the liegeman of thee, nor of any other lord. But if thou give me thy word that for no deed I may happen to do thou wilt drive me away from thee. From all that is told me, said the king, thou art neither so wise nor so meek, but it seemeth like enough to me that thou mayest do some deed or other, which I may in no wise put up with. Slay me then, said Hallfred. The king said, Thou art a troublous skald, but my man shalt thou be now. Answereth Hallfred, What wilt thou give me, king, for a name gift, if I am to be called troublous skald? The king gave him a sword, but no scabbard therewith, and said to the king, Make us now a stave about the sword, and let the sword come into every line. Hallfred sang, One only sword of all swords hath made me now sword wealthy. Now then shall things be swordsome. For the Njords of the sweep of sword edge, naught to the sword were lacking, if to that sword were scabbard, all with the earth bones coloured, of 3 swords am I worthy. Then the king gave him the scabbard, and said, But there is not a sword in every line. Yea, answers Hallfred, but there are 3 swords in one line. Yea, forsooth, saith the king. Now from Hallfred's songs we take knowledge, and sooth witness from what is there told concerning King Olaf. End of the story of Olaf Triggvison, Part 9, Chapter 81 through 90. Section 26 of Heimskringla by Snorri Sturleson, translated by George Pope Morris and Eiríkr MAGNÚSSON. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The story of Olaf Triggvison, Part 10, Chapter 91 through 100. Chapter 91. Thangbrand cometh back to King Olaf from Iceland. That same harvest came back from Iceland to King Olaf Thangbrand, the mass priest, and told how that his journey had been none of the smoothest, for that the Icelanders had made scurvy rhymes on him, yea, and some would slay him. And he said there was no hope that that land would ever be christened. Hereat was King Olaf so wood wroth that he let blow together all the Iceland men that were in the town, saying withal that he would slay them every one. But Kiartan and Gizur and Hialti and other such as had taken christening went to him and said, Thou wilt not, king, draw back from that word of thine, whereby thou saidst that no man might do so much to anger thee, but that thou wouldst forgive it him if he cast aside heathendom and let himself be christened. Now will all Iceland men that here are let themselves be christened, and we will devise somewhat whereby the Christian faith shall prevail in Iceland. Here are sons of many mighty men of Iceland, and their fathers will help all they may in the matter. But in sooth Thangbrand fared there as here with thee, dealing ever with masterful ways and manslaying, and such things men would not bear of him. So the king got to hearken to these reeds, and all men of Iceland that there were christened. Chapter 92 of King Olaf's masteries. King Olaf was of all men told of the most of prowess in Norway in all matters. Stronger was he and nimbler than any, and many are the tales told hereof. One to wit, how he went up the Smalshorn, and made fast his shield to the topmost of the peak, and withal how he helped a courtman of his who had clomb up before him onto a sheer rock in such wise that he might neither get up nor down. But the king went to him and bore him under his arm down unto a level place. King Olaf also would walk outboard along the oars of the Worm while his men were a rowing, and with 3 handsaxes would he play so that one was ever aloft and one hilt ever in his hand. He smote well alike with either hand, and shot with 2 spears at once. King Olaf was the gladdest of all men, and gamesomest. Kind he was, and lowly hearted, exceeding eager in all matters, bountiful of gifts, very glorious of attire. Before all men for high heart in battle. The grimmest of all men was he in his wrath, and marvellous pains laid he upon his foes. Some he burnt in the fire, some he let wild hounds tear asunder, some he stoned or cast down from high rocks. Now for all these things was he well beloved of his friends and dreaded of his foes. Full great therefore was his furtherance, whereas some did his will for love and kindness sake, and other some for fear. Chapter 93. The christening of Leif Ericson. Leif, the son of Ærik the Red, who first settled Greenland, was come this summer from Greenland to Norway. He went to King Olaf and took christening, and abode that winter with King Olaf. Chapter 94. The fall of King Gudrod. Now Gudrod, son of Ærik Blood axe and Gunhild, had been a warring in the West lands since he fled the land before Earl Hakon. But in this summer afore told of, whenas King Olaf Triggvison had ruled over Norway 4 winters, then came Gudrod to Norway with many warships, and had newly sailed from England. But when he drew so nigh as to have inkling of Norway, he stood south along the land whereas King Olaf was least to be looked for, and sailed to the Wick. But so soon as he came aland, he fell a harrying and beating down the people under him, bidding them take him for king. So when the folk of the land saw that a mighty host was come upon them, then sought men for truce and peace, and offered to the king to send the bidding to a thing throughout the land, and would rather take him to guesting than have to bear the war of him. And therefore was there tarrying in the matter, whiles the call to the thing was abroad. Then craved the king money for his victual whiles he abode thus. But the bonders chose rather to give the king quarters for such time as he needed, which choice the king took, and went guesting about the land with some of his folk, while some held ward over his ships. But when the brethren Herning and Thorgir, King Olaf's brothers-in-law, heard that, they gather folk and go a shipboard, and so fare north unto the Wick, and come on a night with their company to where Gudrod was a guesting. And there they fell on him with fire and the sword. There fell King Gudrod and the more part of his folk, but they of them who had been at the ships were slain, some of them, and some escaped and fled away far and wide. And now are all the sons of Ærik and Gunhild dead. Chapter 95. The building of the Long Worm. Now the winter that King Olaf came from Helagoland, he let build a great ship in under the Ladir cliffs, and much greater it was than other ships that were then in the land. And yet are the slips whereon it was built left there for a token. 74 ells long of grass-lying keel was it. Thorberg Shavehewer was the master smith of that ship, but there were many others at the work, some to join, some to chip, some to spite rivets, some to flit timbers. There were all matters of the choicest. Long was that ship, and broad of beam, high of bulwark, and great in the scantling. But now when they were gotten to the free board, Thorberg had some needful errand that took him home to his house, and he tarried there very long, and when he came back the bulwark was all done. Now the king went in the eventide, and Thorberg with him, to look on the ship, and see how the ship showed. And every man said that never yet had they seen a long ship so great or so goodly. And so the king went back to the town. But early the next morning went the king and Thorberg again to the ship, and the smiths were already come thither, but there they stood doing nothing. The king asked them what they were about then, and they said that the ship was spoilt, for some man or other must have gone from stem to stern, cutting notches with an axe all along the gunwale, one by another. So the king went thereto, and saw that sooth it was. And he spake therewith, and swore an oath that if he might find the man who for envy's sake had spoilt the ship, he should surely die. And he who will tell me thereof shall have great good of me. Then spake Thorberg, I might tell thee, belike, king, who will have done this deed. Saith the king, I might look to thee as much as to any man, to have such good hap as to wot hereof, and tell me. Well, I will tell thee, king, who hath done it. I have done it. Answereth the king, then shalt thou make it good, so that all be as well as heretofore, and thy life shall lie on it. So Thorberg went to the ship, and planed all the notches out of the gunwale. And thereon said the king and all others that the ship was much fairer on that board where Thorberg had cut it. And the king bade him fashion it so on either board, and bade him have much thank for it all. So thereafter was Thorberg master smith of the ship until it was done. This ship was a dragon, and was wrought after the fashion of the Worm, that ship which the king had gotten in Helagoland, but bigger it was, and more excellent in all wise. And he called it the Long Worm, but the other the Short Worm. On this Worm were there 34 benches of oars. The head and the crooked tail of it were all done over with gold, and the bulwarks were as high as in a ship built for sailing the main sea. The best wrought and the most costly was that ship of any that have been in Norway. Chapter 96 of Earl Ærik Håkonson. Now Earl Ærik Håkonson and his brethren, and many other noble kinsmen of theirs, had fled away from the land after the fall of Earl Hakon. Earl Ærik fared east into Sweden to Olaf the Swede king, and had good welcome of him, he and his. And King Olaf gave the earl a land of peace there, and great grants to sustain himself and his folk. Hereof telleth Thord Kolbeinsson. Short while, O scathed wolves scatterer, war ere the land folk's treason, and ended the life of Hakon. Weird wendeth things a many. When the host fared from the west land, methinks the son of Tryggvi came to the land that erewhile the staff of Swordfields conquered. More in his heart had Ærik against the great wealth waster than spoken word laid open, as from him might be looked for. The wrathful Earl of Thrandheim sought rede of the King of Sweden, therefore no man forsook him. Stiff-necked then grew the Thrand folk. Much folk resorted from Norway to Earl Ærik, who had fled away from the land before King Olaf Triggvison. So Earl Ærik took such rede that he gat him a shipboard, and went a-warring to gather wealth for him and his men. First he made for Gothland, and lay off there long in the summer season, waylaying ships of chapmen who sailed toward the land, or of the Vikings else, and whiles he went a-land and harried there wide about the borders of the sea. So it is said in Banda Drapa. The Lord renowned thereafter one maelstorms more a many, that have we learned aforetime. The spear storm bounteous Ærik, when wrought he Valley's storm wreath of the hawks of the strand of Verville about wide harried Gothland. To him and fight gay wages. Then sailed Earl Ærik south to Wendland, and fell in there off Stour with certain Viking ships, and joined battle with them. There won Earl Ærik the victory, and slew the Vikings, as is said in Banda Drapa. The steerer of the stem steed at Stour let heads of men lie. The Lord such deed he fashioned. The Earl his wars and swayeth. So then the scalp of Vikings the wound mew tore by sea beach, there at the hard swords meeting. The land by gods safeguarded. Chapter 97 of Ærik's warring in the Eastlands. Then sailed Earl Ærik back to Sweden in harvest-tide, and abode there another winter. But in spring-tide he arrayed his ships and sailed for the Eastlands. And when he came into the realm of King Valdemar, he fell a-harrying, and slew men-folk, and burnt all before him, and laid waste the land. And he came to Aldiigia burg, and beset it till he won the stead. There he slew many folk, and brake down and burnt all the burg, and thereafter fared wide about Garth realm, doing all deeds of war, as is said in Bonderapa. Fared thence the sea flames brightener, King Valdemar's land to harry, all with the brand of point storm. Thereat the fray grew greater. Minzaw, thou brokest Aldiigia, and hard indeed the fight waxed. Betwixt the hosts thou camest east unto Garth's, so knew we. This warfare waged Earl Ærik for 5 summers in all. But when he came from Garth realm, he went a-warring all about Andelsisla and the Isle-Sisla, and there took he 4 Viking cutters of the Danes, and slew all the folk thereof. So saith it in Bonderdrapa. Heard I where he, the hardener of the fire of the spear sea in Isle-land, sound the fray raised. The spear storm bounteous Ærik, the fight tree firth flames giver, cleared 4 ships of the Dane folk. So heard we the true story to him, and fight gay wages. O heedful Niord of the launch steed, with Goutland men ye battled, when ran the yeoman townward. The Earl his wars, and swayeth the wars God wended war shield aloft all o'er the counties, to men the peace be minished. The land by gods safeguarded. Earl Ærik went to Denmark. When as he had been one winter in the Swede realm, he met Svein Twybeard, the Dane king there, and wooed for himself Gyda his daughter, which wooing came to wedding, and Earl Ærik and Gyda to wife, and the next winter they had a son hight Hakon. Earl Ærik abode in Denmark in the winter, or whiles in the Swede realm, but in summertide he went a-warring. Chapter 98 The wedding of King Svein. Svein Twybeard, the Dane king, had to wife Gunhild, the daughter of Burislav, king of the Wends. But in these days even now told of, it befell that Queen Gunhild fell sick and died, and a little after King Svein wedded Sigrid the Haughty, the daughter of Skogul Tosti, who was the mother of Olaf the Swede, king of Sweden. And with this alliance love also befell between the kings, and well beloved of them both. And they of him was Earl Ærik Hakonsson. Chapter 99 The wedding of King Burislav. Now Burislav the Wen king laid plaint before Earl Sigvaldi, his son-in-law, that the treaty was broken, which Earl Sigvaldi had made between King Svein and King Burislav, to wit, that Burislav should wed Thyri, Harald's daughter, the sister of King Svein, which wedding had never come to pass, because Thyri had said nay downright to the wedding with a heathen king and an old man. So saith Burislav now that he will claim the treaty's fulfilment, and bade the earl fare to Denmark and have away with him Queen Thyri, for King Burislav's behoof. So Earl Sigvaldi slept not over that journey, but fared to meet the Dane king, and laid the matter before him, and in such way the word of the earl prevailed, that King Svein delivered Thyri his sister into his hands, and certain women went with her, and her foster father, one Ozur Agason, a wealthy man, and certain other men withal. It was covenanted between the king and the earl that those domains in Wendland which Queen Gunhild had had should be for a dowry to Thyri, and other great possessions should she have for jointure. Sore greeted Thyri, and went all against her will. But when the earl and she came to Wendland, then King Burislav arrayed the wedding, and took to wife Queen Thyri. But now that she was come among heathen men, she would neither take meat nor drink of them, and such wise went matters for 7 nights. Chapter 100. King Olaf weddeth Queen Thyri. Now it came to pass on a certain night that Queen Thyri and Ozer fled away to the wood by night in cloud, and shortly to tell of their journeying they came to Denmark. But there nowise durst Thyri abide, because she wotted well that if King Svein her brother heard of her being there, he would speedily send her back to Wendland. So they fared with heads all hidden, until they came into Norway, and Thyri made no stay till she came before King Olaf Triggvison. But he took them in kindly, and in good welcome they abode there. Thyri told the king all her trouble, and craved helpful counsel of him, and a peaceful dwelling in his realm. A smooth spoken woman was Thyri, and the king thought well of her ways, and beheld her that she was a fair woman. And it came into his mind that this would be a good wedding for him. So thitherwise he turned the talk, and asketh her will she wed him. But whereas her fortune had fared in such wise, and she deemed herself right hard bestead, and saw on the other hand how happy a wedding this was, to be wedded to so noble a king, she bade him deal with her and her matter as he would. And so according to this talk King Olaf wedded Queen Thyri, and their wedding was held in harvesttide, whenas he was come south from Hålogaland. So King Olaf and Queen Thyri abode in no dice that winter. But the next spring would Queen Thyri be off bewailing to King Olaf, and weeping sorely therewith, how for as great possessions as she had in Wendland, here in the land had she no wealth, such as beseemed a queen. And whiles would she pray the king with fair words to go get her her own, saying that King Burislav was so dear a friend of King Olaf, that so soon as they met he would give over to him all that he craved. Nevertheless all the friends of the king, when they heard of this talk, letted the king of that journey. Now so tells the tale that on a day early in springtide the king was a going down the street, when by the marketplace a man met him with many angelica heads, wondrous big for that season of spring. So the king took a great stem of angelica in his hand, and went home therewith to the lodging of Queen Thyri. Now Thyri sat a weeping in her hall when the king came in, but he spake, "See here the big angelica I give thee." But she thrust it aside with her hand, and spake, "Harold Gormson was wont to give me greater gifts, and moreover he feared less than thou dost now, to fare from the land and seek his own, as was well seen of him when he came hither into Norway, and laid waste the more part of this land, and won to him all the scad and dues thereof; whereas thou durst not wend through the Dane realm for fear of King Svein my brother." Then up sprang King Olaf at that word of hers, and spake out on high, and sware an oath, saying, "Never shall I fare in fear for King Svein thy brother; nay, and if we meet, he it is shall give aback." End of the story of Olaf Tryggvason, Part 10, Chapter 91 through 100. Section 27 of Heimskringla by Snorri Sturleson, translated by George Pope Morris and Eiríkr Magnússon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The story of Olaf Tryggvason, Part 11, Chapter 101 through 110. Chapter 101. The Muster of King Olaf. So a little hereafter King Olaf summoned a Thing there in the town, whereat he set forth before all the people that he would have an host put off the land that summer, and would have a levy from every folkland, both of men and ships. And therewithal he saith how many ships he will have thence from out the firth. Then sendeth he messengers north and south along the land, by the outer and the inner ways, and let call out his folk. Therewith let King Olaf thrust forth the Long Worm, and all his other ships, both great and small, and he himself steered the Long Worm. But when men were dight to go aboard ships, so well arrayed and chosen was his company, that none should be aboard the Long Worm older than 60 or younger than 20, and full closely were they chosen, both for strength and stoutness of heart, and the first set aside thereto were those of the bodyguard of King Olaf, for these were chosen from all that was strongest and stoutest, both of folk of the land and of outlanders. Chapter 102. The telling up of the Worm's manning. Wolf the Red was the man hight who bore King Olaf's banner, and was in the prow of the Worm, and next to him was Kolbiorn, the Marshal Thorstein Oxfoot, also an Vicar of 10th Land, the brother of Arnljot Gellen. These were of the forecastle in the prow, Vakar of the Elf, son of Raumi, Bersi the Strong, and the shooter of Iamt land, Thran the Stout of Thelmark, and Uthiermere his brother. These Halogalanders, to wit, Thran Squint Eye, Ogmund Sandy, Lodvir the Long of Saltwick, and Herrick the Keen. These of Inner Thrandheim, Kettle the High, Thorfinn Icely, Howard he and his brethren of Orkdale. These manned the forehold, Bjorn of Studla, Bork of the Firths, Thorgrim, son of Theodulf of Havin, Asbjorn and Worm, Thord of Njordlo, Thorstein the White of Uprosted, Arnor the Meerman, Halstein and Hawk of the Firths, Eyvind the Snake, Berg Thor Bestel, Halkel of Fjalir, Olaf the Lad, Arnfinn of Sagen, Sigurd Bill, Einar of Hordland and Finn, Kettle of Rogaland, Griotgard the Brisk. These were in the main hold, Einar Thambar Skelvir, deemed indeed by the others not able-bodied, whereas he was but 18 winters old, Thorstein Helifarson, Thorolf Ivar Smedda, Worm Shawneb, and many other right noblemen withal were on the Worm, though naught can we name them. 8 men there were to a half berth in the Worm, all chosen man by man. 30 there were in the forehold. The talk of men it was that the crew of the Worm no less bore away the bell from other men for goodliness and might and stout heart than did the Long Worm from other ships. Thorkel Nosy, the king's brother, steered the Short Worm, and Thorkel Dydrill and Jostein, the mother's brothers of the king, had the Crane, and either ship was full well manned. 11 great ships had King Olaf from Thrandheim, and 20 banked ships moreover, and smaller ships and victuallers. Chapter 103. Iceland christened. Now when King Olaf had well nigh arrayed his host for sailing from Nidois, he appointed men throughout all Thrandheim to the stewardships and bailiffries. Then sent he to Iceland Gizur the White and Hjalti Skeggesson to bid christening therein, and gave them a priest named Thormod, and other hallowed men. But he held as hostages 4 Iceland men, such as he deemed the noblest, to wit, Kiartan Olafsson, Haldor Gudmundsson, Kolbein Thordson, and Swerding Ranulfsson. And now it is to be said of the journey of Gizur and Hjalti that they came to Iceland before the Althing, and fared to the Thing, at which Thing was Christ's troth taken for law in Iceland, and that same summer was all manfolk christened there. Chapter 104. Greenland christened. That same spring also King Olaf sent Leif Erikson to Greenland to bid christening there. So that same summer he went thither. He took up a ship's crew on the sea who had come to naught, and were lying on the wreck of the ship. And in that journey found he Vineland the good, and came back in harvest tide to Greenland, bearing with him thither a priest and teachers, and so went to guest with Ærik his father at Brentlythe. Men called him thereafter Leif the Lucky. But Ærik his father said that one thing might be said against another, whereas on the one hand Leif had holpen that wrecked crew, and on the other had brought that juggler to Greenland, to wit, the priest. Chapter 105. Earl Ragnavald sendeth men to King Olaf. Now King Olaf and Queen Thyri abode in Nidois that winter, wherein the king had christened Helgoland. And the summer before that Queen Thyri brought forth a man child, begotten of King Olaf. Great was the lad, and of good hope, and was called Harald, after his mother's father. The king and the queen loved the lad much, and set their hearts on his growing up and taking the heritage of his father. But he lived not a full year from the time he was born, and a sore scathe they both deemed it. That winter were there many Iceland men with King Olaf, as is aforewrit, and many other noble men besides. And in the court also was Ingibiorg, Tryggvi's daughter, the sister of King Olaf. Fair she was to look on, lowly of mien, and kind to all folk. Faithful she was, great-hearted, and full friendly. She loved well the Iceland men, such as were there. But Kiartan Olafsson was the dearest of them all to her. For the longest of them had he abided with the king, and often talking to him she deemed a delight, for wise he was and sweet of speech. King Olaf was ever glad and joyous with his men, and oft he turned him to asking of the ways and the glory of the mighty men of the realms anigh, when men came to him from Sweden or Denmark. Now Hallfred the troublous skald was come that summer from Goutland, east away there, and had been with Earl Ragnvald Wolfson, now come to the dominion of West Goutland. Wolf, the father of Ragnvald, was brother of Sigrid the Haughty, and King Olaf the Swede and Earl Ragnvald were cousins germain. Now Hallfred told King Olaf many things of Earl Ragnvald, saying how that he was a brave lord, and a masterful, bounteous of money, manly minded, and friendly. Hallfred said withal that the earl would fain fall into friendship with King Olaf, and had talked over how he would be a wooing Ingibiorg, Tryggvi's daughter. And so that same winter came west from Goutland messengers from Earl Ragnvald, who met King Olaf north away in Nidois. There they set forth the earl's errand before the king, according to the word that Hallfred had spoken, to wit, that the earl was fain to be very friend of King Olaf, and that he would speak of alliance with the king, and would wed Ingibiorg his sister. Therewith the messengers brought to the king manifest tokens of the earl, to make it plain that they did his errand faithfully. The king took their matter well, but said that Ingibiorg must herself be mistress of her wedding. Then talked the king this matter over with his sister, and asked her what her mind was herein, and she answered thus: I have abided with thee all while, and thou hast given me brotherly furtherance and loving honour in every place since thou camest into this land. Therefore will I say yea to whatso thou wilt have of me in my wedding. Yet indeed I look to it that thou wilt not give me to a heathen man. The king saith that so indeed it shall be, and therewith he had speech of the messengers. And this was determined before they went their ways, that Earl Ragnvald should come to meet King Olaf in the east country that summer, if he would become his very friend, and then should they themselves talk over the matter when they met. So the messengers of the earl go back east on this errand, but King Olaf abode that winter in Nidois with great glory and many men. Chapter 106. King Olaf goeth his ways to Wendland. That summer fared King Olaf with his hosts south along the land. Now there resorted to him many friends of his, and mighty men, such as were arrayed for faring with the king. And the first man of all was Erling Skjalgsson, his brother-in-law, who had a great cutter of 30 benches, and full well manned was that ship. There came to him also his brethren-in-law, Herning and Thorgeir, either of them steering a big ship, and many other mighty men followed him. 60 long ships had he, as he fared from the land, and sailed south along Denmark through the Air Sound, and so to Wendland. There he appointed a day of meeting with King Bjørnson, and the kings met and talked together over those possessions which King Olaf claimed, and all went in likely wise between the kings, and the claims that King Olaf deemed he had there were brought into a fair way to be paid. So King Olaf abode there long that summer, and found there a many of his friends. Chapter 107. The egging on of Sigrid the Haughty. Now King Svein Twybeard had then to wife Sigrid the Haughty, as is aforewrit. Sigrid was the greatest foe of King Olaf Triggvison, for this cause forsooth, that King Olaf had broken their plighted troth, and smitten her in the face, even as is aforewrit. Now she stirred up King Svein busily to join battle with King Olaf Triggvison, and said that he had enough against him, in that King Olaf had lain by Thyri his sister without the leave of him, and never would thy forefathers have borne such things. Such like words had Queen Sigrid for ever in her mouth, whereby at the last she brought it to pass that King Svein was gotten ready to do by her counsel. So early in the spring King Svein sent men east to Sweden to meet Olaf the Swede king, his son-in-law, and Earl Ærik, and he bade tell them that Olaf, king of Norway, had his fleet abroad, and was minded to fare to Wendland that summer. This word also went with the message of the Dane king, that the Swede king and Earl Ærik should have out their host and go meet King Svein, and that all they together should go join battle with King Olaf Triggvison. Now Olaf the Swede king and Earl Ærik were all ready for this journey. So they drew together a great host of ships from the Swede realm, and brought that host south to Denmark, but came thither when King Olaf Triggvison had already sailed east. Hereof telleth Halldor the Unchristened in the song that he made on Earl Ærik. The kings o'erthrower dauntless in gale of flame of battle called out much folk from Sweden. The king held south to battle, fattener of carrion hornets. Then each and every yeoman was fain to follow Ærik. Drink gat the wound mew seaward. So the Swede king and Earl Ærik held on to meet the Dane king, and now joined all together they had a marvellous great host. Chapter 108. The Gules of Earl Sigvaldi. Now King Svein, when he sent for that host, had sent Earl Sigvaldi to Wendland to spy on the host and the ways of King Olaf Triggvison, and to lay such a trap that King Svein and his fellows might not fail to fall in with him. So Earl Sigvaldi went his ways, and came to Wendland and Iamsburg, and so went to meet Olaf Triggvison. So there was most friendly converse betwixt them, and the earl grew into the greatest good liking with King Olaf. Astrid, the wife of the earl and daughter of King Burislav, was a great friend of King Olaf, which came about much from their former ties, whereas King Olaf had wedded Gira, her sister. Now Earl Sigvaldi was a wise man and a shifty, and when he was gotten into the privity of King Olaf's council, he ever held him back from sailing from the east, and found hereunto now one thing, now another. But King Olaf's folk took it marvellous ill, being waxen very homesick as they lay all dight for sailing, and the weather boding fair wind. Meanwhile Earl Sigvaldi had privy tidings from Denmark, that the host of the Swede king was now come from the east, and that Earl Ærik also had arrayed his host, and that these lords would now be coming east under Wendland, and had appointed to waylay King Olaf by an isle called Svolder, so that it behooved the earl to bring it so about that they might fall in with King Olaf there. Chapter 109. King Olaf's journey from Wendland. And now it got whispered about in Wendland that Svein the Dane king had an host abroad, and speedily arose the rumour that King Svein would meet King Olaf. But Earl Sigvaldi saith to the king, it will be no rede for King Svein to join battle with thee with the Dane host only, so great an host as thou hast gotten. But if thou misdoubt at all that war, besetteth thy way, then will I be of thy company with my folk. And time has been when the following of the Vikings of Iamsburg has been deemed of good avail for a lord. Lo, I will get thee 11 ships well manned." The king said yea thereto. The wind blew light and handy for sailing. So the king let weigh anchor and blow for departing. Then men hoisted sail, and all the small ships made the more way, and sailed away right out to sea. Now the earl sailed hard by the king's ship, and called out to them, bidding the king sail after him. "Full well I know," said he, "where are the deepest of the sounds betwixt the isles, and this will ye need for your big ships." So the earl sailed on before with his ships. 11 ships he had, and the king sailed after him with his big ships, and he too had 11 there, but all the rest of the host sailed out to sea. Now when Earl Sigvaldi was come sailing off Svolder by the west, a skiff rowed off to meet him, and they told him that the host of the Dane king lay awaiting them in the haven there. Then let the earl strike sail and row in under the isle. So saith Halder the Unchristened. From the south came the king of the isle folk, with ships one more than 70. The meat stem of the wave steed he reddened sword in the murder. Whenas the earl had ordered the sea's knop-crowned reindeer for a war mote with the Scannings, men's peace, it flew asunder. Herein is it said that King Olaf and Earl Sigvaldi had 70 ships, and one whenas they sailed from the south. Chapter 110. The kings talk together and take counsel. Now Svein the Dane king and Olaf the Swede king were there with all their host. Fair weather it was, and bright shone the sun. So all the lords went up on to the holm with a great company of men, and they saw how a many ships together went sailing out to sea. And now see they were saileth a great ship and a brave. Then spake both the kings and said, "Yonder is a great ship and marvellous fair. This will be the Long Worm." But Earl Ærik answered and said, "Nay, this will not be the Long Worm." And so it was as he said, for this ship was of Eindred of Gimsar. A little thereafter they saw where another ship came sailing, much greater than the first. Then spake King Svein, "Now is Olaf Triggvison afeared, and durst not sail with the head on his ship." Then saith Earl Ærik, "This is not the king's ship, for I know it, ship and striped sail. Erling Skjalgsson owneth it. Let these sail on, for better for us shall be that rent and lacking in King Olaf's fleet, than that yonder ship be there, so well arrayed as it is." But a while after saw they and knew Earl Sigvaldi's ships, that turned them toward the holm. Then saw they where 3 ships came sailing, and one was great. Then spake King Svein, and bade go a shipboard, for that there came the Long Worm. Then said Earl Ærik, "Many other great ships and glorious have they, beside the Long Worm. Bide we a while." Then gat many men a talking, and said, "Earl Ærik will not fight then, and avenge his father. Great shame is this to be told of through all lands, if we lie here with this so great an host, and King Olaf saileth out to sea, out here past our very eyes." But when they had talked this wise a while, saw they where 4 ships came a sailing, and one of them was a dragon full great, all done about with gold. Then up stood King Svein, and spake on high, "This night shall the Worm bear me, and I will steer her." And many men said withal that the Worm was a wondrous great ship and goodly, and great glory it was to let build such a ship. But Earl Ærik said, so that certain men heard him, if King Olaf had no bigger ship than that one alone, yet should King Svein never get it from him with the Dane host only. Then drew the folk toward the ships, and struck the tilts, and were minded to dight them speedily. But while the lords were so speaking together, they saw where came 3 full mighty ships a sailing, and a 4th last of all, and lo, it was the Long Worm. But those great ships which had sailed by afore, and they deemed had been the Worm, were the first the Crane, and the last the Short Worm. But now when they saw the Long Worm, all knew her, and none had a word to say against it, that there was sailing Olaf Triggvison, and they went to their ships and arrayed them for onset. This was the privy bargain struck between the chieftains, King Svein to wit, King Olaf, and Earl Ærik, that each should have his own third share of Norway if they laid low Olaf Triggvison, but whoso first went up on the Worm should have all the prey to be gotten thereon, and each should have such ships as himself cleared. Earl Ærik had a beaked ship wondrous great, wherewith he was wont to sail a warring, and a beard there was on either side the prow thereof, and thick staves of iron down from thence all the breadth of the beard, and going down to the waterline. End of the story of Olaf Triggvison, Part 11, Chapter 101 through 110. Section 28 of Heimskringla by Snorri Sturleson, translated by George Pope Morris and Eiríkr MAGNÚSSON. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The story of Olaf Triggvison, Part 12, Chapter 111 through 122. Chapter 111 of King Olaf's Host. Now when Earl Sigvaldi and his folk rode in under the holm that saw Thorkel Didril from the Crane, and the other captains who went with him, how the Earl turned his ships under the holm, so they struck sail and rode after them, and hailing them asked why they fared so. The Earl said that he would lie to for King Olaf, for it looketh like that war awaiteth us. So they let their ships drift till Thorkel Nosy came up in the short Worm, and the 3 ships that went with her. The same tale were they told, so they too struck sail and lay to abiding King Olaf. But now when the king sailed in toward the holm, then rode the whole host out into the Sound to meet them. But when men saw that, they bade the king sail on his way, and not join battle with so great an host. Then the king answered with a high voice, as he stood up in the poop, "Strike sails! Let no men of mine think of flight. Never have I fled from battle. Let God look to my life, for never will I turn to flight." And so was it done as the king bade, even as Hallfred saith, "Still must the word be told of, which," said the men foe gripping, "the king deed mighty spake there to his lads at fray of weapons. The bower down of Swede ranks forbade his trusty war host to think of flight. The stout word of the people's leader liveth." Chapter 112. King Olaf ordereth his folk. So King Olaf let blow up for the gathering together of all his ships, and the king's ship was in the midst of his battle, but on one board lay the short Worm and the Crane on the other. But when they set about lashing together the stems of the long Worm and the short, and the king saw them at it, he cried out on high, bidding them lay the big ship better forward, and not let it hang aback behind all ships in the host. Then answered Wolf the Red, "If the Worm shall lie as far forward as she is longer than other ships, then there will be windy weather to day in the bows." Saith the king, "I wotted not that I had a forecastle man, both red and adrad." Quoth Wolf, "Ward thou the poop with thy back no more than I the bows with mine." Then the king caught hold of his bow, and laid an arrow on the string, and turned it on Wolf. Said Wolf, "Shoot another way, king, whereas it will avail thee more. For thee work I, that I work." Chapter 113 of King Olaf. King Olaf stood on the poop of the Worm, and showed high up aloft. A 4-gilded shield he had, and a gold wrought helm, and was easy to know from other men. A short red kirtle had he over his byrnie. Now when King Olaf saw that the hosts were drifting about, and the banners set up before the captains, he asked, "Who is captain of the host over against us?" So it was told him that there was King Svein Twybeard with the Dane host. Answered the king, "We fear not those blenchers. In Danes there is no heart. But what captain is behind the banners out there on the right hand?" It was told him that there was King Olaf with the Swede host. Saith King Olaf, "Better were the Swedes to sit at home, licking their blood bowls, than setting on the Worm under your weapons. But who is lord of the big ships that lie out there on the larboard of the Danes?" "There is Earl Eric Hakonson," said they. Then answered King Olaf, "He will deem us well met to day, and we may look for full fierce fight from that folk, for they are Northmen as we be." Chapter 114. The beginning of the battle. Then fell the kings to the onset, and King Svein laid his ship against the Long Worm, and King Olaf the Swede lay outward from him, and grappled from the prow the outermost ship of King Olaf Triggvison, but on the other side lay Earl Eric. And then befell a hard fight. Earl Sigvaldi let hang aback with his ships, nor thrust into the battle. So saith Skuli Thorsteinsson, who was with Earl Eric that day. "The Frisians' foe I followed, and Sigvaldi young gat I life gain, where spears were singing. Old now do people find me, where I bore reddened wound leak to the moat against the meter of mail thing in the helm din off Sfold mouth in the Southland. And moreover of these tidings, saith Hallfred, meseems the king, fight framer, that tide or much was missing. The following of the Thrand lads, much folk to fleeing turned them. The mighty folklord fought their soul against two kings full doughty, and an earl for third foe had he, famed want such things to tell of." Chapter 115. The flight of King Svein and of Olaf the Swede king. This battle was of the sharpest, and great was the fall of men. The forecastle men of the Long Worm and the Short Worm and the Crane cast anchors and grapplings on to the ships of King Svein, and had to bring their weapons to bear right down under their feet. So cleared they all those ships they grappled. But King Svein and such of his folk as escaped fled into other ships, and there withdrew aback out of shot. So went it with this host, as King Olaf Triggvison had guessed. Then in the place of them fell on Olaf the Swede king. But so soon as they came nigh to the big ships, it fared with them as with the others, that they lost much folk and some of their ships, and in such plight drew aback. But Earl Eric laid Ironbeak aboard the outermost ship of King Olaf, and cleared it, and cut it adrift from its lashings, and then laid aboard that one which was next, and fought till that too was cleared. Then fell the folk a fleeing from the lesser ships up on to the bigger, but Earl Eric cut each one adrift from her lashings as he cleared it. Then drew the Danes and Swedes into bow shot again, and beset King Olaf's ships all round about. But ever Earl Eric laid aboard the ships, and dealt in fight of handy strokes. And ever as men fell aboard his ships, came other in the stead of them, Swedes and Danes. So saith Halldor. Brunt of sharp swords betided all round about the Long Worm, lads sheared peace long asunder, where golden spears were singing. 'Tis told that men of Sweden and Dane groves of bright leg-biters him followed forth in the Southland at wartide of his foemen. Then waxed the battle of the sharpest, and much folk fell. But in the end it came about that all the ships of King Olaf Triggvison were cleared, saving the Long Worm, and all the folk were come aboard it who were yet fit for fight of his men. Then Earl Eric laid Ironbeak aboard the Long Worm, and there befell fight of handy strokes. So saith Halldor. Midst a hard firth was gotten the Long Worm. There were cloven the moons of the galley's prow fork, where blood reeds clashed together. Where the burnie witchwife's Regan laid the board mighty beardling 'gainst Fafnir's side, and the Earl wrought the helm gale off the island. Chapter 116 of Earl Eric. Earl Eric was in the forehold of his ship, and a shield-burg was arrayed about him. There was both handy stroke and thrusting of spears, and all things cast that might make a weapon, while some shot with the bow, or cast with the hand. But such brunt of weapons was borne against the worm, that scarce might any shield him, so thick flew spears and arrows, for the warships lay on the worm all round about. But now were King Olaf's men waxen so wood, that they leaped up on the bulwark to the end, that they might get stroke of sword to smite folk. But many lay not the worm so nigh aboard, that they would come to handy strokes, and Olaf's men went most of them overboard, and took no more heed than if they fought on the plain mead, and so sunk they down with their weapons. So saith Hallfred. Smiters of ring-wrought war sark sank wounded down from the adder in the fray of arrows' peril. And nowise there they spared them. The worm shall long be lacking such lads as these, though glorious the king may be who steers her, as 'neath war hosts she glideth. Chapter 117 of Einar Thambarskelver. Now Einar Thambarskelver was aboard the worm, aft in the main hold, and he shot with the bow, and was the hardest shooting of all men. Einar shot at Earl Ærik, and the arrow smote the tiller head above the head of the earl, and went in up to the shaft binding. The earl looked thereon, and asked if they wist to shot. And even therewith came another arrow so nigh that it flew betwixt the earl's side and his arm, and so on into the staying board of the steersman, and the point stood out far beyond. Then spake the earl to a man, whom some name Finn, but others some say that he was of Finnish kin, and he was the greatest of bowmen, and he said, "Shoot me yonder big man in the straight hold." So Finn shot, and the arrow came on Einar's bow, even as he drew the third time, and the bow burst asunder in the midst. Then spake King Olaf, "What brake there so loud?" Answereth Einar, "Norway, king, from thine hands." "No such crash as that," said the king. "Take my bow, and shoot therewith." And he cast the bow to him. So Einar took the bow, and drew it straightway right over the arrow head, and said, "Too weak, too weak, all wielder's bow," and cast the bow back. Then took he his shield and sword, and fought manfully. Chapter 118 King Olaf bringeth his men sharp swords. King Olaf Triggvison stood on the poop of the worm, and shot full oft that day, whiles with the bow and whiles with javelins, and ever twain at once. Now looked he forward on the ship, and saw his men heave up sword and smite full fast, but saw withal that they bit but ill. So he cried out loud, "Is it because ye raise your swords so dully, that I see that none of ye bite?" So a man answered, "Our swords are dull, and all too sharded." Then went the king down into the forehold, and unlocked the chest of the high seat, and took thence many sharp swords, and gave them to his men. But as he stretched down his right hand, men saw that the blood ran down from under his byrnie sleeve, but none wist where he was wounded. Chapter 119 They go up on to the long worm. Now the most defence on the worm, and the most murders to men, was of those of the forehold and the forecastle, for in either place was the most chosen folk, and the bulwark highest. But the folk began to fall first amidships. But now, whenas but few men were on their feet about the mast, Earl Ærik fell to boarding, and came up on to the worm with 14 men. Then came against him Herning, brother-in-law of King Olaf, with a company of men, and there befell the hardest battle. But such was the end of it, that the earl drew aback on to Ironbeak, and of those men who followed him, some fell and some were wounded. Hereof telleth Thord Kolbeinsson. There was upraised the war din around the gory hropt walls of the king's hosts, and there Herning, who turned the blue sword's edges, gat good word, "Ere it dieth shall the high fell's hall be fallen." And yet again was the battle of the sharpest, and many men fell aboard the worm. But when the crew of the worm waxed thin for the warding, then Earl Ærik fell on again to come up on to her, and yet again was his meeting hard. But when the forecastle men of the worm saw this, they went aft and turned against the earl to defend them, and dealt him a hard meeting. Nevertheless, whereas there was so much folk fallen aboard the worm that the bulwarks were widely waste of men, the earl's men came aboard on every side, and all the folk that yet stood upon their feet for the warding of the worm fell aback aft whereas the king was. So saith Halder the Unchristened, telling how Earl Eric cheered on his men. Back shrank the folk with Olaf across the thwarts, when Gladheart the Earl cheered on his war lads, the doughty in the battle, when they had locked the shipboards around the King of Halland, bounteous of sea flame, tided sword oath round that Wen slayer. Chapter 120. The Clearing of the Long Worm. Now Kolbiorn the Marshal went up on to the poop to the king, and much alike were they in raiment and weapons, and Kolbiorn also was the fairest and biggest of men. And now once more in the forehold was the battle full fierce. But because so much folk of the Earl was gotten aboard the Worm, as the ship might well hold, and his ships also lay close all round about the Worm, and but a few folk were left for warding her against so great an host. Now albeit those men were both strong and stout of heart, yet there in short space fell the more part of them. But King Olaf himself and Kolbiorn leaped overboard, either on his own board, but the Earl's men had put forth small boats, and slew such as leaped into the deep. So when the king himself leaped into the sea, they would have laid hands on him and brought him to Earl Eric, but King Olaf threw up his shield over him, and sank down into the deep sea. But Kolbiorn the Marshal thrust his shield under him to guard him from the weapons thrust up at him from the boats that lay below, and in such wise he came into the sea, that his shield was under him, so that he sank not so speedily, but that they laid hand on him and drew him up into a boat, and they deemed of him that he was the king. So he was led before the Earl, and when the Earl was ware that it was Kolbiorn and not King Olaf, then was peace given to Kolbiorn. But even at this point of time leaped overboard from the Worm all King Olaf's men that were yet alive, and Hallfred saith that Thorkel Nosy, the king's brother, leaped overboard the last of all. The waster of the arm stone saw the crane floating empty, and either adder gladsome he reddened spear in the battle. Ere the fight daring bold heart Thorkettle, deft at swimming, fled from huge brunt of battle off board the Wolf of Tackle. Chapter 121 of the Wendland Cutter. Now, as is aforewrit, Earl Sigvaldi had fallen into fellowship with King Olaf in Wendland, and had 10 ships with him, but an 11th there was, whereon were the men of Astrid the king's daughter, wife of Earl Sigvaldi. But whenas King Olaf leaped overboard, then all the host cried the cry of victory, and therewith Earl Sigvaldi and his men dashed their oars into the water, and rode into the battle. Hereof telleth Halder the Unchristened. From wide away the Wen ships drew o'er the sea together, and Thridi's lands lean monsters on the folk yawned, iron-throated. Swords din at sea betided, wolf's fare the erne was tearing. There fought the lads' dear leader, and fled full many a war host. But the Wendland cutter whereon were Astrid's men rode away and back under Wendland. And the talk of many it was then and there that King Olaf will have done off his byrnie under water, and so dived out under the long ships, and swum for the Wendland cutter, and that Astrid's men brought him to land. And many are the tales told thereafter by some men about King Olaf's farings. Nevertheless in this wise saith Hallfred: I wot not one or the other, to call him dead or living, the soother of mews, of clatter, of the sheen of Leify's sea deer, since either tale folk tell me for true, and this is certain, that wounded must the king be, and tidings of him fail us. And howsoever it may have been, never more thenceforward came Olaf Triggvison back to his realm of Norway. But thus saith Hallfred the troublous skald: the man who said that living was the folk's king, all his life long was the point-shaking servant of the guile-shy son of Tryggvi, and so folk say that Olaf gat him from out the steel storm. Ah, wide from truth their words are, woe worth that all is worser. And again, when thanes fell on with folk host on the king the hardy-hearted, e'en as I learn, then would not such luck befall his land's folk, as that the swayer of Hans Ice, of worth so manifolded, from such an host should get him, and yet folk deem it likely. Still will some tell the wealth-wise of the king in battle wounded, or of his coming safely forth from the clash of metal. But sooth from the Southland cometh of the great play and his slaying, nor many things now may I with the wavering word of menfolk. Chapter 122 of Earl Ærik. So had Earl Ærik gotten the Long Worm and the Victory, and a great prey, as saith Halder. Thither the Long Worm bore him, the Lord, with helm becoifed, to the Thing of Swords full mighty, and the folk adorned their shipboard. Right glad the Earl took over the adder south in the war din, but Hemming's highborn brother ere that must redden edges. Now Svein, the son of Earl Hakon, had wedded Holmfrid, the daughter of Olaf the Swede king, but when they shared the realm of Norway between them, the Dane king, the Swede king, and Earl Ærik, then had Olaf the Swede king 4 Falklands in Thrandheim, both the Meres and Ramsdale, and round realm from the Gout Elf to Swine Sound. This dominion King Olaf delivered into the hands of Earl Svein on such covenant as the scat-paying kings or earls had held it aforetime of the over-kings. But Earl Ærik had 4 counties in Thrandheim, Hålogaland and Naumdale, and Firths and Fiolir, Sagen and Hordland, Rogaland, North Agder, out to Lydandisnes, so saith Thord Kolbeinson. Wot I, that save for Erling, most Hersers erst were friendly unto the earls. Here sing I the tire of the flame of Shipland, fight done, and all the land lay at peace, north all from Veiga to Agder, south or further maybe, I chose words rightly. Now folk well pleased of their ruler to love their lot well like them, and he gave out he was bounden to hold hand over Norway. But Svein the king, the tale goes, is dead now in the Southland, and his towns withal are wasted, but few of folk woe faileth. Svein the Dane king had still the wick, even as he had aforetime, but he gave Earl Ærik Round realm and Heathmark. Svein Hakonson took earldom from Olaf the Swede. Earl Svein was the goodliest man ever seen. Earl Ærik and Earl Svein both let themselves be christened, and took the right troth. But whiles they ruled over Norway, they let every man do as he would about the holding of the faith. But the ancient laws they held well, and all customs of the land, and were men of upright rule and well beloved. Earl Ærik was by far the foremost of the brethren in all authority. End of the story of Olaf Triggvison, Part 12, Chapter 111 through 122. Section 29 of Heimskringla by Snorri Sturleson, translated by George Pope Morris and Eiríkr MAGNÚSSON. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Story of Olaf the Holy, Part 1, Chapter 1 through 15. Chapter 1. The Bringing Up of Olaf the Holy, son of Harald. Olaf, the son of Harald of Greenland, was brought up with his stepfather Sigurd Sow and his mother Asta. Rani the wide-faring was with Asta, and he gave fostering to King Olaf Haraldsson. Olaf was early a well-thewed man, goodly to look at, of middle height, and wise and deft of speech he was at an early age. Sigurd Sow was a great husbandman, and kept his folk hard at work, and himself fared often to look after acres and meadows, or livestock, or to the smithing, or wheresoever his men were busy at other things. Chapter 2 of Olaf and King Sigurd Sow. On a time it befell that King Sigurd would ride away from his house, and no man was home at the stead. So he bade Olaf his stepson to saddle him a horse. Olaf went to the goat house, and took there the biggest buck goat, and led it home, and laid there on the saddle of the king, and then went and told him he had harnessed him the nag. Then went King Sigurd thither, and saw what Olaf had done. Then said he, "'Tis clear enow that thou art minded to wash thine hands of all my bidding. Belike thy mother deemeth it seemly that I have no biddings to thee that are not to thy mind. And it is easily seen that we are not like in temper, for thou art of mickle higher mettle than I." Olaf answered little, and went away laughing. Chapter 3 of the prowess of King Olaf. Olaf Haraldsson, as he grew up, was a man of scarce high middle stature, but very thick set and stark of hue, light red of hair, broad faced, bright and ruddy of countenance, of eyes wondrous good, fair eyed and swift eyed, so that it was awful to look him in the face if he were wroth. Olaf was a man of mickle skill in many matters. He knew well the craft of the bow, and of all men was the best in shooting of hand shot, a good swimmer, deft and skillful in all smith's work, his own no less than other men's. He was called Olaf the Thick. He was bold of speech and clear spoken, early fulfilled of all ripeness, both as to pith and wisdom. Beloved was he of all his kindred and acquaintance, masterful in games, and would be at the head of all others, as was but due because of his dignity and birth. Chapter 4. The beginning of the wars of King Olaf. Olaf, son of Harald, was 12 winters old when he stepped on board a warship for the first time. Asta, his mother, got Rani, who was called King's fosterer, to be leader of the host, and to be with Olaf in his faring, whereas Rani had often been on Viking before. When Olaf took over host and ships, the host gave him the name of king, as the wont was, for such war kings as became Vikings bore forthwith the name of a king, if they were king born, although they had no lands to rule over. Rani sat at the tiller, and therefore some men say that Olaf was but a thole man, yet he was king over the host notwithstanding. They made east along the land, and first unto Denmark. So says Otter the Swart when he sang about King Olaf: King fight strong, yet a youngling, the steed of the blood of meadows didst thou thrust out toward Denmark. Thou to dear valor wonted, most gainful was thy going, O King. Now art thou mighty through such like prowess, learned I clear of thy fare from Northland. But when it was harvest, he sailed east round the Swede realm, and then fell to harry and burn the land, for he deemed he had to requite the Swedes with full enmity for taking the life of his father Harald. Otter the Swart says in plain words that he went then east out of Denmark. Landward ye thrust with oar blades the brave ships into the east salt, and bore the shields of lime tree down from the land a shipboard. Ye used your sail, and shipped ye your rudder, the sea caster, whiles rent your oars the many, much rode great seas beneath you. Feeder of swans of fight ale, to folk was fear abounding, because of thy faring. Sithence thou wastest Sweden's nesses. Chapter 5. The first battle. That autumn Olaf fought the first battle of Sutiskr, which is within the skerries of Sweden. There he fought with Vikings, and he is named Soti, who was their captain, and Olaf had much less company but bigger ships. He laid his ships between some sea rocks, and for the Vikings it was unhandy to lay them aboard. They, Olaf and his folk, brought grappling hooks aboard the ships that lay nighest to them, and drew them in, and then cleared them. The Vikings made off, and had lost a great host of men. Skald Sigvat tells of this fight in the song in which he told the tale of the fights of King Olaf. The long sea log was bearing the young king's kindred seaward, and so it was that all folk sithence the king's wrath dreaded. But he of men the noblest, the first time Wolf's foot reddened at Soti's skerry east there, of many a thing I mind me. Chapter 6. Warfare in Sweden. King Olaf next went on east by Sweden, and put into the Low, and harried on either land. He went all the way up to Sigtun, and lay off ancient Sigtun. So say the Swedes that there be still there the stone heaps, which Olaf let be made under his gangway ends. But when autumn set in, Olaf Haraldsson got to know that Olaf the Swede king drew together a great host, and also that he had done chains athwart Stock Sound, and set guard thereover. But the Swede king was of mind that King Olaf would there bide the frosts, and he held Olaf's host of little worth, for he had but a small company. So King Olaf went out to Stocksound, and might not get through there, for a castle was on the west side of the sound, and an host of men on the south. But when they heard that the Swede king was gone aboard ship, and had a great host and a multitude of ships, King Olaf let dig a dyke through Agni's Thraet into the sea. At this time great rains prevailed. Now from all Sweden every running water falls into the low, and out to sea there is one oise from the low, so narrow that many rivers be wider. But when great rains or snow thaws prevail, the waters fall with such a rush that through Stocksound the water runs in a force, and the low goes so much upon the lands that wide about be floods. Now when the dyke got to the sea, then leaped out the water and the stream. Then King Olaf let take in board all the rudders of his ships, and hoist all sails topmast high. And there was a high wind at will blowing. They steered with the oars, and the ships went apace out over the shoal, and came all whole into the sea. Then the Swedes went to see Olaf the Swede king, and told him that by then Olaf the Thick had got him away out into the sea. So the Swede king rated soundly those who should have watched that Olaf gat not away. That is now called King's Sound, and there is no passing with big ships there, save when the waters swell to their utmost. But some men will have it that the Swedes got aware whenas Olaf and his folk had dug the dyke through the Thwaite, and the water rushed through, and withal that the Swedes went thither with an host of men, being minded to balk Olaf from passing through. But as the water dug out either side, then fell in the banks, and with them the people, and a multitude of men was lost there. But the Swedes gainsay this, and reckon it vain that any men were lost there. King Olaf sailed in autumn for Gotland, and arrayed him for harrying there. But there the Gotlanders had a gathering, and sent men to the king, and bade him tribute for the land. To this the king agreed, and took tribute of the land, and sat there the winter through. So says Otter the Swart. Thou wonnest, O warrior, wager tribute from folk of Gotland, and durst not men against thee with brand to ward their island. So ran the Isle Sisling's war host. I heard that the Wolfkind's hunger thawed east away. That youngling calls many lesser hearted. Chapter 7. The Second Battle. Here tells the tale that King Olaf went in springtide east to Isle Sisla and harried. He made a land raid there, and the Isle Sislings came down and held battle with him. There King Olaf had the victory, drove the rout, and harried and wasted the land. So it is said that first when King Olaf and his came into Isle Sisla, the Bonders offered him pay. And when the pay came down, he went to meet them with an host all weaponed. And then things went otherwise than the Bonders were minded. For they came down with no pay at all, but with war weapons rather, and gave the king battle, as was said before. So says Skald Sigbot. Again it was that Olaf went to wage second point thing down in the ravaged Isle land, nor hidden was the treason all wielder. There the yeomen who ran to their feet were owing the ransom for dear life's sake. For wounds afield few waited. Chapter 8. The Third Fight. So thence he sailed back to Finland, and harried there, and made land raids. But all the folk fled into the woods, and emptied the dwelling places of all chattels. The king fared far up into the land, and through certain woods. There they came upon some dale dwellings, where the country sides are called Herdales. They got but few chattels, and no men. Then the day wore, and the king turned back to his ships. But as they came into the wood, an host thronged on them from every side, and shot at them, and set on hard and fast. The king bade his men shield themselves, and smite again as occasion served. But that was unhandy, for the Finns let the wood ward them. But or ever the king came out of the wood, he lost a many men, and many got wounded, and so reached his ships in the evening. The Finns made in the night wild weather and storm at sea with their sorcery, but the king let weigh anchors and hoist sail, and so they beat through the night about the land. So that time, as oftener, the king's good luck prevailed against the wizardry of the Finns. That night they got clear of Balagarth's side, and thence out into the open sea. But the host of the Finns went along up on land, as the king sailed outside. So says Sigvat. The third one of the steel wreaths of the king's son waxed hard now, when was the Finn folks meeting in the stark raid on Herdales. The sea waves there were smiting the galleys of the Vikings in the low, where Balagarth's side lay 'neath the bows of the surf skates. Chapter 9. The fourth battle in Southwick. Then King Olaf sailed to Denmark, and there happened on Thorkel the High, the brother of Earl Sigvaldi, and Thorkel betook himself to journeying with him, for he was already arrayed to fare out to the wars. So they sailed south along Jutland's side, and to where it was called Southwick, and there won many Viking ships. But Vikings who lay out ever, and ruled over a great host, let them be called kings, though they had no lands to rule over. Here King Olaf gave battle, and a great fight befell, and King Olaf got the victory and much wealth. So says Sigvat. The king once more, as folks say, wielded uprise of guns' song the fourth time. I've heard how the warrior wight won glory there, whereas peace unlittle was cleft betwixt the king's hosts, down there in slender Southwick, well known unto the Dane folk. Chapter 10. The fifth battle off Friesland. Then King Olaf sailed south to Friesland, and lay off Kinlim's side in heavy weather. So the king went aland with his host, but the folk of the land rode down to meet them, and fought with them. So says Sigvat the Scald. O cower of evil doers! The fifth of fights thou wonnest Helmgrim. The bows tholed tempest by high Kinlima's side. Then, whereas rode down the war host against the Lord King's galleys, but stately strode the king's host 'gainst the warriors in the battle. Chapter 11. The death of Svein Twybeard. Then sailed King Olaf west to England. This was the tidings there, that Svein Twybeard, the Dane king, was that time in England with the Dane host, and had then sat there for a while, and harried the land of King Ethelred. At that time the Danes had gone wide over England, and things had come to such a pass that King Ethelred had fled from the land and fared south into Valland. The same autumn that King Olaf came to England, it betid there that King Svein, the son of Harold, died suddenly a night in his bed. And it is the say of Englishmen that Edmund the Holy did slay him after the manner in which the holy Mercury slew Julian the Apostate. Now when King Ethelred learned these tidings in Flanders, he turned straightway back to England. And when he came back into the land, he sent word to all men who would take fee hereto, to wit, for conquering the land with him. Then drifted to him a great multitude of folk, and withal thither came to his aid King Olaf, with a great following of Northmen. Now first they made for London, and went up the Thames with the host of the ships, but the Danes held the city. On the other side of the river there is a great cheaping town called Southwark. There the Danes had great arrayal. They had dug great dykes, on the inner side whereof they had built a wall of wood and turf and stone, and there within they had a great host. King Ethelred let make a hard onset, but the Danes warded them, and King Ethelred might do naught against them. A bridge was there across the river betwixt the city and Southwark, so broad that wagons might be driven past each other thereover. On the bridge were made strongholds, both castles and bulwarks, looking down stream, so high that they reached a man above his waist. But under the bridge were pails stuck into the bottom of the river, and when an onset was made, the host stood on the bridge all along it, and warded it. King Ethelred was mickle mind sick how he was to win the bridge. He called together for a parley all the captains of the host, seeking counsel of them how they should bring the bridge down. Then King Olaf said he would risk laying his men on to it, if other captains were willing to set on also. At this meeting it was settled that they should lay their host up under the bridge. Then each one set about arraying his men and ships. Chapter 12. The Sixth Battle. King Olaf had great flake hurdles made of willow twigs and green wood, and let sheds of wicker work be taken to pieces, and all these he let lay over his ships so widely that they went right outboard. Thereunder he let set staves so thick together, and so high, that it was both handy to fight from under, and it was full stout enough against stones, if they were cast down thereon. Now when the host was arrayed, they fell on a rowing up the river, and when they came near to the bridge, there was cast down on them both shot and stones so great, that naught might hold, neither helms nor shields, and the ships themselves were wondrous broken thereby, and many withal backed out. But King Olaf and the host of the Northmen rode right up under the bridge, and lashed cables round the pales that upheld the bridge, and then they fell to their oars, and rowed all the ships downstream as hard as they might. The pales dragged along the ground even until they were loosened under the bridge. But inasmuch as an host under weapons stood thickly arrayed on the bridge, there were on it both a many stones and many war weapons, and the pales having broken from under it, the bridge broke down by reason thereof, and many of the folk fell into the river, and all the rest thereof fled from the bridge, some into the city, some into Southwark. And after this they made an onset on Southwark, and won it. And when the townsfolk saw that the river Thames was won, so that they might not hinder the ships from faring up into the land, they were afeard, and gave up the town, and took King Ethelred in. So says Otter the Swart. O battle bold, the cunning of Yg's storm, yet thou brakest down London Bridge. It happed thee to win the land of snakes there. Hard shields be craved had roar there. There too they sprang asunder, hard iron rings of the war coats, therewith the battle waxed. And still he sang this: Thou brought'st to land, and landest King Ethelred, O landward, strengthened by might. That folk friend such wise of thee availed. Hard was the meeting soothly, when Edmund's son thou broughtest back to his land, made peaceful, which erst that kin stem ruled. Yet again thus saith Sigvat: True is it that the sixth fight was whereas fell on Olaf at London Bridge. The swift king bade Yg's brunt to the English. There were the Welsh swords biting, there Dyke the Vikings warded, but some deal of the war host held booths in level Southwark. Chapter 13. The Seventh Battle. King Olaf was with King Ethelred through the winter. Then they had a great fight on Ringmar Heath in Wulfkel's land. That dominion belonged then to Wulfkel Snilling. There the kings won the victory. So says Sigvat the Scald. Yet once again let Olaf beheld a seventh sword thing. It was in Wulfkel's country, e'en as my song here saith. There stood the Ella's kindred, the Ringmar Heath all over. The host fell, wrought the toil there, the ward of Harold's heirship. Yet again Otter tells of this fight thus: O king, I heard that thy war host piled up a dead heap heavy, far from the ships, and reddened all Ringmar Heath in blood there. There thick and fast before thee, in shield roar, landfolk lauded, and many a band of English in fight fell ere the end was. Then the land was yet wider, laid under the sway of King Ethelred. But the Thingmen and the Danes still held many burgs, and in many places the Danes yet held the land. Chapter 14. Battles the 8th and 9th. King Olaf was captain of the host when they held on to Canterbury, and fought there right on until they won the town, killing an host of folk there, and burning the town. So says Arter the Swart. Thou wroughtest King great onset on the king's kin. Canterbury the Broad upon a morning, O thou blithe king, thou tookest. Full fiercely o'er the dwellings played fire and reek. Fair kin's son, thou winnest the fight. There heard I, thou smotest down men's life days. Sigvat counts this the 8th fight of King Olaf. I wot that the battle's meter, peril of Wends, here wrought him the 8th of Stowers. The stark ward of war folk set on the work there. Port Reeves might not ban Olaf of their town of Canterbury. To the valiant of the port folk 'twas many a thing brought sorrow. Thereupon King Olaf had in hand the guarding of the land in England, and went with warships about off the coast, and hove into Neumouth. There was before him an host of the Thingmen, and they had battle, and King Olaf won the victory. So says Sigvat the Scald. The young king all unlaggard wrought red poles for the English. Brown blood came on the brands there, once more in fight at Neumouth. There fell the host of Danefolk, where drave most spears on Olaf, fight wielder from the East land. Now have I rhymed 9 battles. Thereupon King Olaf fared wide about the land, and took tribute from the folk, or else harried them. So says Otter. O far famed king, in no wise the folk of the kin of England might aught prevail against thee, when scat thou tookest relentless. Unseldom were folk yielding gold to their lief lord rightful. Whilst heard I things full precious fared down unto the sea strand. There King Olaf tarried this time for 3 winters. Chapter 15. The 10th battle in Ringfirth. But in the 3rd spring King Ethelred died, and then his sons Edmund and Edward took kingdom. Then King Olaf went south over sea, and he fought withal in Ringfirth, and won a castle on the knolls wherein the Vikings sat, and he broke down the castle. So says Sigvat the Scald. The 10th was all fulfilled with the drift of the wall of battle in Ringfirth fair. The war host held thither as the king bade. There let the king be broken, the knolls high house of the Vikings. Thereafter pray they never for speeding such as that was. End of The Story of Olaf the Holy, Part 1, Chapter 1 through 15. Section 30 of Heimskringla by Snorri Sturleson, translated by George Pope Morris and Eiríkr MAGNÚSSON. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Story of Olaf the Holy, Part 2, Chapter 16 through 30. Chapter 16. Battle the 11th and the 13th. Then King Olaf went with his host west to Grislepool, and fought there with Vikings off Williamsby, and there King Olaf won the victory. As Sigvat says, 11th Stour, O Olaf, thou wroughtest where the lords fell in Grislepool. O pine stem, young from that war thing camest thou. Heard I that yon brisk battle fought off the town of the trusty Earl William harmed the war helms, the tale to tell is little. Next thereafter he fought west in Fettelfirth, as says Sigvat. The fair fame's follower reddened the wolf's tooth for the 12th time. In Fettelfirth was fated thereat life ban of many. Thence Olaf fared south right away to Seliupool and had a fight there, and there he won the town called Gunvaldsburg, a great and an ancient one, and there he laid hands on the earl who ruled over the town, and hight Geirfinn. Then King Olaf held parley with the men of the town, and he laid a fine upon it, and claimed in ransom for the earl 12,000 gold shillings. And the money he laid on the town was paid him. So says Sigvat: O bright lord of the Thran folk, the 13th Stour thou wroughtest at Seliupool in Southlands, where slain was very fleeing. Doughty the king let march in to Gunvaldsburg the ancient, and on the earl lay hand there, who hath to name Ian Geirfinn. Chapter 17. Fight the 14th and King Olaf's dream. After that King Olaf went with his host west to Charleswater, and harried there, and there had a battle. But while King Olaf lay in Charleswater, and waited for fair wind, being minded to sail on to Norfolk Sound, and thence out into Jerusalem world, he dreamt a noteworthy dream, that there came to him a man noble looking and well favored, yet awful to behold, and spoke to him, bidding him give up his mind of faring out into far off lands. Fare back to the lands of thy birthright, for thou shalt be a king of Norway for time everlasting. He deemed the dream to betoken that he should be king over the land, and his kinsmen after him for a long time. Chapter 18. Battle of the 15th. From this vision he turned back his ways, and laid him against Peataland, Poitou, and harried there, and burnt there the cheaping stead called Warund. So says Ottar: O young king, battle merry, Peata thou lett'st be wasted, thou triedst shields bestained in Tuscaland, O lord king. And still further Sigvat says thus: The lord above the Merfolk, reddener of mouths of metal, when from the south he wended, made way along Lower Water. Before those Njords of battle was Warrend burned, so called they a town far off the seaboard, dwelt in Peata country. Chapter 19 of the Earls of Rouen. King Olaf had been a warring west in the land for 2 summers and 1 winter. At that time there had worn from the fall of Olaf Triggvison 13 winters. That while earls had ruled over Norway, first Ærik and Svein, the sons of Hakon, and afterwards the sons of Ærik, Svein and Hakon was the son of a sister of King Canute Sveinsson. In the land that while were 2 earls, William and Robert, whose father was Richard, Earl of Rouen, and they ruled over Normandy. Their sister was Queen Emma, whom Ethelred, King of the English, had had for wife. Their sons were Edmund and Edward the Good, Edwy and Edgar. Richard, Earl of Rouen, was the son of Richard, the son of William Longspear. He was the son of Rolf Wendefoot, the earl who won Normandy, who was the son of Ragnvald the Mighty, Earl of Mere, as is written afore. From Rolf Wendefoot are come the Earls of Rouen, who long thereafter claimed kinship with lords in Norway, and set store thereby for a long while after, and were at all times the greatest friends of all Northmen, and all Northmen had peace land in Normandy if they cared to take it. In the autumn King Olaf came into Normandy, and tarried there through the winter in Seine water, and had there a land of peace. Chapter 20 of Einar Thambarskelfur. After the fall of King Olaf Triggvison, Earl Ærik gave truce to Einar Thambarskelfur, the son of Eindrid, the son of Skar. Einar went with the earl north into Norway, and it is said that Einar was of all men the strongest and best bowman in Norway, and the hardness of his shooting beyond all other men. He shot with a blunt shaft through an ox hide, raw wet, which hung on a pole. He was skilled at snow shoeing better than any other man, and was a man of the greatest prowess and valor. Of great kin he was, and wealthy withal. Earls Ærik and Svein gave to Einar their sister Bergliot, the daughter of Hakon. She was a woman most high mettled. Their son was called Eindred. The earls gave to Einar great grants in Orkdale, and he became the mightiest and noblest man within the laws of Thrandheim, and the greatest stay and the dearest friend to the earls was he. Chapter 21 of Erling Skjalgsson. When as Olaf Triggvison ruled over Norway, he gave his brother-in-law Erling half the land dues along with him, and therewith a moiety of the king's revenues between Lydendisnes and Sagen. King Olaf wedded another sister of his to Earl Ragnvald, the son of Wulf, who for a long time ruled over West Goutland. Wulf, the father of Ragnvald, was brother to Sigrid the Haughty, the mother of Olaf the Swede king. Earl Ærik was not well pleased at Erling's having so mickle dominion, and he took to himself all the king's revenues, which King Olaf had made over to Erling. But Erling took, just as before, all land dues throughout Rogaland, so that the dwellers of the land paid often twofold land dues, for otherwise he wasted the dwelt land. Of fines and forfeitures the earl gat but little, for bailiffs might not hold out long there, and even the earl himself went a banqueting there only if he had a throng of men about him. So says Sighvat. The brother-in-law of Olaf, that trustiest son of Tryggvi, Ian Erling, awed the earl's kin, as the king's own self availed not. The nimble lord of the yeoman gave also unto Ragnvald another of his sisters, life luck unto Wulf's father. Earl Ærik did not venture upon fighting with Erling for this cause, that he had many and great kinsmen, a mighty man, and well loved. Moreover, he sat alway with many folk about him, even as if there were a king's court. Erling was oft a warring in summertide, and gat well to himself thereby, whereas he kept up his wonted state and lordliness, although now he had lesser revenues and of less surety than in the days of King Olaf his brother-in-law. Erling was of all men the goodliest, the biggest and strongest, skilled at arms better than any man, and in all feats of prowess most like unto King Olaf Triggvison. He was a wise man, and eager-minded in all things, and the greatest warrior withal, whereof Sighvat telleth. None was there of the landed, of those that lacked of lordship, who more of fights had fought in than had the mighty Erling. The bounteous man was bearing his pith into the onset, first entering many a battle, and last for the most part leaving. It has always been the say of men that Erling was the noblest of all landed lords in Norway. These were the children of Erling and Astrid, Aslak, Skjalg, Sigurd, Loden, Thorir, and Ragnhild, whom Thorberg, son of Arni, had to wife. Erling had ever about him 90 freedmen or more, and the wont there was, winter and summer, to have drinking by measure at day meal board, but at night meal board the drink was not measured. But at those times when the earls were anigh, he had about him 200 men or more. Never went he about with fewer men than a 20-banked keel full manned. Erling had a large cutter of 32 banks, and large of hull at that. In her he went a Viking warfare, and to the folk levy, and aboard her were 200 men or more. Chapter 22 of Erling the Herser. Erling had ever 30 thralls at home, besides other serving folk. To his thralls he allotted each day's work, which being done he gave them leave and leisure, each one who wished to work for himself in the dusk or at night. He gave them acre land wherein to sow corn for themselves, and to get them money by the increase thereof. He set a price and ransom on each of them. And many redeemed themselves the first or the second year, but all in whom was any thrift redeemed themselves in 3 years. With that money Erling bought himself other thralls. But as for his freedmen, some he set to herring fishing, some about other ingatherings, while some cleared woods, and in the clearing set up house. All of them he made folk of some substance. Chapter 23 of Earl Ærik. When as Earl Ærik had had sway over Norway for 12 winters, there came to him word from Canute the Dane king, his brother-in-law, that Ærik should go with him on warfare to England with his host. For Ærik was much famed for his wars, in that he had gained the day in 2 battles of those which had been the most fiercely fought in the Northlands, one wherein Earl Hakon and Ærik fought the Jomsvikings, the other wherein Ærik fought with Olaf Triggvison, as telleth Thord Kolbeinsson. Praise have I, whereas heard I how that the Lord be praised. Sent word to the Lord the Helmwant, the Lord of Lords, be landed, that without fail should Ærik yet once again betake him to dear and lovesome meeting. Well wot I the king's pleasure. The earl would not lay the king's message under his head. He fared out of the land, but he left behind Earl Hakon his son to heed the land, and gave him into the hand of Einar Thambar-Skelfer, his brother-in-law, that he should be the earl's counsellor in the ruling of the land, for he was as yet not older than 17 winters. Ærik came to England and met King Canute, and was with him when he won London. Earl Ærik fought to the west of London, where he felled Wulfkel Snilling. So saith Thord Kolbeinsson. The Goldwise let join battle unto the west of London. The well-praised grove of the Sea Horse held battle for the land's sake. Therein it was that Wulfkel, all daring in the shield rein, gat sore strokes of the Thingmen, where shook Warfolk's blue edges. Earl Ærik was in England one winter, and had certain battles, but the next autumn he was minded to go on a pilgrimage to Rome, but therewith he died of a bloodletting there in England. Chapter 24. The slaying of Edmund. King Canute had many battles in England with the sons of Ethelred, king of the English, and now one, now the other got the victory. He came to England the same summer wherein Ethelred died. Then Canute gat for wife Emma the queen, and their children were Harold, Hordecnut, Gunhild. King Canute made such peace with King Edmund that each of them should have one half of England. In the same month Eadric Striona slew King Edmund, whereupon King Canute drove out of England all the sons of King Ethelred. So says Sigvat. Canute slew therewith all sons together of Ethelred, or drove forth each one. Chapter 25 of Olaf and the sons of Ethelred. That summer came the sons of Ethelred, the king of Rouen in Valland, to the brothers of their mother, whenas Olaf Haraldsson came from his western Viking fare, and were all together that winter in Normandy, and made fellowship between them on such terms that King Olaf should have Northumberland, if they should get for themselves England from the Danes. Then sent Olaf to England that autumn Rani his foster father to gather folk there, and the sons of Ethelred sent him with tokens to their friends and kinsmen, but Olaf handed to him much money, to the end that he should lure folk to them. And so Rani abode in England through the winter, and got the faith and troth of many mighty men, for to the folk of the land it was more to their will to have a home-born king. Yet by then was the might of the Danes waxen so great that all the folk of the land were broken under their dominion. Chapter 26. A battle of King Olaf. In the spring they went from the west all together, King Olaf to wit, and the sons of Ethelred, and came to England at the place called Youngford, and there went a land with their company, and made for the town. Therein were awaiting them many folk, such as had promised them their aid. The town they took, and slew a many men. But when the men of King Canute were aware thereof, they gathered together an host, and soon waxed so many that the sons of Ethelred had not strength against them, and saw that the best they might do was to get them gone and away west back to Rouen again. Then King Olaf sundered him from them, and would not go to Valland. He sailed north along England all the way to Northumberland, and hove to in the haven which is called Walled, and fought there with the townsfolk and chapmen, and got the victory there and much wealth. Chapter XXVII. The journey of King Olaf to Norway. King Olaf left the long ships behind there, but fitted out thence 2 round ships, and had then 260 men, all burnied and well chosen. He sailed north into the main in harvest tide, and had right heavy weather at sea, so that there was peril of life. But whereas they had a doughty company, and the good luck of the king, they got safely through. So says Otter: O bounteous of the tempest of corpse fire, thou arrayedst toward 2 Westland keels. In peril oft thrust'st thou, king's thoft mate. Strong stream of sea waves welter the cheaping ships had mangled, if at that while less worthy had been the crew within board. And again thus: Naught had ye fear of Ægir, all o'er the wide sea faring. No folk lord found him ever crew doughtier than your sea lads. O son of Harold, often the craft was strained full sorely, but the ship cast off the high seas, or ere ye made mid Norway. Here it is said that King Olaf came from the west upon the midmost of Norway, and the island where they landed is called Seal, and lies off Stad. Then King Olaf, that he was minded to think it was a happy day on which they had landed at Seal in Norway, and said it would be a good token that so it had come to pass. Then they went up on the island, and the king stepped with one foot into mire, steadying him with the other knee. Then spake he: Lo, now I fell, says the king. Then answers Rani: Thou fall'st not, king, but settest thy feet fast in the land. The king laughed thereat and said: So may it be, if God will. Then they went down to the ships, and sailed south to Wolf Sounds. There they heard of Earl Hakon, that he was south in Sagen, but was looked for to come north so soon as a fair wind befell, and but one ship he had. Chapter XXVIII. Earl Hakon taken in Saud Sound. King Olaf steered his ships inward out of the high waterway, when he came south past Fugaleer, and turned into Saudung Sound, and lay there. Each ship they laid near either shore of the sound, and had between them a thick cable. At that very hour rode into the sound Earl Hakon Ericsson with a fully manned cutter, he and his men thinking that but 2 chapmen ships were in the sound. So into the sound they rode forth between the ships. Now King Olaf and his men hauled the cable up under mid keel of the cutter, winding it with windlasses, and forthwith, when the cutter was fast, it rose aft and sank forward, so that the sea fell in over the prow, filling the cutter, which presently turned over. King Olaf took there Earl Hakon swimming, and all such of his men as they might lay hand on, but some they slew, and other some sank to the bottom. So says Ottar: Feeder of blood sea's blue choughs, fulfilled of wealth, thou tookest the brave found Hakon's cutter, and them withal aboard it. Feeder of mew of Thrott's thing, a youngling sought'st thou hither, thy birth lands rightly craving, nor might the earl withstand it. Earl Hakon was led on board the king's ship. He was the goodliest man that men had set eyes on. Mickle hair he had, and fair as silk, and a golden band done about his head. He took his seat in the forehold. Then said King Olaf: No lie is it that is told of you, kinsmen, how well favored ye are to look on, but gone now is the luck of you. Then spake Hakon, "This is no ill luck which we have fallen on. It has long been that now one, now the other is overcome. So has it fared betwixt my kinsman and thine, that now one, now the other has come to his above. I am come but a little way from the age of childhood, nor were we now in a good way to defend ourselves. We wotted not any unpeace at hand. Maybe some other time we shall come off better than now." Then answers King Olaf, "Dost thou not misdoubt thee, Earl, that now a thing hath befallen thee whereby henceforth thou wilt never gain or lose the day?" The Earl says, "As at this time thou, O King, must be master." Then says King Olaf, "What wilt thou do, Earl, that I let thee fare for this time whithersoever thou wiliest, whole and unscathed?" The Earl asks what he biddeth him. The King answers, "Naught else than that thou fare from the land and give up thy dominion, and swear oath to this that thou wilt hold no battle against me from henceforth." The Earl answered and gave out that so would he do. Now the Earl winneth oath to King Olaf that never henceforth shall he fight against him, nor defend Norway with unpeace against King Olaf, nor fall on him. Then King Olaf gave life to him and his men withal, and the Earl got back the ship which he had had thither. So row men now their ways thence. Hereof telleth Sighvat the Scald. The mighty king, the fain quoth he had need be seeking a meeting with Earl Hakon in Soudung Sound the ancient. The stern young lord there met he, the Earl of Earls the second, and born of highest kindred of all men of the Dane tongue. Chapter 29. Earl Hakon's journey from Norway. Thereafter the Earl gat him ready at his speediest to leave the land, and sailed west to England, where he fell in with King Canute, his mother's brother, and tells him how all had gone between him and King Olaf. King Canute gave him a wondrous good welcome. He set Hakon at his side within his court, and gave him great dominion in his realm, and so Earl Hakon tarried there a long while with Canute. When Svein and Hakon ruled over Norway, they made peace with Erling Skjalg's son, with this covenant, that Aslak, the son of Erling, gat for wife Gunhild, the daughter of Earl Svein. And they settled that father and son, Erling and Aslak, should have all those grants which Olaf Triggvison had bestowed on Erling. So Erling became full friend of the earls, and hereto they bound themselves with oaths to each other. Chapter 30. Asta makes ready. King Olaf the Thick now turns east away along the land, and had in many places motes with the Bonders, and many became his liegemen, while some gainsaid it, such to wit as were kinsmen or friends of Earl Svein. Therefore King Olaf went with all speed east to Wick, and hove with his host into the bay, and beaches his ships, and then turns his ways up into the land. And when he came to Westfold, many men greeted him well, of them who had been acquaintance or friends of his father, and there were a many of his kindred there about the fold. In the harvest tide he went upland to King Sigurd his stepfather, and came there early on a day. But when King Olaf came near to the homestead, certain serving lads ran before to the house and into the chamber. There within sat Asta, the mother of King Olaf, and some women with her. Then the lads told her of King Olaf's journey, and this withal, that his speedy coming was to be looked for. Asta stands up forthwith and called upon carles and queens to dight the place at their best. She let 4 women take the array of the guest chamber, and adorn it speedily with hangings and bankers. 2 men bore in halm on to the floor, 2 set up the trapeze and the great bowl, 2 set out the boards and served up the victual, 2 she sent away from the stead, 2 bore in the ale, but all the rest, men and women alike, went out into the garth. Those sent away went to King Sigurd where he was, and brought him his robes of estate, and a horse with a four-gilded saddle, and the bit beset with smalts, and all done with gold. 4 men she sent away into all 4 corners of the countryside, and bade to her all the great people there for a banquet, whereas she was making a welcome ale for the coming of her son. All other men who were there at home she bade don the best raiments they had, and lent good clothes to those who owned none such themselves. End of The Story of Olaf the Holy, Part 2, Chapter 16 through 30. Section 31 of Heimskringla by Snorri Sturleson, translated by George Pope Morris and Eiríkr MAGNÚSSON. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Story of Olaf the Holy, Part 3, Chapter 31 through 45. Chapter 31. The Array of King Sigurd. King Sigurd's sow happened to be out in the fields, when the messengers came to him and told him of these tidings, and of all the to-do that Asta was at in the house at home. He had a many men there, some of whom cut corn, some bound it, some carted it home, while others some stacked it, or stored it into barns. But the king and 2 men with him would whiles be going into the acres, whiles there whereas the corn was being stored. Of his array it is told that he had on a blue kirtle, blue hose, and high shoes laced to the leg. A grey cape he had on, and a wide-brimmed grey hat, and an orle round the face. A staff in his hand with a 4-gilded silver knob, and a silvern ring therein. So is it told about King Sigurd's manner of mind, that he was a man of mickle business, and a great husband of his stock and store, and looked himself after his own household. No man of show was he, and rather few spoken withal. He was the wisest of all men who were then in Norway, and wealthiest in chattels. Peaceful withal was he, and naught griping. Asta's wife was open-handed and high-mettled. These were their children. Guthorm was the oldest, then Gunhild, then Halfdan, then Ingirid, then Harald. Now spoke the messengers: "Such words Asta bade us bear thee, as that she deemed she would set great store by thy now doing after the manner of a great man, and she prayed that thou shouldest rather take after the kindred of Harald Hairfair in thy courage, than after Rani Thin Neb, thy mother's father, or Earl Nereid the Old, though men of mickle wisdom they were." The king answers: "Great tidings do ye tell, and verily ye put them forth to me eagerly. Much has Asta erst made of such men, as it was less her duty so to do by them than now. And well I see that she hath still the same temper as aforetime, and with mickle eagerness she takes this matter in hand, if she will so lead her son out, as that it be done in as stately a fashion as now she leadeth him in. But so meseemeth, if this shall be so, they that pledge themselves to this cause will be giving due heed neither to their wealth nor their life. This man King Olaf is fighting against exceeding odds, and upon him and his reeds lieth the wrath of the Dane king and the Swede king, if he hold on the way wherein he now is." Chapter 32. The Banquet. Now when the king had thus spoken, he sat down, and let draw off his foot gear, and did on his feet a pair of cordovan hose, whereto he bound gilded spurs. Thereupon he cast off cape and kirtle, and arrayed himself in costly raiment, and over all a cloak of scarlet, and girt himself with a sword adorned, and set upon his head a 4-gilded helm, and then mounts his horse. He sent workmen about into the countryside, and chose for himself 30 men in goodly raiment, who rode home with him. But when they rode up into the garth before the house, then saw he where, on the other side of the garth, forth flew the banner of King Olaf, he himself following it, and 100 men with him, all well dight. All about between the houses withal stood men in array. Straightway King Sigurd greeted his stepson, King Olaf, and his company from on horseback, and bade him in for a drinking with him. But Asta went up and kissed her son, and bade him tarry with her, saying that all was welcome to him that she might give him both lands and folk. King Olaf thanked her well for her words. She took him by the hand and led him after her into the guest chamber and up to the high seat. King Sigurd got men to give heed to their garments and give corn to their horses, but he went to his high seat, and with all bravery was that banquet done. Chapter 33. Parley between King Olaf and King Sigurd. But when King Olaf had been there no long while, it befell one day that he called to him for talk and counsel King Sigurd, his stepfather, and Asta his mother, and Rani his fosterer. Then King Olaf took up the word. So it is, says he, as ye know, that I have come hither to this land after having been for a long while in the outlands. All this while I and my men have had for our maintenance but such as we have sought us in war, and in many places have we had to run the risk of body and soul therefor. Many a man, as sackless as he were, hath had to forfeit his wealth at our hand, yea, some their life into the bargain, while outland men sit on the wealth which erst my father owned, and his father, and each after the other of our kinsmen, and whereunto I am lawfully born. Nor are they content with this, but they have taken to them, moreover, all that we kinsmen owned, who are come down from King Harold Hairfair in a straight line. To some they allow a little thereof, to others some nothing at all. Now shall that be unlocked to you, which for a long while has abided in my mind, to wit, that I am minded to claim my father's heritage, and that I shall go see neither the Dane king, nor the Swede king, nor pray for aught of it from them, although they have now for a while called their own that which was the heritage left by Harold Hairfair. Nay, sooth to say, I am rather minded to seek mine heritage at point and edge, and for that end to crave the avail of all my kindred and friends, and of all such as may be willing to turn them to me in this matter. And in such wise am I minded to set afoot this claim, that one of two things shall be, either that I shall own and rule over all that dominion from which they felled King Olaf Triggvison, my kinsman, or else that I shall fall here on my own kin heritage. Now I look for this from thee, stepfather Sigurd, and from such other folk in the land as are right born to kingdom here, according to the laws which Harold Hairfair set up, that ye will not be lacking, so much that ye will not rise up to thrust away from you this shame of our kindred, in such wise that ye will put forth all your might to strengthen him who is willing to take the lead in raising up our kindred. But whether or no thou art willing to show manliness in this matter, yet know I the mind of the commonalty, that all folk would be fain to rid themselves of the thraldom of outland lords so soon as they may have a man to trust in. Now for this reason have I broached this matter to none before thee, that I know thou art a wise man, and knowest well how to look to it, in what way this enterprise should be set afoot at the outset, whether by privily talking it over to certain people, or by setting it forth in open speech to all folk. I have now somewhat reddened tooth on them, in that I laid hands on Earl Hakon, who now has fled out of the land, and given over to me with sworn oaths that part of the realm which heretofore was his. Now I am minded to think that I shall have an easier task on hand in dealing with Earl Svein alone, than it would have been if they had been both together in the warding of the land. Now King Sigurd answereth, no little matter abideth in thy mind, King Olaf, and meseemeth, as I account it, this matter is rather one of high mettle than of foresight, and forsooth it is to be looked for, that long asunder is my little mindedness from the high heart which is in thee. For then, whenas thou wert but a little way from thy childhood, thou wast already filled with mastery and overbearing in all things whereas thou mightest. Moreover, now thou art much tried in battle, and hast shaped thyself after the fashions of outland chieftains. Now I wot well that when thou hast once made up thy mind to this, it will be of no avail to let thee. Moreover, it is but meet that matters of this kind should weigh heavily in the mind of men who are somewhat of champions, whenas the whole kindred of Harald Hairfair and their kingdom falleth down. But to no pledges will I bind me until I know the mind or the undertakings of other kings of the uplands. However, thou hast done well in that thou didst make known to me this purpose before thou spakest it out loud to the folk. I will promise thee my furtherance with kings and other lords and the rest of the folk of the land withal. And therewith, King Olaf, art thou welcome to my wealth for thy furtherance. But on this one condition I will that we bear this before the commonalty, that I see first how far it is likely that there should be any furtherance thereof, or any avail forthcoming for so great a matter. For make thy mind up to this, that thou hast taken much on thine hands, if thou shalt deal in masteries with Olaf the Swede king, and with Canute, who is now king both in England and Denmark, and with strong props must thine affairs be stayed, if they are to prosper. But not unlike do I deem it, that thou wilt speed well with folk raising, for the whole folk is fain of new things. So fared it erst, when King Olaf Triggvison came into the land, for thereof all folk were fain, yet for no long while did he enjoy his kingdom. When the reeds had gotten so far, Asta took up the word. So is it with me, son, that I am fain of thee, and of this fainest, to wit of thy much might and pith. To that end will I spare naught that I have to give, but there is but little of profitable counsel to be looked for, whereas I am. But this would I rather, if there were such a bargain to be made, to wit, that thou shouldst be over king of Norway, though thou livest no longer in the kingdom than did Olaf Triggvison, rather than thou shouldst be no greater a king than Sigurd's sow, and shouldst die of old age. After these words they broke up the meeting. There tarried Olaf a while with all his company, and King Sigurd entertained them at table one day with fish and milk, one day with flesh meat and ale, turn and turn about. Chapter 34, concerning the kings of the uplands. At this time there were many kings in the uplands who ruled over folk lands, and were mostly come of the kin of Harald Hairfair. Over Heathmark there ruled two brothers, Rerek and Ring, and in Gudbrandsdale Gudrod. In Raum also was a king, and one king there was who had Thotten and Hatheland. In Valdres there ruled a king likewise. Now King Sigurd's sow had a meeting with these folk kings up in Hatheland, whereat was also Olaf Haraldsson. Then Sigurd laid before the folk kings, with whom he had bespoken the meeting, the business of Olaf his stepson, and prayed them for help, both as to men, counsel, and alliance. He told up how needful it was for them to put from their hands the oppression whereunder the Danes and Swedes had laid them, and said that now would be forthcoming the man who would lead in this adventure. Therewithal he told up many deeds of prowess which King Olaf had done in his journeys and warfare. Then spoke King Rorek. True it is that greatly has come down the might of King Harald, since not one of his kinsmen is an overking in Norway. Now the folk of this land have tried it diversely. King Hakon, Ethelstan's foster son, was king here, and all folk liked it well. But when the sons of Gunhild ruled over the land, all men wearied of their tyranny and wrongdoing, so that men would liefer have outlandish kings to rule over them, and be freer to do as they would, seeing that the outlandish lords were ever far away, and meddled but little with the ways of men, so that they had of the land such scat as they had settled for themselves. But when Harald the Dane king and Earl Hakon fell out, the Jomsvikings harried in Norway, and the whole throng and multitude of the people betook them to withstanding the Vikings, and thrust from off them that unpeace. So folk egged Earl Hakon on to hold the land in the Dane king's despite, and to ward it with point and edge. But when he deemed that he was fully come into dominion through the furtherance of the people of the land, he became so hard and so overbearing to the land folk that men tholed him not, and the Thrandheimers themselves slew him, and had into dominion Olaf Triggvison, who was law born to the kingdom, and in every way had the makings of a ruler in him. The whole throng of the land thrust in to have him for a king, to rule them, and to rear up anew the realm which Harald Hairfair had made his own. But when King Olaf deemed himself fully established in his dominion, no man was free before him to do his own will. And in overbearing fashion he went at us small kings, claiming for himself all the dues which King Harald had gathered in here, yea, and in some things going still further than he did. But so far from men being free to do as they would, no one might so much as have his way as to what God should betroth. But since he was taken from the land, we have till now held to the friendship of the Dane king, and in him have we had great avail in all things which we needed to crave for ourselves, self-freedom therewithal, and easy life in the land, and no overbearing. Now is this to be said as to my mind, that I am well content with things as they are? I wot not, though a kinsman of mine rule in the land, whether my right shall be bettered in aught thereby. And but I know it, I shall have no share in this adventure. Then spake Ring his brother, I shall uncover my mind. Methinks it is better, even though I have but the same lands and dominion, that a kinsman of mine should be king in Norway, than outlandish lords. For then might our kindred be uplifted again here in the land. Now my mind forebodes me, as concerning this man, Olaf, that his fate and fetch will rule it, whether he shall get the kingdom or not. But if he become over king of all Norway, then methinks he will be deemed to be in better case, who can tell up more matters for his friendship. As now he is in no way better off than any one of us, nay, so far worse, that we have some land and dominion whereover to rule, but he has none at all, and we no less than he are rightly born to the kingdom. Now shall we make us men of such avail to him as to win him the highest dignity here in the land, and back him up with all our might? Why then should he not reward it us well, and remember it long for good, if he be of such great manhood as I think, and as all men say? Now shall we risk the venture to bind friendship with him, if I may have my will. Thereupon stood up one after the other and spoke, and the upshot was that most were rather more willing to bind fellowship with King Olaf. He promised them his full friendship and right booting, if he should be sole king over Norway. So this covenant they bind with sworn oaths. Chapter 35. The king's name given to Olaf. Thereupon the kings called together a thing, and then Olaf set forth to the folk this counsel, and the title he has to the kingdom there. He craveth of the bonders that they take him for king over the land, and promiseth in return the ancient laws to them, and therewithal to ward the land against outland war hosts and lords. To this end he spoke long and deftly, and gat good word for his speech. Then stood up the kings, one after the other, and all furthered this cause and errand before the folk. And at last it came to this, that Olaf was given the king's name over all the land, and the land was doomed to him according to upland law. Chapter 36. King Olaf's journey about the uplands. Then King Olaf set out on his journey, and let banquets be arrayed for him wherever there were kingly manors. And first he fared about half the land, and then sought north into Gudbrandsdales. Then matters went as King Sigurd had guessed, in that folk drew to him so mickle that he deemed he was not in need of the half thereof, and had by then well nigh 300 men. By reason of this the banquets as settled beforehand served him not, for it had heretofore been the wont that kings fared about the uplands with a following of 60 or 70 men, but never more than 100. So the king fared swiftly over the land, staying but one night in each place. But when he came north to the mountains, then doubt he his ways, and came north over the mountain, and fared on till he came down north from the mountains. King Olaf came down to Updale, and tarried there for a night. Then he fared through Updale Wood, and came down in Middledale, where he craved for a thing, and summoned to him the Bonders. Then spoke the king at the thing, and craved that the Bonders should take him for king, offering them in return right and law, even as Olaf Triggvison had done. The Bonders had no might to hold strife against the king, and so it ended that the Bonders took him for king, and bound themselves thereto with sworn oaths. But they had before sent news down to Orkdale, and also to Skåne, and let tell of the goings of King Olaf all that they wotted. Chapter 37. And hosting in Thrandheim. Einar Thambarskjælfr had a manor at Houseby in Skåne, but when came to him the news of the farings of King Olaf, he straightway let shear the war arrow, sent it to all four quarters, and summoned thane and thrall with all weapons, and this went with the bidding that they were to ward the land against King Olaf. The arrow bidding went to Orkdale, and even to Gauldale, and from all thereabout an host was drawn together. Chapter 38. King Olaf's faring to Thrandheim. King Olaf fared with his host down to Orkdale, and fared all quietly and with peace. But when he came down to Greatar, he met there the gathering of the Bonders, and they had more than 700 men. So King Olaf arrayed his company, for he deemed the Bonders would be minded to fight. And when the Bonders saw this, they fell to arraying them, but that went all the less smoothly, whereas beforehand nothing had been settled as to who should be captain over them. Now when King Olaf saw how unhandily matters went with the Bonders, he sent to them Thorir, son of Gudbrand, and when he came, he said that King Olaf had no mind to fight them, and named 12 men who were the noblest of their flock, and bade them come to meet King Olaf. The Bonders took that, and went forth over a certain edge hill which was there, whereas stood the battle of the king. Then spake King Olaf, Ye Bonders have now done well, in that I have now the choice of speaking with you, for that will I tell you concerning my errand hither to Thrandheim. And this in the beginning, that I wot ye have heard erst that I and Earl Hakon met last summer, and so ended our dealings, that he gave to me all the dominion which he had here in Thrandheim, which is, as ye wot, the Orkdale folk, the Gauldale folk, the Strin folk, and the Isle folk withal. And I have here the witnesses who were there, and saw the hansel between me and the Earl, and heard the words and oaths, and all the covenant which the Earl made with me. Now I will bid you law and peace, even according to that which King Olaf Triggvison bade you before me. He spoke long and bravely, and it came to this at last, that he bade the Bonders two choices: one, to come under his hand, and to yield him obedience; and the other, to have a battle with him, then and there. Thereupon the 12 Bonders went back to their band, and told them how they had sped, and sought rede from all the company as to which to take. Now although they wrangled over this between themselves for a while, yet they chose in the end to come under the king's hand. And this was bound with oaths on the Bonders' behalf. Then the king arrayed his journey, and the Bonders made banquets of welcome for him. Thereafter the king journeyed down to the sea, and betook himself a shipboard. He had a 20-benched longship from Gunnar of Gelman. Another 20-benched keel had he from Loden of Vig. A third 20-benched craft he had from Angrar on the Ness, which homestead Earl Hakon had owned, and the steward thereover was he who is named Bard the White. The king had besides some 4 or 5 cutters, and speedily he fared and held in up the Firth. Chapter 39. The journey of Earl Svein. Earl Svein was then up Thrandheim at Steinkir, and led array there a Yule feast. There was a cheaping stead. Einar Thambarskelfer heard that the men of Orkdale had come under the hand of King Olaf, and so sent to Earl Svein men with the news, who first went down to Nidois and took there a rowing cutter which Einar owned. Thereupon they sped up the Firth, and came late on a day up to Steinkir, and bore these tidings to the earl all about the journey of King Olaf. The earl had a long ship which floated tilted before his homestead. So forthwith the same evening he let flit aboard his loose money and the raiment of his men, and drink and victuals as much as the ship would hold, and they rowed down Firth straightway that same night, and came at dawn of day to Skarnsound. Thence they saw where King Olaf came up the Firth with his host, and so the earl turned towards land inward of Maswick. A thick wood was there, and they lay so close to the cliffs that leaves and limbs reached out over the ship. Then they cut large trees and set them outboard right down to the sea, and the ship might not be seen because of the leafage, nor was it full daylight when the king rode up past them. The weather was calm, and the king rode up past the island, and when they were hidden out of each other's sight, the earl rode out into the Firth, and all the way down to Frosta, where they made land, for there was the earl's dominion. Chapter 40. The council of Earl Svein and Einar. Earl Svein set men out into Galdale for Einar his brother-in-law, and when Einar came to the earl told him how all things had gone between him and King Olaf, and this therewith that he was minded to gather and host together and go to meet King Olaf and fight with him. Einar answers thus: Take we our counsel heedfully, and let us keep spying thereafter as to what King Olaf may be minded for. Let this alone be heard of us, that we are keeping quiet. For then if he heareth not of our hosting, may be that he will sit down in quiet at Steinkir over Yule, whereas now there are all things well arrayed. But if he hear that we have on hand and hosting, he will make out of the Firth forthwith, and we shall have nothing of him. So was it done as Einar spoke, and the earl went a feasting among the bonders of Stjordale. Now King Olaf, when he came to Steinkir, took all the goods for the banquet, and had them borne aboard his ships, and gat also ships of burden therefore, and took with him all victuals and drink, and gat him gone at his speediest, and held out to Nidois, where King Olaf Triggvison had let set a cheaping stead, and reared a king's house. But before that there was only one house in Nidness, as is writ afore. But when King Ærik became ruler of the land, he favoured Ladir, where his father had had his chief abode. But he left unheeded the houses which King Olaf had let build on the Nid. And some were now tumbled down, while other some, though standing, were scarce meet for dwelling in. King Olaf steered his ships up into the Nid, and forthwith he let dight for dwelling the houses yet standing, and rear those up again which were fallen down, and had thereat a throng of men. And he let flit into the houses both the drink and the victuals, being minded to sit there Yule tide over. But when Earl Svein and Einar heard this, they laid their plan on their side. Chapter 41. Of Sigvat the Skald. Thord Sigvaldi Skald was the name of a man of Iceland. He had been for a long time with Earl Sigvaldi, and later with Thorkel the High, the brother of the earl. But after the fall of the earl, Thord turned chapman. He happened on King Olaf when he was on his western Viking fare, and became his man, and followed him ever after. And when these tidings befell, he was with the king. Sigvat was the son of Thord, and was fostered with Thorkel of Apewater. But when he was well nigh a full-grown man, he fared out from the land with certain chapmen, and the ship came to Thrandheim in the harvest tide, and the shipmates took quarters in the countryside. This same winter came King Olaf to Thrandheim, as hath been written e'en now. But when Sigvat heard that his father was there with the king, he went to the king, and met Thord his father, and abode there a while. Sigvat was early a good skald. He had made a song on King Olaf, and bade the king give ear to it, but the king said he would have no songs made on him, and says he knows not how to listen to songcraft. Then Sigvat answers: All noble Skather of Merk Blue, steed of the tilt, now hear me. For well can I in songcraft, and sure one skald thou mayest have, though wholly thou mayest thrust off the praising of all other. For thee, all wielder, surely shall I get good might of singing. King Olaf gave to Sigvat for song reward a golden ring, which weighed half a mark. Sigvat became one of King Olaf's bodyguard. Then he sang: O battle Njord, fain took I thy sword to me, that would I, nor blamed the deed thereafter. Yea, 'twas a thing praiseworthy. O stem of the lair of the brother of the serpent, well we bargained. A true house carle thou gettest, and I a right good master. Earl Svein had let take half sailing fees for the Iceland ship, as had been the wont aforetime, for Earl Ærik and Earl Hakon had one half of that revenue, just as of all others in Thrandheim. But when King Olaf was come there, he appointed his men to gather in half sailing fees from Iceland ships. But those of this ship went to see the king, and prayed Sigvat for his help. So he went before the king, and sang: Prayer wearing shall they call me, the gladdeners of fight vulture. If now for the cloaks, I pray thee, erst sea's fire have we taken. Waster of lair of mead worm, half sailing dues yet grant thou to go back to the round ship. 'Tis I myself have craved it. Chapter 42 of Earl Svein. Earl Svein, he and Einar Thambar Skelfer drew together a great host, and went out to Galdale by the upland ways, and make out for Nedois, having well nigh 20 men. King Olaf's men were out on Gall Ridge, keeping guard on horseback, and got to spy how the host went down Galdale, and brought the king the news by midnight. So forthwith King Olaf stood up and let wake the host, and straightway they went aboard ship, and bore out all their raiment and weapons, and everything they might get away with, and thereupon rowed out of the river. Even at that nick of time came the host of the earl into the town, and they took all the Yule victuals, and burnt all the houses. So King Olaf fared down the firth to Orkdale, and there went off from the ships, and so fared up through Orkdale right up to the mountains, and east over them to the dales. It is told of this, to wit, that Earl Svein burnt the homestead of Nedois in that lay which was made on Cleng the son of Brusi. All wielders half made houses by the very Nidside burnt they. Deem I that fire the hall felled on the host, the flame shot ashes. Chapter 43 of King Olaf. Then King Olaf fared southward along the Gudbrands Dales, and from thence down to Heathmark. Through the heart of winter he went all about a guesting, but when spring set in, he drew an host together, and went down to the Wick. From Heathmark he had a large company, which the kings gat for him. Thence fared many landed men and rich bonders, and in that band was Kettle Calf from Ringness. From Roumrel too King Olaf had some folk. King Sigurd's sow, his stepfather, came and joined him with a large following. So they made down for the sea, and betook themselves aboard ship, and made ready from the inner Wick, and a fair host and a mickle had they. But when they had dight all their host, they made out for Tunsberg. Chapter 44 of Earl Svein's host. Forthwith after Yule, Earl Svein gathered an host together all about Thrandheim, and biddeth the muster, and dighteth his ships. In those times there was in Norway a multitude of landed men, and many of them were mighty men, and of so great kindred that they were sprung from the blood of kings or of earls by but a short tale of forefathers, and mighty wealthy they were withal. But all the trust of the kings or the earls that ruled over the land was in the landed men. For so it was that in every folkland the landed men ruled over the throng of the bonders. Now Earl Svein was friendly with the landed men, and therefore he sped well in the muster of his host. Einar Thambar-Skelfer, the brother-in-law of Earl Svein, was with him, and many other landed men, many too who in the winter before had sworn oaths of fealty to King Olaf, both landed men and bonders. Now forthwith, when they were ready, they set off out of the firth, and held south along the land, and drew together men out of every folkland. But when they came south past Rogaland, then came to meet them Erling Skjalgsson, and had a great host, and with him were many landed men. On they held with all the host east to Wick, and it was at the time when Lent was wearing that Earl Svein sought in to the Wick. He brought his host past Grenmar, and came to anchor off Nesjar. Chapter 45 of King Olaf's Host. Then King Olaf held with his host down the Wick, and but short way there was now between them, and each knew of the other on the Saturday before Palm Sunday. King Olaf was aboard the ship, which was called Karl's Head, on the stem whereof was carven the head of a king, and that he himself had carved. That head was long scythens in Norway used on ships which chieftains steered. End of the story of Olaf the Holy, Part 3, Chapter 31 through 45. Section 32 of Heimskringla by Snorri Sturleson, translated by George Pope Morris and Eiríkr MAGNÚSSON. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Story of Olaf the Holy, Part 4, Chapter 46 through 60. Chapter 46, King Olaf's Talk. On the Sunday morning, as soon as day dawned, King Olaf stood up and arrayed himself, and went ashore, and let blow up for all the host to go ashore. Then had he talk with the host, and tells all folk that he had learnt that there was but a short way between him and Earl Svein. Now, said he, shall we get ready, for there will be short while to abide till we meet. Let men now get their weapons, and let each one bedight him and his place whereunto he has already been marshalled, so that all men be all dight when I let blow for departure. Sithence row we in close array. Let none fare before the whole fleet fareth, and let none lag behind then, when I row out of the haven. For we may not know whether we shall come upon the Earl where he is lying now, or whether they be seeking to set on us. But if we meet each other, and a battle befall, let our men close up the ships, and be ready to lash them. At first let us but ward us, and take we good heed of our weapons, lest we bear them on to the sea, or hurl them into the deep. But when the battle is pitched, and the ships have been grappled, then make ye the brunt as hard as ever ye may, and let each one do at his manliest. Chapter 47, Battle off Nesjar. King Olaf had on his ship 100 men in ring burnies and Welsh helms. Most of his men had white shields with the Holy Cross laid thereon in gold, while some were drawn with red stone or blue. A cross withal he had let draw in white on the brow of all helms. He had a white banner, and that was a worm. Then he let sing him the hours, and thereafter he went aboard his ship, and bade men eat and drink somewhat. Thereafter he let blow the war blast, and they set off out of the harbor, rowing in search of the Earl. But when they came off the haven where the Earl had lain, there was the Earl's host under weapons, and was minded to row out of the harbor. But when they saw the battle of the king, they began to lash the ships together, and set up their banners, and made ready. But when King Olaf saw that, they fell to their oars, and the king laid aboard the ship of Earl Svein, and straightway the battle was joined. So says Sigvat the Scald. The king wrought men much on set, where he thrust into the battle on Svein amidst the haven. Red blood on Rodi's deer fell. Their valiant king held onwards relentless, where he wrought him the war mote bold. There Svein's men were binding ships together. Here it is said that King Olaf went into battle, but Svein lay before him in the harbor. Sigvat the Scald was there in the battle. He wrought forthwith the next summer that lay which is called the Nesciar-Ditties, and there he tells carefully of these tidings. I know how that craftsmaster of Point Frost let lay Karl's head all nigh unto the earl there, unto the east of Agdir. The fight was of the fiercest, and it was a long while ere one looking over it might see which way it would turn. Fell a many on either side, and a multitude were wounded. So says Sigvat. No need to taunt Earl Svein then, or Olaf battle merry, for the breeze of the moon of battle, or gale of the din of sword edge. For each of that twain of warriors they had full choice of hewing where each on each fell. Never came host to worser fight stead. The earl had the more numerous host, but the king a chosen crew aboard his ship, that had followed him in war, and was so bravely dight, as is aforesaid, that every man had on a ring burning, and thus they gat no wounds. So says Sigvat. Glad saw I the coal burnies over our shoulders falling, in the host of the king the noble. Hard there betid the sword din. There was my black hair hidden by Welsh helm from the shaft flight. Fight fellow, then I knew us so dight in the host of battle. Chapter 48. The Flight of Earl Svein. But when folk began to fall on board Earl Svein's ship, and some were wounded, and the crew grew thinner along the gunwale, then King Olaf's men turned to boarding the earl's ship. So the banner was borne up aboard the ship which lay nearest to that of the earl, and the king himself followed the banner. So says Sigvat. The golden staff rushed on there, where we furtherers of the Sark din of Gondel went neath banners with the glorious king on warship. Aboard that steed of tackle 'twas naught as when a maid bears mead to the king's wage takers, 'twas medal greeting rather. There was then a brisk brunt, and of Svein's men some fell thick and fast, but others some sprang overboard. So says Sigvat. All wroth, we rushed on swiftly up on the ship. There heard we high crash of meeting weapons, brands reddened, shields to cloven. There went the wounded bonders outboard, whereas we battled. Unfew swam corpses beachward, ships bravely dight were taken. And again this, the white shields we came bearing, for us there folk did redden. Easy it was to see it, how there we dealt the sword voice. The young king whom we followed, methinks the warship boarded. Blood gulp gat the foul of battle there, where the swords were blunted. Then the fall of men turned to the host of the earl, and the king's men set upon the ship of the earl, and were on the very point of boarding her. But when the earl saw to how hopeless a pass things were come, he called upon his forecastle men to cut the cables and let loose the ships, and even so they did. Then the king's men caught the beaks of the ships with grapnels, and thus held them fast. Then the earl cried out that the forecastle men should hew off the beaks, and even so they did. So says Sigvat. 'Twas Svein himself that fiercely bade hew off the black beaks there. Ere that thrust was he well nigh into ill hap full fashioned, whereas we wrought and made there good cheer unto the Raven. For Ig's black chuff the host hewed corpses around the ship's prows. Einar Thambar-Skelfer had laid his ship on the other board of that of the earl, and his men threw an anchor into the prow of the earl's ship, and thus they all drifted together out into the Firth. And after that the whole host of the earl took to flight and rowed out into the Firth. Bersi, the son of Skald Torfa, was in the forehold of Earl Svein's ship. So when the ship glided forth by the fleet, then speaketh King Olaf on high, when he knew Bersi, who was a man easily known, the goodliest to look on of all men, and wondrous well bedight of weapons and raiment. "Fare ye hail, Bersi, hail to thee, King," said he. So says Bersi in that song which he wrought when he came into King Olaf's power, and sat in fetters. Thou badest this crafts master of songcraft hail, be faring, and such like did I answer unto the fight's swift driver. I loath of hindrance, bitter of fire, of the good ships outland, soul the same word of the high born that I bought of the bowl of burning. I have seen Svein's mighty trouble. We two have fared together where bright cold tongues of war swords were singing loud and swiftly. No man, forsooth, henceforward shall I follow, none full surely that shall be nobler bitter of the tempest of the wave elk. O swayer of wound serpent, I crawl not so before thee. This year, forsooth, I tarry in Atti's skate no little. That I, O wage good captain of war hosts, should throw over dear friends, or come to loathe them. Young knew I there thy foeman. Chapter 49. Earl Svein's faring from the land. Now fled ashore some of Earl Svein's men, but some gave themselves up to quarter. Then Earl Svein and his host rowed out into the Firth, and laid their ships together, and the chiefs had parley together, and the earl sought rede of the landed men. Erling Skilgsson counselled that they should sail to the north country, and get an host together, and once more fight with King Olaf. But inasmuch as they had lost much folk, most all of them urged the earl to leave the land and go meet the Swede king his brother-in-law, and strengthen himself thence with war host. And that counsel urged Einar Thambar-Skelfer, whereas he deemed that as then they had no means wherewith to fight against King Olaf. Then sundered their host, the earl sailing south about the fold, and Einar Thambar-Skelfer with them. Erling Skilgsson and many other landed men besides, such as would not flee away from their birthright lands, went north to their homes, and that summer through Erling had a great company about him. Chapter 50. Parley between King Olaf and King Sigurd. King Olaf and his men got aware that Earl Svein had laid his ships together. Then King Sigurd egged on to fall on the earl and file the steel home. King Olaf says he will first see what counsel the earl taketh up, whether they keep the host together, or it sundereth from him. Sigurd said he would belike be having his way. But this my mind forebodes me, says he, that with thy temper and masterfulness thou wilt but late make those big bucks trusty men, whereas they have erst been wont to hold themselves big against their lords. Now the onset came to naught, and soon they saw how the earl's host sundered. Then King Olaf let ransack the slain, and they lay there certain nights and shared the war gettings. Then Sigvat the Skald sang these staves. Yea, this I deem moreover, that many a murder craftsman, who fared from the north, shall fail him of home fare from that hard Stour. For many a sound sunspender from off the splice knots war steed sank down unto the sea ground. At sea we met Svein soothly. Now the fair Thrandheim maidens this year shall never taunt us, though lesser was the king's host, for sooth of brunt was somewhat. That host, the brides, shall rather mock now, if one be mocked, who beardling went in onset, the Skerry's field we reddened. And still this, the king's might waxeth, whereas the upland men will further this sender forth of decked steed. Svein, this hast thou found for thee. Tried is it that heath markers must win more work than drinking the ale of the fight upstirrer. The flight of corpse worms had they. King Olaf gave good gifts to King Sigurd's sow, his stepfather, at their parting, and to the other chiefs withal who had given him help. To Kettle of Ringness he gave a keel of burden of 15 benches, and Kettle brought that ship up along Raumelf all the way up into Meors. Chapter 51 of King Olaf. King Olaf held spies over the farings of the Earl, but when he heard that the Earl was away from the land, then fared he west along the Wick, drifted an host to him, and he was taken for kings at things, and in this wise he fared right on to Lindendisnes. Then he heard that Erling Skjalgsson had a great gathering, so the king tarried no longer at North Agdir, for he fell in with a brisk wind at will, and he fared at his speediest north to Thrandheim, for there he deemed was all the pith of the land, if he might there bring the folk down under him while the Earl was away from the land. But when King Olaf came to Thrandheim, then was no uprising against him there, and there he was taken to king. And he set him down there in the harvest tide at Nedois, and there dight him winter quarters. He let house a king's garth, and reared Clement's church there, whereas it now standeth. He marked out tofts for garths, and gave them to goodmen and chapmen, or to any others he would, and who were minded to house. He sat there with many men about him, for he trusted the Thrandheimers' good faith but little, if so be the Earl should come back to the land. The up Thrandheimers were witted most herein, whereas thence he gat no king's dues. Chapter 52 Earl Svein and Olaf the Swede King take counsel together. Earl Svein fared first to Sweden to Olaf the Swede King, his brother-in-law, and telleth him all about his dealings with Olaf the Thick, and sought counsel of the Swede King as to what he shall take up. The king saith the Earl had better be with him, if he will have that, and have there such dominion to sway over as he deemeth befitting, or else, says he, I shall hand over to thee host enow to seek the land from Olaf's hand. This the Earl chose, for all his men egged him thereto, whereas many of them who were there with him had broad lands in Norway. Now as they sat in council together over this matter, they came to accord to fare next winter by land across Helsingland and Iamtland, and thence down upon Thrandheim, for the Earl trusted the up Thrandheimers best for steadfastness and help if he came there. But in the meanwhile they made up their mind first to go a-warring in the summer tide into the east ways to gather wealth. Chapter 53 Death of Earl Svein. Earl Svein went with his host east into Garth realm, and harried there, and abode there through the summer. But when the autumn set in, he turned, together with his host, to Sweden. Then gat he the sickness which brought him to bane. After the death of the Earl, the company that had followed him went back to Sweden, while some turned to Helsingland, and thence to Iamtland, making their way from east over the Kiel to Thrandheim, where they told the tidings which had befallen in their journey. Then the tale about the death of Earl Svein was known for a truth. Chapter 54 of the Thrandheimers. Einar Thambar Skelfer, together with the company which had followed him, went in the winter to the Swede King, and was there holden in good cheer. Therewithal were many other folk who had followed the Earl. The Swede King took it mightily ill that Olaf the Thick had sat him down in his Scatland, and driven away Earl Svein. For that cause the king vowed the heaviest lot on Olaf, as whenso he might bring it about. Says he that Olaf would not be so overbold as to take under him the dominion which had been the Earl's before, and all the men of the Swede King were of one mind with him that so would it be. But when the Thrandheimers heard for a truth that Earl Svein was dead, and that he was not to be looked for in Norway, then turned all the commonalty to the obedience of King Olaf. Then fared many men from up Thrandheim to meet King Olaf, and became his men, while other some sent words and tokens that they were wishful to serve him. That harvest therefore he went into up Thrandheim, and held things with the Bonders, and in every folkland he was taken to king. Thereupon he went back out to Nedois, and let thither be gathered all the king's dues, and made ready there for winter quarters. Chapter 55 The King's Garth housed. King Olaf let house a king's garth at Nedois. There was done a big court hall with a door at either end, but the high seat of the king was in the midmost of the hall. Up from him sat Grimkel, his court bishop, and next to him again other clerks of his, but down from the king sat his councillors. In the other high seat, straight over against him, sat his marshal, Bjorn the Thick, and then the guests. If men of high degree came to King Olaf, they were well seated. By litten fires should ale be drunk. He appointed men to their services according as custom was among kings. He had about him 60 bodyguards and 30 guests, and assessed them wages and gave them laws. Withal he had 30 housecarls to work all needful service in the garth and at whatso ingatherings were needful. He had many thralls withal. In the garth also was a mickle hall wherein slept the bodyguard, and there was withal a mickle chamber wherein the king held his court councils. Chapter 56 of the wont of King Olaf. It was the wont of King Olaf to rise betimes in the morning, and dress and take a hand bath, and then to go to church to hear matins and morning tide, and then to go to council to appease men, or to talk and tell whatso else he deemed needful. He summoned to him rich and unrich, and all such as were accounted wisest. Often let he tell before him the laws which Hakon, Ethelstan's foster son, had set forth in Thrandheim. He framed laws by the rede of the wisest men, and took out or added whatever seemed good to him. But the canon right he framed by the counsel of Bishop Grimkel and other clerks, and set his whole heart on putting down heathendom and ancient wants, wherein he deemed was Christ's scathe. At last it came to this, that the Bonders yea said these laws which the king set forth, even as says Sigvat: Dweller in loft of yoke, beast of the wave, 'tis thou must fashion the lands right, standing steadfast amidst the host of all men. King Olaf was a man of good manners, full mild, few spoken, open handed, but wealth grasping. Then was with King Olaf Sigvat the Scald, as was writ afore, and other some Iceland men. King Olaf asked after it carefully, how Christian faith was holden in Iceland, and deemed it lacked much of being well, for they told the king of the holding of the faith there, that it was allowed in law to eat horseflesh and cast out children, even after the fashion of the heathen, and other things else, wherein was Christ's scathe. Withal they told the king of many of the great men that then were in Iceland. Skapti, the son of Thorod, then had the law say in the land. The manners of men wide in lands would he ask of such men as wotted clearest thereof, and led most his questioning towards the holding of Christ's faith in Orkney, and in Shetland, and in Faroe, and learnt that widely it fell far short of being well kept. Such talk would he oftenest have in his mouth, or discourse about law, or the right of the land. Chapter 57, concerning the messengers of Olaf the Swede king, and of the death of Osgout bailiff. That same winter came from the east, from Sweden, messengers from Olaf the Swede king, who had 2 brothers over them, to wit, Thorgout Harelip and Osgout bailiff, with 24 men. But when they came from the east over the Kiel into Varadale, they summoned a thing of the Bonders, and had parley with them, and claimed of them then and there dues and scat on behalf of the Swede king. But the Bonders took counsel together, and were of one consent, that they would yield what the Swede king craved, if Olaf king of Norway should claim no land dues of them on his behalf. Said they that they would not pay dues to both of them. So the messengers left, and made their way down along the dales, and at every thing holden they got from the Bonders the same answers, but no money. Thence they fared out to Scone, and had a thing there, and again craved the payment of dues, but all fared the same way as before. Then they went to Steoradale, and craved things there, but the Bonders would not so much as come thither. Now the messengers saw that their errand was naught, so Thorgout was minded to fare back east. Meseems, said Asgout, that we have not yet sped the king's errand. I will fare to meet King Olaf, since the Bonders put their case to him. So he had his way, and they fared out to the town, where they took harbour. Next day they went to the king as he sat at table, and greeted him, and said that they were come with an errand of the Swede king. The king bade them come see him the next day. So that next day, when the king had heard ours, he went to his thing house, and let call thither the Swede king's men, and bade them put forth their errand. Then spoke Thorgout, telling first on what errand they fared and were sent, and next how the up Thrandheimers had answered. After that he bade the king settle what like speed their errand thither should have. The king says, while earls bore sway here over the land, it was not wondrous that the folk of the land should pay their dues to them, since they had a birthright title to the realm, rather than that they should lout before outland kings. It was more right, moreover, that the earls should give fealty and service to such kings as had rightly come to the realm here, than to outland princes uprising with unpeace against the rightful kings, and cutting them away from the land. But for Olaf the Swede king, who claimeth Norway, I know not what title, in which there be truth, he hath thereto. But hereof we may mind us what man's scathe we have gotten at the hands of him and his friends. Says Asgout, it is not to be wondered at that thou art called Olaf the Big, so bigly as thou answerest the message of such a lord. Unclearly wottest thou how heavy to bear shall be the wrath of the king, as they have come to know to their cost, who had more of pith than meseems thou wilt have. But if thou wilt masterfully hold the realm rather, thou wert better go meet him and become his man, and then we will pray along with thee that he be pleased to enfife thee of this realm. Then answereth the king, and took up the words in lowly wise. Other rede have I for thee, Asgout. Fare ye now back to your king, and tell him this, that early next spring I shall dight me east for the land marches, where of old was the sundering of the realms of the king of Norway and of the Swede king. And then he may come thither, if he will, so that we may frame peace together, on such terms that each of us rule over that realm to which we have birthright. Then turned away the messengers and back to their harbour, and made ready for departing. But the king went to table. Thereafter the messengers went into the king's garth. But when the doorwards saw that, they told the king thereof, who bade them not let the messengers in. I will not speak with them, says he. So the messengers went their ways. Then says Thorgout that he is minded to turn back with his men. But Asgout says that he has made up his mind to carry the king's business through. Then they parted, and Thorgout took his way up to Strind, but Asgout and his men, 12 in all, turned up to Gauldale, and thence out to Orkdale, being minded to fare south to Mere, there to carry out the business of the Swede king. But when King Olaf was ware thereof, he sent the guests after them. They happened on them at Stone, out on the Ness, laid hands on them, and put them in bonds, and led them up to Gallege, and there raised a gallows, and hanged them, where they might be seen out of the firth from the high seaway. These tidings Thorgout heard or ever he fared back from Thrandheim. Thereupon he went all the way until he fell in with the Swede king, and tells him all that had betid in their journey. The king was full wroth when he heard this said, and there was no lack then of high words. Chapter 58. Peace made between King Olaf and Erling Skjalgsson. Next spring King Olaf Haraldsson bade out folk from Thrandheim, and dight him to fare east into the land. Then also Iceland ships got ready to leave Thrandheim. King Olaf sent word and tokens to Hjalti Skeggesson, bidding him come meet him. He sent word also to Skapti, the speaker at law, and to those other men who bore most rule in Iceland, that they should take out of the law that which to him seemed to war most against Christendom. And therewith he sent friendly words to all the people of the land together. The king sailed south along the land, and tarried somewhat in every folkland, and held things with the bonders. And at everything he let read out the Christian law, and the ordinances thereunto appertaining. There and then he undid many evil wants and heathendoms amongst the people, whereas the earls had holden well to ancient laws and the right of the land, but as to Christendom they let every one do as he would. At that time things had gone so far that in most places along the seaward countrysides men were christened, but Christian laws were unknown to most folk. But about the upper dale land and fell dwellings folk were yet widely all heathen. For so soon as the people had their own way with it, that troth abode fastest in their memory, which they had learned when they were bairns. But to those who would not shape them to the will of the king in the holding of Christendom, he threatened evil dealings, were they rich or unrich. At every law thing Olaf was taken for king over all the land, and then no man gainsaid him more. When he lay in sound the word went between him and Erling-Skjalgsson that they should make peace, and a meeting for peace was appointed in Whiting Isle. Now as soon as they met they spoke together themselves about the peace, and Erling deemed that there was somewhat to be found in the king's words other than what had been told him, for he spoke for this that he would have all those grants which Olaf Triggvison had given him, and after him the Earls Svein and Hakon likewise. Then I shall become thy man and be thy faithful friend, says he. The king answers, It seems to me, Erling, that it would be no worse for thee to take of me as great grants as thou didst take of Earl Ærik, a man who had done to thee the greatest manscathe. But I shall make thee the noblest landed man in the land, though I will bestow my grants of my own will, and will not let it be that ye landed men have a birthright to the heritage of my kindred, and that I must needs moreover buy your services for many times their worth. Erling had no mind to pray the king in this matter, for he saw that the king was not to be led. He saw withal that he had two choices to hand, the one to make no peace with the king and take the risk how things would go, or else to let the king have his own way. So this he chose, much though it was against his mind, and spake to the king, That service which I give to thee of mine own will shall be of most avail to thee. So then they dropped the matter. After that Erling's kinsmen and friends came forward and prayed him to yield, and do with wit rather than mastery. Thou wilt, said they, be ever the noblest of landed men in Norway, both for thy prowess and thy kindred and thy wealth. Erling found that this was wholesome rede, and that they did by good will who spoke thus. Thus he did then, and became the king's man, on such terms as the king determined in the end. And so they parted, being at peace, in words at least. So King Olaf went on his ways east along the land. Chapter 59. The slaying of Eilif the Goutlander. Straightway when King Olaf came to the Wick, and that was known, the Danes fared away, they who held bailiffries there of the Dane king, and sought to Denmark, and would not abide King Olaf. But King Olaf went on up the Wick, holding things with the Bonders, and all the folk of the land came under him, and so he took to himself all the king's dues there, and tarried about the Wick that summer through. From Tunsberg he held east over the fold all the way east beyond Swine Sound. Then began the realm of the Swede king. Over those parts he had set for bailiffs Eilif the Goutlander over the northern lot, and Roy Squint Eye over the eastern, and all the way to the Elf. He had his kindred on both sides of the Elf, and great lands in Heising. He was a mighty man, and of plenteous wealth. Eilif also was a man of great kin. Now when King Olaf brought his host into Ranrealm, he summoned the men of the land to a thing, and there came together to meet him those men who dwelt about the islands there, or nigh unto the sea. Now when the thing was set, spake Bjorn the king's marshal, bidding the Bonders take to them King Olaf, even as had been done elsewhere in Norway. A man hight Byrnjolf Camel, a noble Bonder, stood up and said, We Bonders know what has been the rightest land sundering from of old between the King of Norway and the Swede king and the Dane king, to wit, that the Gout Elf has ruled it from the Venner Lake to the sea, but northward the Marklands have ruled it even unto Eidshah, and thence the Kiel all the way north to Finnmark, withal that now one, now the other have overrun each other's lands. The Swedes have long had dominion all the way to Swine Sound. Yet, sooth to say, I wot that many men are of will that they had liefer serve the King of Norway. But men lack boldness in the matter, seeing that we have the realm of the Swede king both to the east of us, to the south, and inland of us all about, while it may be looked for that the King of Norway will speedily depart north away into the land, where there be broader countrysides, and then have we no might to uphold strife against the Goutlanders. So it behooves the king to look to some wholesome rede for us, fain as we are to become his men. Now when the thing was over, Byrnjolf was the guest of the king in the evening, and so also the next day, and many things they talked over together in privy wise. Thereupon fared the king east along the Wick, and when Eilif heard that the king was there, he let bear spying on his ways. Eilif had 30 men of his following, and was up in the dwelt lands on the border of the Marklands, and had there a gathering of Bonders. Many Bonders went to meet King Olaf, while others sent him words of friendship. Then men went between King Olaf and Eilif, and the franklins prayed both for a long time to appoint a thing betwixt them, and in one way or another settle peace. They said to Eilif that it was to be looked for of the king, that if folk did not shape them according to his word, they might look for exceeding hard dealings at his hands. And they said that Eilif should not lack folk. Then it was settled that they should come down and have a thing with the bonders and the king. But then King Olaf sent Thorir the Long, the guest captain, and 6 of them all told, to Brynjolf. They had burnies under their kirtles and hats over their helmets. The next day the bonders came thronging down with Eilif. Brynjolf was there then amongst his company, and Thorir in Brynjolf's following. The king laid his ship, whereas was a certain cliff jutting into the sea. There he stepped a land and sat down on the cliff together with his host. But above the cliff was a field whereon was the gathering of the bonders. But Eilif's men stood up in a shield burg around him. Bjorn the marshal spoke long and boldly on behalf of the king. But as he sat down, up stood Eilif and began speaking. And in that nick of time Thorir the Long stood up and drew his sword and hewed Eilif on his neck, so that off went his head. Then sprang to their feet the whole crowd of the bonders. But the Goutlanders took to their heels and ran off, and Thorir and his men slew some amongst them. But when the host halted and quieted down from the turmoil, the king stood up and bade the bonders sit down, and they did so, and many things were spoken. But in the end the bonders became the king's men, and yea, set him allegiance. But on his part he promised them in return not to part from them thereupon, but to tarry there until he and Olaf the Swede king should have settled their troubles in one way or another. After this King Olaf laid under him all the northernmost bailiwick, and went that summer all the way east to the Elf, and got all the king's dues along the sea border and from the islands. But when summer wore, he turned back north towards the Wick, and made up along Raum Elf. In that water is a great force called Sarp, and from the north by the force a ness goes into the river. There let King Olaf do a wall right across the ness, of stones and turf and wood, and let dig a dyke on the outward thereof, and here he reared a mickle earthen burg, and within the burg he set up a cheaping stead, and a king's garth he housed there, and let make merry church. There also he let mark tofts for other garths, and got men to house the same. Through harvest he let flit thither such ingatherings as were needed for winter fare, and sat there through the winter with a great multitude of people, having appointed his own men to all bailiwicks there. He forbade all flitting of goods from the Wick up into Goutland, both herring and salt, which the Goutlanders might ill lack. The king had a great Yule bidding, and bade to him many wealthy bonders from the countrysides. Chapter 60 of Eyvind Horn. There was a man hight Eyvind Horn of East Agdir kindred. He was a big man and of mighty kin, and went every summer a warring, whiles west over sea, whiles into the east ways, or south to Friesland. He had a 20-benched cutter well found. He had been at Nessiar and given aid to King Olaf, and when they parted there, King Olaf avowed him his friendship, and Eyvind in return pledged his aid to the king wheresoever he would crave it. This winter Eyvind was a Yule guest of King Olaf, and took good gifts of him. There was also with the king at the time Brynjolf Camel, and he had for a Yule gift from the king a gold wrought sword, and therewithal the manor called Vetland, the greatest of chiefsteads. Brynjolf sang a ditty about the gifts, whereof this is the ending: the famed lord, he gave me both Brand and Vetland. Then the king gave him the title of a landed man, and the greatest friend of the king was Brynjolf ever after. End of the story of Olaf the Holy, Part 4, chapters 46 through 60. Section 33 of Heimskringla by Snorri Sturleson. Translated by George Pope Morris and Eiríkr MAGNÚSSON. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The story of Olaf the Holy, Part 5, Chapter 61 through 75. Chapter 61: The Slaying of Thrand the White. That winter Thrand the White went out of Thrandheim east into Iamtland to call in scat. on behalf of King Olaf the Thick. But when he had fetched in the scat, the men of the Swede king came there, and slew Thrand, him and them 12 together, and took the scat, and brought it to the Swede king. That heard King Olaf, and it liked him ill. Chapter LXII. Christening of the Wick. King Olaf had bidden Christian law throughout the Wick, even in the same fashion as north away in the land, and that sped well. Whereas to the men of the Wick Christian wants were known much better than to folk north away in the land, in that both winter and summer was much thronging of merchants there, both of Danish and Saxon. The Wick men withal were very busy in chaffering journeys to England and Saxland, or to Flanders, or to Denmark. But some were out a Viking, and took up their winter quarters in Christian lands. Chapter LXIII. The Fall of Roy. In the spring King Olaf sent word for Eyvind to come to him, and they had a talk long in privity. Soon thereafter Eyvind got ready to fare a Viking. He sailed south along the Wick, and lay to in the Oak Isles west of Heimskringla. There he heard that Roy Squint Eye had gone north to Ordost, and had drawn together folk there, and land dues on behalf of the King of Sweden, and was then to be looked for from the north. Then Eyvind rode into Howes Sound, but Roy came even then, rowing from the north, and in the very sound they met and fought. There fell Roy the White and nigh 30 men, and Eyvind took to him all the wealth that Roy had had. So Eyvind went thence into the east ways, and was a Viking through the summer. Chapter LXIV. The Fall of Gudleik and Thorgaut Herlip. There was a man hight Gudleik the Garthrealmer, of Agdir kindred, a mariner and a mickle chapman, wealthy withal, and one who went on chaffering journeys to sundry lands. He would often go east into Garthrealm, and for that cause was called Gudleik the Garthrealmer. Now this spring Gudleik died at his ship, being minded to go in the summer east to Garthrealm. King Olaf sent him word that he would see him. So when Gudleik came to him, the king told him he wished to be in fellowship with him, and prayed him to buy him dear havings hard to get in the land. Gudleik said it should be as the king would. Then let the king pay him such wealth as it seemed him good, and Gudleik went into the east ways in the summer. They lay a while off Gothland, and here it befell as oft that they were not all of them too close of their words, and the islanders got wind of it, that on board the ship was a chaffering fellow of Olaf the Thick. Gudleik went into the east ways in the summer all the way to Holmgarth, and bought there the cloths full choice which he was minded for the king for his robes of state, and therewith furs of great price, and a glorious table service. In harvest tide, when Gudleik fared from the east, he fell in with contrary winds, and for a long time they lay beside Ireland. Now Thorgaut Herlip had in the autumn espied Gudleik's journeyings, and he came here upon them with a long ship, and fought with them. They warded themselves long, but inasmuch as mickle were the odds, Gudleik fell, and many of his shipmates, and many were wounded. So Thorgaut took all their wealth to him, together with the treasures of King Olaf, and he and his shared among them equally all the prey. But, he says, the treasures shall the Swede king have, for, says he, they are some deal of the scat which he hath to take of Norway. So Thorgaut went east away to Sweden. Now the tidings were speedily known. A little after, Eyvind Eroxhorn came to Ireland, and when he heard this, he sailed away east after Thorgaut and his company, and they happened on each other in the Swede skerries, and fought. There fell Thorgerd and the most part of his company, the rest jumping overboard into the deep. So Eyvind took all the wealth they had taken from Gudleik, and King Olaf's treasures withal. Eyvind fared back to Norway in the autumn and brought his treasures to King Olaf. The king thanked him well for his journey and promised him his friendship once more. At this time King Olaf had been king of Norway for 3 years. Chapter 65. The meeting of King Olaf and Earl Ragnvald. This same summer King Olaf had out the folk once more, and once more fared all the way east as far as the Elf, and lay there long through the summer. Then passed word sending between King Olaf and Earl Ragnvald and Ingibiorg, Tryggvi's daughter, the earl's wife. She furthered with all her might the helping of King Olaf, and was most headstrong in the matter. For 2 causes this went that way, both because there was mickle kinship betwixt her and King Olaf, and moreover because she might not forget it of the Swede king that he had been at the fall of King Olaf Triggvison, her brother, and for that sake she deemed she had a claim to the sway over Norway. Now by her pleadings the earl's mind was much turned towards friendship with King Olaf, and at last it came to this, that the earl and the king set a day between them and met at the Elf. There they talked over many things, and most chiefly about the dealings betwixt the Norway king and the Swede king, and both said, what indeed was true, that both to the Wickmen and to the Goutlanders the sheerest waste of their lands was in it, that there should not be peace of markets betwixt the lands. Now in the end they made truce and peace between themselves till the next summer, and at parting they gave gifts to each other and bespoke friendship between themselves. Chapter 66. The ill will of the Swede king to King Olaf Haraldsson. Then the king fared north into the Wick, and had for himself all king's dues all the way to the Elf, and all the folk of the land had then come under him. King Olaf the Swede harbored so great ill will against Olaf Haraldsson that no man was to be so bold as to call him by his right name in the hearing of the king. They called him the Thick Man, and ever gave him hard words when so he was spoken of. Chapter 67. Beginning of the peacemaking story. The bonders of the Wick spoke among themselves, saying that the only thing to be done was that the kings should make agreement and peace between them, and deemed they were ill bestead if the kings should be ever harrying each other. But this murmur no one durst bear boldly before the king. Then bade they Bjorn the marshal to flit this case before the king, that he send men to meet the Swede king to bid him peace of his own hand. This Bjorn was loath to do, and begged off, but for the prayer of many of his friends he promised at last to lay this matter before the king, but said that his mind foreboded him that the king would take it unmeetly that he should yield in aught at all to the Swede king. This summer came from the west, from Iceland, Hjalti Skeggesson, at the behest of King Olaf, and forthwith he fared to meet King Olaf, and the king gave him a good welcome, bade Hjalti abide with him, and showed him to a seat beside Bjorn the marshal, and thus the two became messmates, and good fellowship grew up speedily betwixt them. But on a time when as King Olaf had parley with his host and with bonders, and the affairs of the land were talked over, Bjorn the marshal spoke. What art thou minded, king, as to that unpeace which here is betwixt the Swede king and thee? Now each side has lost many men at the hands of the other, but no settlement is there now, any more than before, as to what of the realm each shall have. Thou hast now sat here in the Wick 1 winter and 2 summers, and left at the back of thee all the land north away hence. Now men are growing weary of sitting here, they who have lands and heirship in the north country. Now it is the will of landed men, and of others of thine host, and of the bonders withal, that one road or other this should be sheared out. And seeing that now truce and peace is established with the Earl of the West Gouts, who here are the nearest neighbors, men deem that the best thing would be that thou send men to the Swede king, and bid him peace of your own hand. And many of them who are about the Swede king would stand up for that matter, for it is to the gain of both sides, those to wit, who dwell in the land both here and there. At Bjorn's talk the folk made good cheer. Then spake the king, "That rede, Bjorn, which thou hast here upborne, it is meetest that thou shouldst have framed for thyself, and thou shalt fare on this errand. Thou shalt thrive by it, if it be well arided. But if man's peril come therefrom, then thou thyself hast too much hand therein. But withal it is thy service to speak that before many, which I will let speak." Then the king stood up and went to church, and let sing high mass before him, and then went to table. Next day spake Hjalti to Bjorn, "Why art thou unmerry, man? Art thou sick or wroth with any man?" Bjorn tells Hjalti of the talk between him and the king, and says that this is a doomed man's errand. Answers Hjalti, "So it is to follow kings, that such men have mickle honor, and are of more worship than other men, but oft come they withal into peril of life, and it behooves them to be well content with either lot. Mickle may can a king's good luck, and much renown may be gotten in the journey, if it turn out well." Bjorn said, "Thou makest light of the journey. Mayhappen thou wilt fare with me, for the king said that I should have my fellows on the journey with me." Says Hjalti, "Fare will I, soothly, if thou wilt, for hard to find meseems will be another seat mate when we be sundered." Chapter LXVIII. The journey of Bjorn the Marshal. A few days later, when Olaf the king was in council, came Bjorn there, and they 12 together. So he tells the king that they are bound to fare on their errand, and that their horses were standing saddled without. "Now will I wot," saith Bjorn, "with what errand I shall fare, and what rede thou layest down for us." Saith the king, "Ye shall bring these my words to the Swede king, that I would set peace between our lands, according to the boundaries which Olaf Triggvison had before me, and let that be bound by fast words, that neither of us overstep them. But as to the loss of men, there is no need to speak thereof. If peace shall be, for the Swede king may nowise boot us with fee for all that man scathe which we have gotten of the Swedes." Then the king stood up and went out with Bjorn and his men, and took forth a well wrought sword and a finger ring, and handed it over to Bjorn, and said, "This sword I give to thee. It was given to me last summer by Earl Ragnvald. To him shall ye go, and bring him my word that he give thee his counsel and help, that thou mayest push through thine errand. And I shall deem thou hast done well, if thou hearest the word of the Swede king, whether he say yea or nay. But this ring thou shalt hand over to Earl Ragnvald, and these tokens will he know." Hjalti went up to the king and bade him farewell. "And much do we need, king, that thou lay thy good luck on this journey." And he bade they might meet hale again. The king asked whither Hjalti would fare. "With Bjorn," says he. The king says, "It shall better this journey if thou fare with them, for thou hast often been approved a man of good luck. Know this for certain, that I shall lay my whole soul on it, if that may weigh aught, and I shall lay my luck to thine, and to the luck of all you." So Bjorn and his folk rode their ways, and came to the court of Earl Ragnvald, and he was welcomed goodly thereat. Bjorn was a renowned man, and known to many by sight and by speech, of all such to wit as had seen King Olaf. For at every thing Bjorn stood up and spoke out the king's errand. Ingi Bjorg, the earl's wife, went up to Hjalti and kissed him. She knew him, for she was with Olaf Triggvison, her brother, when Hialti was with him, and she claimed kindred between the king and Vilborg, the wife of Hialti. There were two brothers, sons of Viking Kari, a landed man of Vors, Eirik Beode Skull, the father of Astrid, the mother of King Olaf Tryggvason, to wit, and Bodvar, father of Olaf, who was the mother of Gizur the White, the father of Vilborg. There were they now in good cheer. But on a day Bjorn and Hialti went to have a talk with the earl, him and Ingi-Bjorg, and then Bjorn giveth out his errand, and showeth the tokens to the earl. The earl answers, "What mishap has come to thee, Bjorn, that the king willeth thy death? All the less it is well with thine errand, that I am minded to think that there will be no man who speaketh these words before the Swede king, who will come away without paying the penalty. Over high mettled a man is Olaf, the Swede king, that he should suffer any to put forth talk before him which is against the mind of him." Answers Bjorn, "Naught has come to hand to me whereby King Olaf should be wroth with me, but many are his counsels, both concerning himself and his men, wherein seemeth peril to whomso taketh them up, unto such, to wit, as are of little heart. But all his redes have hitherto taken a lucky turn, and even so we hope it will fare once more. Now, sooth to say, Earl, I will go see the king of the Swedes, and not turn back till I have let him hearken all those words which King Olaf commanded me to bring to his ears, unless hell ban it me, or fetters, so that I may not bring it to pass. This will I do, whether thou give any heed to the king's word sending or not." Then said Ingi-Bjorg, "Swiftly I shall lay bare my mind. My will, Earl, is that thou put thy whole heart into furthering the message of Olaf, Norway's king, so that this errand reach the ears of the Swede king, whatever wise he may answer it. Though there lieth hereon the wrath of the Swede king, or the loss of all our dominion and wealth, I would far rather risk this than that it be told that thou laidst under head the message of King Olaf for fear of the Swede king. Hereto, by thy birth and strength of kindred, and all thy dealings, thou mayest well be so free here in the Swede realm, as to speak thy speech that is well beseeming, and which all men will deem worth hearkening to, whether they who hearken be many or few, mighty or unmighty, yea, though the king himself should be a hearkening." The earl answers, "None may be blind as to whither thou eggest me. Maybe thou shalt have thy will in this, that I promise the king's men to go with them, so that they may bring it about to flit their errand before the Swede king, whether the king like it well or ill. But my own counsel I mean to follow, as to how to go about the matter, for I will not run after the headlong ways of Bjorn, or of any other man, in so mickle a matter of trouble. Therefore I will that they tarry until such while as beseemeth likeliest that some furtherance may be of this errand." Now when the earl had unlocked to them that he would further them in this matter, and lay to his might withal, then Bjorn thanked him well, and said he would follow his rede, and Bjorn and his company tarried there with the earl a right long while. Chapter LXIX, concerning the talk between Bjorn and Ingi-Bjorg, Tryggvi's daughter. Ingi-Bjorg was exceeding well with them. Bjorn talked to her about his case, and deemed it ill that his journey should be tarried so long, and about this matter she and Hialti, yea, and all of them, would hold discourse. Then said Hialti, "I shall go to the king, if it be your will. I am not a man of Norway, and the Swedes will lay no wyte on me, and I have heard that about the Swede king there are Icelanders who are well beholden there, and are of my acquaintance. The king's scalds, to wit, Gizur the Swart and Otter the Swart. Then I shall pry into the matter what I may learn of the Swede king, if this be so unlikely as it is now said out to be, or whether there be some other stuff in it, and I shall hit upon that for an errand, which meseemeth may fall thereto. This Ingibiorg and Bjorn deemed to be a device of the most wit, and they agreed thereto between them steadfastly. So Ingibiorg dighteth Hjalti's faring, and got him 2 Gothland men, and bade them so much as that they should follow him, be his handymen, and do service to his body, and go his errands withal. For spending silver, Ingibiorg did over to him 20 marks weight. She sent with him words and tokens to Ingigerd, the daughter of King Olaf, begging her to give all her mind to his affair, in whatsoever he might find it needful to crave her aid. Straightway departed Hjalti when he was ready, but when he came to King Olaf, he speedily happened on the skalds Gizur and Otter, who were all fain of him, and went with him forthwith before the king, and told him that there was come a man who was from the same land as they, and was of the most worship in that land, and they prayed the king to give him good welcome there. The king bade them take Hjalti and his fellow travelers into their company. Now when Hjalti had tarried there a while, and made himself known to men, he was held of much worth by every man. The skalds were often before the king, for they were bold of speech, and oft in the daytime they would sit before the high seat of the king in fellowship with Hjalti, and in all things they gave him the most worship. Then withal he became known to the king by word of mouth, and the king was full of talk with him, and asked him many things of Iceland. Chapter 70 of Sigvat the Skald. This had happened before Bjorn fared from home, that he had asked Sigvat the Skald to fare with him, who was then with King Olaf. But men were not eager for this journey. Between Bjorn and Sigvat there was good friendship. He sang, "Erst have I had good dealings with all the worthy marshals of the war bold king, e'en such as before our Lord's knee wend them. Oft hast thou earned me, Bjorn, at the king's hands things goodly. O fight ice reddener, good yet for me thou mayest, for thou canst it." And when they rode up through Gothland, Sigvat sang these staves: "Oft was I wet and merry, when shaved the heavy weather, King Olaf's sail all wind blown out in the firths of Strindland. The deep's steed swept an amble, keels cut the lace of Listi, whenas we let the cutters sweep o'er the sound to leeward. Ships of the valiant shielding by the isle we let float tilted, when summer was beginning off the good land and glorious. Comes autumn, when the horses of Eccles spurn the thorns more, then must I take to writing my diverse deeds. Now sing I." But when they rode up through Gothland late one evening, then sang Sigvat: "Now runneth steed and hungered long tracks to the hall in the gloaming, the hoof the greensward rendeth, and little daylight have we. O'er brooks my horse me beareth, far off the folk of Daneland. In the dike the lad's horse stumbled, now day and night are meeting." Then rode they into the cheaping stead at Skarrar, along the street, onward to the garth of the earl. He sang: "The lovely dames shall look out, and maidens see the reek there, whereas we ride right swiftly all through the town of Ragnevald. Whip horse, so that the good wife, heartwise, may hear afar off within the house our horses running the hard trot garthwards." Chapter 71 of Hjalti Skeggesson when he was in Sweden. On a day Hjalti and the skalds with him went before the king. Then Hjalti took up the word: "So it is, king, even as is well known to thee, that I have come here to see thee, and have gone a long journey and a hard. But when I had come across the sea, and I heard of your highness, it seemed to me an unlearned journey to fare back without having seen thee and all thy glory. Now this is a law that prevaileth between Iceland and Norway, that Iceland men, when they come to Norway, have to pay their land dues. But when I came over the sea, took I the land dues of all my shipmates. Now knowing that it is most right, that to thee is all the power that is in Norway, I fared to find thee, that I might pay thee the said land dues. Therewith he showed the king the silver, and poured into the lap of Gizur the Swart 10 marks thereof. The king said, Few have brought us such things out of Norway this while past. And I will can thee thanks, Hialti, and my good will, that thou hast been at the pains to bring the land dues unto me, rather than to yield them to our unfriends. Yet will I that thou take this money of me, and my friendship therewith. Hialti gave thanks to the king with many words. Thenceforth Hialti got himself into the greatest good liking with the king, and was oft in talk with him. The king deemed, as was sooth, that he was a wise man, and deft of word. Now Hialti tells Gizur and Otter that he is sent with tokens to the warding and friendship of Ingigerd, the king's daughter, and prays them to bring him to talk with her. They said that there would but little pain go thereto, and on a certain day they go to her chamber, where she sat at the drink with many men. She greeted the Skalds well, for they were well known unto her. Hialti bore to her the greeting of Ingibjorg, the earl's wife, and said that she had sent him thither for her ward and friendship, and he brought forth the tokens thereof. The king's daughter took it well, and told him he was welcome to her friendship. There they sat a long while of the day, and drank. The king's daughter asked Hialti of many tidings, and bade him come thither oft to have talk with her. This he did, and often he came there and had talk with the king's daughter, and so told her, under privy trust, of the journey of Bjorn and his men, and asks what she thinks as to how the sweet king will be likely to take that matter, that peace be set between both kings. The king's daughter answers and says that she was minded to think there was no avail in seeking that the king should make peace with Olaf the Thick, and she said that the king was gotten so wroth with Olaf that he might not hear him named. It fell one day that Hialti sat before the king and talked with him, and the king was then right merry and very drunk. Then said Hialti to the king, A very great glory of many kinds is to be beholden here, and now what I often have heard told in tale has become a very sight to me, that no king in the Northlands is as noble as art thou. Full mickle grief it is that we should have so long to seek hither, and so perilous, first over a mickle main sea, and then across Norway, unpeaceful for faring unto them who would seek hither in friendly wise. Or why do not men look to it, to bear words of peace betwixt thee and Olaf the Thick? I heard it much talked about, both in Norway and in Westgoutland, that all folk were fain if peace might be. And this was told me for truth concerning the words of the king of Norway, that he would be glad to make peace with thee. And I wot that what brings it about is this, that he must needs see that he has far less might than ye have. Moreover, it was said that he was minded to woo Ingigerd, thy daughter, and such a bidding would be likeliest for a hale peace. And he is a man of the greatest mark, from what I heard truthful men tell of him. Then answers the king, Such things thou shalt not talk, Hialti, but I will not lay blame on thee for these words, for thou knowest not what thou hast to beware of. No wise shall that thick man be called king here in my court, and to lean on him is of far less avail than many folk give out. And even so wilt thou deem, if I tell thee that such alliance may be naught meet. Whereas I am the 10th king at Uppsala, of them who have taken that kingdom one after the other, we having been kinsmen, and been sole kings over the Swede realm, and over many other wide lands, and we have been all over kings, over other kings in the Northlands. But in Norway are but little dwellings, and far sundered, and there have been but kinglets. But Harald Hairfair was the greatest king in that land, and he had to do with kings of the folk lands, and broke them down under him. Yet he knew what was meet for him, and not to covet the realm of the Swede king, and for that reason the Swede kings let him sit in peace. And moreover, this went thereto, that there was kinship betwixt them. But whenas Hakon Ethelstan Fosterson was in Norway, he sat there in peace until he warred in Goutland and Denmark, and thereafter a flock was set up against him, and he was cut off from his lands. The sons of Gunhild withal were cut off from life so soon as they became disobedient to the Dane king. Then Harald Gormson laid Norway to his own realm and revenue, and yet we deemed King Harald Gormson as of lesser might than the Upsala kings, inasmuch as Styrbjorn, our kinsman, cowed him, so that Harald became his man. But Ærik the Victorious, my father, strode over the head of Styrbjorn when they tried it out between them. But when Olaf Triggvison came to Norway and called himself a king, we did not let that avail him, for I and Svein the Dane king fared against him and cut him off from life. Now have I gotten Norway to me, and with no less of might than thou mightest now hear, and by no worse title have I come by it than this, that I have fallen on with war, and overcome the king that ruled it erst. Now thou mayest deem, wise man, that it will be far from me to let that realm loose to the thick man. And indeed it is a marvel that he should not bear it in mind how hardly he got out of the low when we had penned him up there. For I ween he had then something else in his mind, should he escape alive, than to have to strive oftener with us Swedes. So now, Hjalti, thou shalt not again have this talk in mouth before me. Hjalti deemed that the outlook was naught hopeful, that the king would listen to any parley of peace, so he left off and fell to other talk. A while after, when Hjalti was a talking with Ingigerd, the king's daughter, he told her of all the converse between the king and himself. She said she looked for such answers from the king. So Hjalti bade her put in some word with the king, saying that that would perchance avail most. She said the king would not hearken to whatever she might have to say. Yet, says she, I may put it forth if thou wilt. Hjalti said he would thank her for so doing. On a certain day, Ingigerd, the king's daughter, was a talking with King Olaf, her father. And when she found that her father was light of heart, she said, What art thou minded about thy strife with Olaf the Thick? Many men are now bewailing that trouble. Some say that they have lost wealth, others some kinsmen, and all a land of peace at the hands of the Northmen. And as matters now are, it is for none of thy men to come into Norway. It was uncalled for of thee to lay claim to the kingdom of Norway, a land poor and ill to traverse, and a folk untrusty, and men in the land would have any one for king rather than thee. Now, if I might have my way, thou shouldst let thy claim to Norway lie quiet, and break into the East lands rather, for that realm which has been swayed over by Swede kings of old time, and which Styrbjorn our kinsman hath but late laid under him, and that Olaf the Thick have the heritage of his kindred, and thou to make peace with him. The king answered in wrath, This is thy counsel, Ingigerd, that I let loose the sway of Norway, and give thee in marriage to Olaf the Thick? No, says he, something else first. Rather shall it be that this winter at the Upsala Thing I shall lay it bare to all Swedes that all folk shall be out before the ice is off the waters, and I shall fare into Norway and waste that land with point and edge, and burn all up, and thus reward them their untrustiness. And therewith was the king so wood wroth that not a word might be answered him. So she went away. Hialti was keeping watch on her, and went straightway to see her, and asked how her errand to the king had sped. She said it had fared as she doubted, that no words might be brought before the king, and that he vowed threats in return for them, and she bade Hialti never get on to this matter before the king. Ingigerd and Hialti, whenas they talked together, would often be speaking about Olaf the Thick. He told her often about him and his ways, and praised him as he knew how, and that was the truest to be told of him. To such things she took kindly, and once again, as they were talking together, Hialti said, "King's daughter, shall I, with thy leave, say that before thee which stirreth in my mind?" "Speak thou," said she, "so that I hear it alone." Then spoke Hialti, "How wouldst thou answer if Olaf, Norway's king, were to send men to thee on the errand of wooing thee?" She blushed, and answered unhastily, and quietly withal, "I have not a steadfast mind as to my answers to that; for I am minded to think that with such answers I shall have no need to deal. But if Olaf be a man so well endowed of all things as thou tellest of him, I should not know how to wish for my husband to be otherwise, if it be not so that thou hast gilded him with praise in many ways." Hialti said that he had given nothing out about the king better than it was. They talked about this privily very often. Ingigerd bade Hialti beware of speaking of it before other folk, for this cause, that the king will be wroth with thee if he know it of a truth. Hialti tells these things to the skalds Gizur and Otter, and they said that it was the happiest of reeds if it could be brought about. Otter was bold of speech and fond of great lords, and speedily he was on this matter with the king's daughter, and told her the same like things as Hialti concerning the king's manly prowess. And she and Hialti and they, all of them together, talked oft on the matter. And as they would at all times be talking of this, and Hialti had got to know for sure what end his errand had come to, he sent away the Goutland men who had followed him thither, and let them go back to the earl with letters, which Ingigerd, the king's daughter, and Hialti himself sent to the earl and Ingibiorg. Hialti also let them get wind of the matters he had broached to Ingigerd, and of her answers likewise. The messenger came back to the earl somewhat before Yule. Chapter 72. King Olaf's journey to the uplands. Whenas King Olaf had sent Bjorn and his men east into Goutland, he sent other men to the uplands, on the errand of bidding guesting for him, for he was minded that winter to go a guesting about the uplands. For it had been the wont of the former kings to fare over the uplands a guesting every third winter. He started on the journey in the autumn from Berg, going first up to Vingulmark, and went about the journey in this way, that he took his guesting inland, in the neighborhood of the woodland dwellings, and summoned to meet him all the men of the countrysides, and those most chiefly who dwelt farthest away from the main dwellings. He ransacked men's ways of heeding Christ's faith, and wherever he deemed they came short, he taught them right manners, and if there were any who would not leave off heathendom, he laid such penalties upon them that some he drove away from the land, some he let maim of hand or foot or sting their eyes out, some he let hang or hew down, and none did he let go unpunished who would not serve God. In this manner fared he about all that folkland, and he punished with even hand mighty and unmighty. He gave them clerks, and placed them so thick about the country as he deemed would do best. In this wise fared he throughout that folkland. He had 300 fighting men when he went up to Raumrealm. He speedily found that the further he made his way inland, the less was Christian faith holden to. But he dealt therewith throughout in the same guise, and turned all the folk to the right faith, and laid heavy penalties on whomsoever would not hearken his words. Chapter 73. The treason of the upland kings. Now when the king who then ruled over Raumrealm heard this, he deemed that a great trouble was toward, for every day there came to him many men who bewailed them to him about these matters, some mighty, some unmighty. The king took that rede that he fared up into Heathmark to see King Ærik, for that he was the wisest of those kings who then were there. Now when the kings fell to talk together, they agreed to send word north to the dales to King Gudrod, and to Hathaland withal, to the king that was there, bidding them to come to Heathmark to meet King Ærik and him of Roundrealm. They laid not that journey under their head, and so these 5 kings met in Heathmark at the place called Ringacre. The 5th of the kings was King Ring, the brother of King Ærik. Now the kings went to parley first by themselves, and he who was come from Roundrealm was the first to take up the word, telling the tale of the journey of King Olaf the Thick, and all the unpeace that he wrought, both in the taking of men's lives and in the maiming of men. Some he drove out of the land, and seized the wealth of those who in aught gainsaid him. Over the land, moreover, he went with an armed host, but not with the number of folk which was lawful. Furthermore, he says that he had fled thither before this unpeace, and that many other mighty men had fled away from their birthright lands out of Roundrealm. Now, though this trouble be as yet nighest unto us, there will be little while to wait ere ye will have to sit under such things, and therefore it is better that we take counsel all together as to what rede we shall take up. Now when he had closed his harangue, the other kings left the answering thereto to Ærik. He said, Now has that come to pass which I misdoubted me would be, when we met at that thing in Hathaland, and ye were, every man of you, most eager that we should heave up Olaf Haraldsson over our heads, to wit, that to us he would be hard to take by horn, so soon as he had gotten the sole rule over the land. Now there are 2 choices to hand, one that we all go and meet him, and let him shear and shape all matters betwixt us and himself, and that I deem the best to take up. The other, to rise now up against him ere he has fared wider over the land, for though he have 300 or 400 men, that makes no overwhelming odds, if we be all in one mind together. But most often it happens that when there are many together, all of equal powers, it goes worse for them as to victory than winning does for him who is a sole leader of his host. So therefore it is rather my counsel not to set on our fortune against Olaf Haraldsson's. Thereafter spake each of the kings what words seemed good to him, some letting, others urging, but no settlement of the matter was come to, for they showed that to either case were drawbacks to be seen. Then Gudrod the Dale king took up the word, and spake thus: Marvellous to me is it how greatly ye tangle your purpose in this matter, and how all fearsome ye are of Olaf. We are here 5 kings together, not one of us worser of birth than Olaf. We it was who gave him strength to fight Earl Svein, and by our avail he hath gotten the land. But if he now begrudges each one of us the little dominion which we have had heretofore, and layeth on us torments and cowing, then can I this to say for myself, that I will have myself away from the king's thraldom. And I call that one amongst you no man, who is adread of this, to cut him off from life, if he fareth into our hands up hither in Heathmark. For this is to be told you, that never shall we stroke a free head so long as Olaf is alive. Now after this egging on, they all turned to that council. Then spake Ærik: So beseemeth about this council of ours, that we must needs make our bond as strong as may be, lest any totter in good faith to the rest. Now ye are minded, when Olaf comes hither into Heathmark, to set upon him at some appointed meeting. Now I will not trust you herein, if some of you be then north away in the dales, and others out away in Heathmark. So I will, if this counsel is to abide steadfast amongst us, that we be together day and night, until this rede be carried out. This All the kings yea said, and so fared away all together. They let dight a banquet for them out at Ringacre, and there they drink in guild brotherhood, but have spies away out in Round realm. Other spies they let go out forthwith, one out another in, so that they know day and night what the tidings are about the journeys of King Olaf, or the number of his company. King Olaf went guesting up along Round realm, and did all in the same like wise as is aforetold. But when the entertainments fell short, for the sake of his much company, he let the bonders add fare to eke out the banquets in such places where he deemed it needful to tarry. But in some places he stayed a shorter while than had been settled beforehand. So his journey up to the water was quicker than had been appointed afore. Now when the kings had gotten fast to the council aforesaid, they sent out word and summoned to them the landed men and the bonders of might from all those folk lands. And when they came there, the kings had a meeting with them alone, and laid bare to them their counsel, and settle an appointed day, whenas that rede shall be carried through. They settle withal that each of the kings shall have a company of 300 men. So they send back the landed men, that they may gather men together, and come meet the kings at the place appointed. This rede most men liked well, and yet it fell here, as the saw says, each hath a friend amidst unfriends. Chapter 74. Maiming of the Kings of the Uplanders. At this meeting was Kettle of Ringness. But when he came home in the evening, he ate a night meal, and thereafter he arrayed him and his house carles, and went down to the water, and took the ship of burden which he owned, and King Olaf had given him, and ran out the craft. But all the gear appertaining to it was there in the ship house. That then they took and benched themselves for rowing, and pull off down along the water. Kettle had 40 men, all well weaponed. They came early in the day down to water's end, and thence fared Kettle with 20 men, and let the other 20 keep guard of the ship. King Olaf was then at Eid, in the uppermost part of Round realm, and Kettle came there whenas the king was coming back from matins, and he greeted Kettle well. Kettle says that he will talk with the king speedily. So they go aside to talk, the two of them. Then Kettle tells the king what rede the kings have on hand, and all the mind of them, that to wit whereof he wotted. Now when the king knew this, he calls men to him, and sends some into the country sides, bidding call into him the nags. But some he sent to the water to take rowboats, all they might get, and have them up to meet him. But he went to the church, and let sing mass before him, and went thence forthwith to table. But when he had had his meat, he got ready at his speediest, and went north to the water, and there some ships came up and met him. So he himself stepped aboard the ship of burden, and with him as many men as the craft would hold, but every one else took ship wheresoever he could get it. In the evening they put out from the land, the weather was calm, and they rowed up along the water, and now the king had with him nigh 400 men. Before dawn he was up by Ringacre, and the warders were ware of naught till the folk were come up to the stead. Kettle and his men knew well the chambers wherein the kings were sleeping, and the king let take all those chambers, and guarded them, so that no man might get away. And thus they waited for light of day. The kings had no means of warding themselves, and so were all laid hands on, and led before the king. King Ærik was an exceeding wise man, and hard of heart, and King Olaf deemed him untrusty, even though he made somewhat of a peace with him. He let blind Ærik of both eyes, and had him with him. But he let shear out the tongue of Gudrod the Dale king. But of Ring and 2 others he took oath that they should fare away from Norway, nor ever come there again. But of landed men and bonders, who were proven to be of this treason, some he drove out of the land, some were maimed, but of some he took peace. Of these things telleth Otter the Swart. The spoiler of Brand of Hawk's field now hath he given in payment unto the lords of the land here things ugly for their treason. Host Ranker, thou aforetime gavest the kings of Heathmark, they who with guile
beset thee, a guerdon well befitting. Fight thronger, thou hast driven the kings beyond the landmark. Brand reddener, now thy valor, mightier than theirs, is proven. Lord King, each fled before thee, as all men wot, and thisence the word read didst thou hopple of him who sat most northward. O'er all that land thou rulest, which 5 kings held aforetime, and thee the high God strengthens with mickle gain, meseemeth. Broad kinlands east to Ide there, all under thee are lying. No Gondel's fires be thronger o'er such land sat aforetime. King Olaf then laid under him the dominion which these 5 kings had had, and took hostages of landed men and bonders. He took guesting fees from the north as far as the Dales, and wide about Heathmark, and then turned back out to Round realm, and thence west to Hathaland. This winter died Sigurd's sow, his stepfather. Then turned King Olaf to Ring realm, and Asta, his mother, arrayed a great banquet for him. And now Olaf alone bore a king's name in Norway. Chapter 75 of the Brothers of King Olaf. So it is said that while King Olaf was at the banquet with Asta, his mother, she led forth her children and showed them to him. The king set his brothers, on one knee Guthorm, and on the other Halfdan. The king looked on the lads, and then knit his brows, and looked wrathfully on them, and both of the lads drooped. Then Asta bore to him her youngest son, who was hight Harald, who was then 3 winters old. The king frowned on him, but he looked straight into his face. Then the king caught at the hair of the lad and pulled it, and the lad laid hold of the king's beard and pulled in return. Then said the king, "Revengeful wilt thou be later on, kinsman." Next day the king was strolling abroad about the stead, and Asta his mother with him, and they went to a certain tarn, and there were at play the lads, the sons of Asta, Guthorm, and Halfdan. There were done big homesteads and great barns with many neat and sheep. This was their play, to wit. A little way thence, along the tarn side, by a certain clay creek, was Harald, and had wood shavings, and they floated by the land a many. The king asked him what that meant. He said they were his warships. Then laughed the king and said, "Maybe, kinsman, that it may come about that thou shalt rule over ships." Then the king called thither Halfdan and Guthorm, and he asked Guthorm, "Whereof wouldst thou own the most, kinsman?" "Cornfields," says he. The king said, "How wide wouldst thou have thine acres?" He answers, "That would I, that all this nest which goeth into the water were all sown every summer." "But 10 steads stood there." The king answers, "Mickle corn might stand thereon." Then the king asked Halfdan what it was that he would own most of. "Kine," said he. The king says, "How many kine wouldst thou have?" Halfdan said, "So many that when they went to the water they should stand close to each other all around it." The king answered, "Big store will ye two have, therein taking after your fathers." Then the king asked Harald, "Of what willest thou to own the most?" He answers, "House carles," says he. The king asked, "Now how many wilt thou have?" "That would I, that they might eat up at one meal all the kine of Halfdan my brother." The king laughed and said to Asta, "Here belike thou art rearing a king, mother." No more of their words are told of, as at that time. End of the Story of Olaf the Holy, Part 5, Chapter 61 through 75.
Section 34 of Heimskringla by Snorri Sturleson, translated by George Pope Morris and Eiríkr Magnússon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Story of Olaf the Holy, Part 6, Chapter 76 through 90. Chapter 76 of the land dealing and laws in Sweden. In Sweden it was an ancient custom, while the land was heathen, that the chief blood offering should be at Uppsala in the month of Goi. Then should be done blood offering for peace and victory to their king. Thither folk should seek from the whole realm of Sweden, and there at the same time withal should be the thing of all the Swedes.
A market and a fair was there also, which lasted for a week. But when Sweden was christened, the law thing and the market were holden there none the less. But now, when Sweden was all christened, and the kings forbore to sit at Upsala, the market was flitted and held at Candlemas, and that has prevailed ever since, and now it is held for but 3 days. There is holden the thing of the Swedes, and thither they seek from all parts of the land. The Swede realm lieth in many lots. One lot is Westgoutland, and Wormland, and the Marks, and all that thereto appertaineth. And such a wide dominion is that under the bishop who is thereover there are 1100 churches. Another lot of the land is Eastgoutland, where there is another bishopric, and therewith goeth now Gothland and Island, and altogether this is a still wider bishopric. In the Swede folk itself, one part is called Southmanland, which is one bishopric, but there is the part hight Westmanland, or Fiadrundland, that is one bishopric. Then is that hight 10th land, the third part of Swedeland. Then the fourth is called 8th land. Then the fifth Sealand, together with what thereto appertaineth, lying east away along the sea. 10th land is the best and most nobly peopled of Sweden. Thither loudeth all the realm. Upsala is there, with the king's seat, and there is an archbishop's chair, and thereby is named the wealth of Upsala. So call the Swedes the king's wealth, they call it Upsala wealth. In each shire of the land is its own law thing, and its own laws in many matters. Over every law is a lawman, who hath the most to say among the bonders, for that shall be law which he ruleth to declare. But if king or earl or bishops fare over the land and whole thing with the bonders, then the lawman answereth on behalf of the bonders, and in such way they follow him all, that even men of the greatest power scarce dare to come to their althing without the leave of the bonders and the lawman. But in all matters where the laws sunder, they must all yield to the Upsala law, and all other lawmen shall be undermen of the lawman who is of 10th land. Chapter 77 of Lawman Thorgnr. There was then in 10th land a lawman hight Thorgnr. His father is named Thorgnr, son of Thorgnr. These forefathers had been lawmen in 10th land through the lives of many kings. Thorgnr was then an old man. He had a great court about him, and he was called the wisest man within the realm of Sweden. He was a kinsman of Earl Ragnvald and his foster father. Chapter 78, Meeting of Earl Ragnvald and Ingigerd, the king's daughter, at Æríkr. Now we have to take up the story, whereas came to Earl Ragnvald the men whom Ingigerd, the king's daughter, and Hjalti had sent from the east. They led their errands before Earl Ragnvald and his wife Ingibjorg, and said the king's daughter had often spoken to the Swede king about peace between him and King Olaf the Thick, and that she was the greatest friend of King Olaf, but that the Swede king waxed wroth whensoever she mentioned Olaf, and that she deemed there was no hope of peace as matters stood. The earl told Bjorn what he had heard from the east, and Bjorn said still the same as before, that he was not minded to turn back till he had met the Swede king, and says the earl hath promised him to go with him to meet the Swede king. Now the winter weareth on, and forthwith after Yule the earl arrayeth his journey, taking with him 60 men, and in that journey was Bjorn the marshal and his faring mates. The earl went east all the way to Sweden, and when he got further inland, he sent his men before him to Upsala, and sent word to Ingigerd, the king's daughter, that she should fare out to Æríkr to meet him, for there she had large manors. But when the words of the earl came to the king's daughter, she laid not the journey under her head, but got ready to go with many men. Hjalti betook himself to this journey with her, but before he went away he went before King Olaf and said, Sit thou hailest of all kings, and sooth it is to say that I have never come where I have seen such glory as here with thee, and that word shall I ever hereafter bear about, wheresoever I may come. I will pray this of thee, king, that thou be my friend." The king answers, "Why lettest thou on so journey proud? Whither away then?" Hjalti answers, "I will ride with Ingigerd thy daughter out to Ullerakr." The king said, "Fare thee well, then. A wise man thou art, and well mannered art thou, and knowest well how to be with noble lords." Then went Hjalti his ways, but Ingigerd, the king's daughter, rode out to her manor of Ullerakr, and had there a great feast arrayed for the earl. Then the earl came there, and a good welcome he had, and tarried there certain nights. He and the king's daughter spoke of many things, and most about the kings of Sweden and Norway, and she telleth the earl that she deemeth the outlook toward peace but hopeless. Then said the earl, "How wouldst thou, kinswoman, take it if Olaf, Norway's king, should woo thee? To us it seemeth about the likeliest for peace, if such affinity might be brought betwixt the two kings. But I will not follow up that matter, if I know that it thwarts thy will." She answers, "My father will have the choice on my behalf, but of all my other kinsfolk, thou art he whom I would most take for counsel in matters whereon I deem that much lieth. But how good a rede deemest thou this?" The earl urged her much thereto, and told of many things to the fame of King Olaf, such as were right glorious. He told her carefully of all those haps as had of late befallen; how King Olaf in one morning had laid hands on 5 kings, and taken from them all their kingship, and laid their lands and realms to his own dominion. Many things they spoke about this matter, and were well agreed on all things between them. The earl went away when he was ready, and Hjalti went with him. Chapter 79 of Ragnvald and Lawman Thorgner. Ragnvald the earl came one day at eve to the manor of Thorgner the lawman. Mickle was that stead and grand. Outside there were standing men who gave good welcome to the earl, and took into their charge their horses and baggage. The earl walked into the guest chamber, and within it there was a great multitude of folk. In the high seat there sat an aged man, and never had Bjorn, he and his, seen so big a man. His beard was so long that it lay on his knees, and was spread out all over his breast. A goodly man was he, and a noble looking. The earl went up before him and greeted him. Thorgner welcomes him well, and bade him go to the seat wherein he was wont to sit. The earl sat down on the other side, right over against Thorgner. They tarried there for certain nights before the earl put forth his errand. Then he prayed that he and Thorgner should go together to the council chamber. So Bjorn and his journey mates went in thither with the earl. Then the earl took up the word, and told of that, how Olaf the Norway king had sent his men east thither for the making of peace. Long he spoke withal of this, what a trouble it was to the West Goutlanders that unpeace went thence against Norway. He told withal how Olaf the Norway king had sent men thither, and that now the king's messengers were come there, and that he had promised them to go with them to meet the Swede king. And further he said that the Swede king took the matter so heavily that he set forth that it should do for no man to further that business. "Now so it is, foster father," says the earl, "that by myself I may not prevail in this matter. And for this cause have I sought to thee, that there whereas thou art I look for wholesome counsel and furtherance." Now when the earl came to the end of his talk, Thorgner was silent for a while, but when he took up the word, he said, "Wondrously ye shift you herein. Ye long to take lordly names, yet can ye no good rede and forethought, so soon as ye come into trouble. Why didst thou not forethink thee hereof before thou behightest this journey, that thou hadst no might to speak against King Olaf? Forsooth, I deem it nowise unworshipful to be amongst the tale of bonders, and be free of my words to speak, that I will, though the king be by. Now I shall come to the Upsala thing, and give thee there such backing, that thou mayest speak there fearlessly in the face of the king, whatever liketh thee. The earl thanked him well for this promise, and he tarried on with Thorgner, and rode with him to the Upsala Thing. There was a great multitude assembled, and there was King Olaf with all his court. Chapter 80 of the Thing of Upsala. The first day when the Thing was set, King Olaf sat on a chair, and there was his bodyguard around him. But on the other side of the Thing stead there sat on one stool Earl Ragnvald and Thorgner, and before them sat the bodyguard of the earl and the company of Thorgner's house carles. But behind the stool and all about the place in a ring stood the throng of the Bonders, and some went on to bents and howes that they might hearken thence. But when the king's business had been told, such to wit as it was the wont to speak out at things, and that matter was ended, then Bjorn the marshal stood up beside the stool of the earl and spoke aloud: "King Olaf hath sent me hither on this errand, that he will bid peace to the King of Sweden, and such boundary therewith betwixt their lands as of ancient time hath been between Norway and Sweden." He spake in a high voice, so that the King of Sweden heard him clearly. Now when the Swede king first heard King Olaf named, he thought that the man would drive through some errand of his. But when he heard spoken of peace and the boundaries betwixt Sweden and Norway, then he wotted who must needs be at the bottom of the matter. So he sprang to his feet and called out aloud that the man should hold his peace, saying that such things would by no means do. So then Bjorn sat down. But when hearing was got, the earl stood up and spoke. He told of the message of Olaf the Thick, and his bidding of peace to Olaf the Swede king, and therewithal that the Westgoutlanders sent to King Olaf all words they might that he should make peace with the King of Norway. He told forth what trouble it was to Westgoutlanders, that they must forego all those matters of Norway wherein was increase of the year, and on the other hand that they must sit in the way of their onsets and harrying, if Norway's king should gather an host and come with war upon them. The earl said further that King Olaf had sent thither men with the message that he was minded to woo Ingigerd his daughter. When the earl left off speaking, stood up Olaf the Swede king. He answers in heavy wise as to the peace, and laid on the earl heavy reproaches and great, whereas he had dared to make truce and peace with the thick man, and had made friends with him. He charged him with being a proven traitor to him, and said it was meet that Ragnvald should be driven out of the realm, and that he got all this from the egging on of his wife Ingibiorg. It had been the unwisest of counsels which he had taken up at the bidding of such a wife. Long he spoke and harshly, and turned his speech against Olaf the Thick, but when he sat down there was a hush at first for a while. Chapter 81. The speech of Thorgner the lawman. Then stood up Thorgner, and when he arose, all the Bonders got to their feet who had been sitting before, and all rushed forward who had been in other places, and would listen to what Thorgner had to say. So at first there was a great din from the thronging and the weapons, but when there was a hearing, spake Thorgner: "Another way goeth now the temper of the kings of Sweden than the wont was aforetime. Thorgner, my father's father, remembered Ærik the Upsala king, the son of Emund, and told this of him, that while he was in his lightest age he had out every summer a gathering, and fared to sundry lands, and laid under him Finland, and Kirialaland, Estland, and Kurland, and wide about the East lands, and even yet may be seen those Earthbergs and other great works which he made. Yet was he not so haughty as not to give ear to men who had due errands to talk over with him. Thorgner, my father, was with King Bjorn for a long while. Well he knew his ways. Throughout the lifetime of Bjorn his realm stood with mickle might, and naught of waning, and he withal was mild to his friends. I myself may remember King Ærik the victorious, and was with him in many a warfaring. The realm of the Swedes he eke, and warded it heartily, and it was good for us to bring our matters before him. But this king who is now, lets no man be so bold as to speak to him, but that alone which he is pleased to allow. For this he striveth with all his might, but letteth his scatlands go from him, from lack of diligence and doughtiness. He hankers after this, to hold the realm of Norway under him, but no Swede king has set his heart upon this thing aforetime, and it worketh unrest to many a man. Now that will we bonders, that thou, King Olaf, make peace with Olaf the Thick, Norway's king, and give him thy daughter Ingigerd. And if thou wilt win again for thyself those realms in the east ways, which thy kinsmen and forefathers have had there, then will all we follow thee to that end. But if thou wilt not have that which we set forth, then shall we make an onset on thee, and slay thee, and not suffer of thee any unpeace or lawlessness. Even so did our forefathers of old time, who at the Muley thing steeped 5 kings into one ditch, such as aforetime had been fulfilled of pride towards them, even as thou to us. Now say speedily which choice thou wilt take. Therewith the throng of folk made forthwith mickle clash of weapons and din. But the king stood up and spake, and said that he will let all be even as the bonders will it. Says he that even so had done all Swedish kings heretofore, to let the bonders rule with them in all matters whereon they had will to do. Thereat the murmur of the bonders was stayed. Then spoke together the heads of the people, the king, the earl, and Thorgner, and made peace and covenant at the hand of the Swede king, even according to the words which Norway's king had already sent to that end. At this thing it was settled that Ingigerd, the daughter of King Olaf, should be given in wedlock to King Olaf Haraldsson. The king gave her plighted troth into the hand of the earl, and handselled to him all his bidding over this betrothal. And they parted there at the thing with matters thus ended. But when the earl fared home, he and Ingigerd met, and spoke together on the affair. She sent to King Olaf a cloak of pall, much gold embroidered, and silken fillets. So the earl went back to Goutland, and Bjorn with him. Bjorn tarried there a little while, and then fared back to Norway together with his journey mates. And when he met King Olaf, and told him the end of his errand, even as it was, the king thanked him well for his journey, and said, as was true, that good luck had stood Bjorn in stead, whereas he had brought through his errand amidst this unpeace. Chapter 82 of the treason of King Ærik. When spring came, King Olaf went down to the sea, and let dight his ships, and called out folk to him. And that spring he fared down the Wick all the way westward to Lindesnes, and thence he fared all the way north to Hoidland. Then he sent word to the landed men, and named all the mightiest men from the country sides, and arrayed this journey at the stateliest, whereas he went to meet his troth plight. The wedding feast was to be in autumn, east on the Elf, by the boundary of the realms. Now King Olaf had with him King Ærik the blind, and when his hurts were healed up, King Olaf gave him 2 men to serve him, and let him sit in the high seat beside himself, and kept them in drink and raiment, in no worse wise therein than he had aforetime kept himself. Ærik was few spoken, and answered in a manner stiff and short when people spoke to him. It was his wont to let his foot swain lead him abroad a days, and away from other men. Then would he beat the boy, and when he ran away from him, he would tell King Olaf that the boy would not serve him. Then King Olaf changed his serving men for him. But all went as before, that no serving man could hold it out with King Ærik. Then King Olaf got for the following and guarding of King Ærik one Svein, a kinsman of King Ærik, who had been his man before. Still Ærik held to his wont, as to his cross-grained ways and lone walks. But when he and Svein were alone together, Ærik grew merry and full of talk. He called to mind then many things that had happened aforetime, and such withal as had befallen in his life days when he was king. He would bring to memory his former life, and also who he was who had changed it, with his rule and his bliss, and made of him but a beadsman. And yet this I deem my hardest lot of all, says he, that thou, or any other kinsman of mine, in whom there were the makings of a man, should now be such outcasts of their stock, as to take revenge, for no shame at all, of those done to our race. Such like wailings oft had he uppermost. But Svein answers and says that they had to deal with men mighty beyond measure, and they had as then but little might. Spake Reirik, "Why should I live long amidst shame and crippling, but that it might perchance so befall, that, blind as I am, I should overcome him who overcame me in my sleep? So may we happily slay Olaf the Thick, now that he feareth nothing for himself. I shall lay down rede thereto, nor would I spare my hands for the deed, if I could but use them. The which, however, I may not do by reason of my blindness, and therefore thou shalt bear weapons on him, and forthwith, when Olaf is slain, I know by the soothsaying that is in me, that the realm returneth under the sway of his unfriends. Now maybe that I shall be king, and then thou shalt be my earl." And so his word prevailed that Svein said yea to carrying out this folly. Now this was how the plot was laid. When the king got ready to go to evensong, Svein stood without in the porch, and had a drawn short sword under his cloak. But when the king came out of the chamber, then was he speedier than Svein had looked for, and he saw the face of the king. Then he paled and waxed as wan as a corpse, and his hands fell down. The king noted fear in him, and said, "What now, Svein? Art thou minded to bewray me?" Svein cast away the cloak from him, and the sword withal, and fell at the feet of the king, and said, "All in God's power, and in thine, king." The king bade his men take Svein, and he was set in irons. Then the king let show Reirik to a seat on the lower bench, but he gave peace to Svein, and he fared away out of the land. Then the king gave to Reirik another chamber to sleep in than that wherein he slept himself. In that chamber many of the guard slept. He gat 2 men of the bodyguard to tend on Reirik night and day. These men had long been with King Olaf, and he had tried their trustiness unto him, though it be not told of that they were men of great kin. Now King Reirik did so turn and turn about, that whiles he held his peace for many days, so that no man could get a word out of him, and whiles he was so merry and glad, that they deemed it good game of every word he said. But whiles again he said but little, and naught but ill. So was it withal, that whiles he would drink every man off his settle, and made all them good for naught who sat nearest to him. But oftenest he drank but little. King Olaf gave him pocket money in plenty, and oft would he do thus, that he would come to his chamber before going to bed, and let bear in sundry casks of mead, and gave to drink to all the lads of the sleeping chamber, whereof was he well beloved of them. Chapter 83 of Finn the Little. There was a man called Finn the Little, of upland blood, but as some would have it, a Finn of kindred. He was of all men the smallest and the swiftest of foot, so that no horse might overtake him running. Of all men was he best skilled on snow shoes and at the bow. He had been a long while a serving man of King Reirik, and had oft gone such errands of his as were affairs of trust. He knew the ways all about the uplands, and all great men there he knew to talk to. But when King Reirik was taken captive, Finn threw himself in with their following, going mostly in company with the knaves and the serving men. But whenever he might bring it about, he came to do service to King Reirik, and many a time he got to talk to him. But the king would speak with him but for a short while at a stretch, as he desired not that their talk should be misdoubted. But as the spring wore, and they fared down into the wick, Finn vanished away from the host certain days, and then came back again, and tarried a while. Thus fared he often, and therefore no heed was given to it, for there were many runagates with the host. Chapter 84. Slaughter of King Olaf's bodyguard. King Olaf came to Tunsberg before Easter, and tarried there a long while of spring. There came to the town at that time many ships of chapmen, both Saxons and Danes, and folk from the eastern wick, and from the north country, so that there was a right mickle throng. The season was abundant, and drinkings mickle. On an eve, as it befell, King Reirik was come to his chamber somewhat late, and had drunk much, and was then very merry. Then came there to Finn the Little with a mead cask full of spiced mead of the strongest. This the king let give to drink to all within, until each fell asleep in his seat. Then was Finn gone away, but light burned in the chamber. Then the king waked up the men who were wont to follow him, saying that he wanted to go into the yard. They had a lantern with them, for it was pitch dark abroad. In the yard there was a large privy standing on posts, and one had to get up to the door by steps. Now while Reirik and his men sat in the yard, they heard how a man said, "Cut the devil down." And then they heard a crash and a thump as of something falling. King Reirik said, They will be full drunken who are thus dealing together. Go ye thereto, and part them. They bestirred them speedily, and ran out. But when they came forth unto the steps, he was first cut down, who went last, yet both were slain. There were come the men of King Rerek, Sigurd's scrip, who had been his banner bearer, he and his 15 together, and Finn the Little was there also. They dragged the corpses up between the houses, and took the king, and had him away with them, and leaped into a cutter which they had there, and rowed away. Now Sigvat the Scald slept in the chamber of King Olaf, and he stood up in the night, and a foot swain with him, and went to the great privy. But when they were coming back, and were going down the steps, Sigvat slipped and fell on his knee, and thrust down his hand, and it was wet thereunder. I deem, says he, that the king has gotten for many of us the tub ship's foot to night, and laughed withal. But when they came to the chamber where light was burning, the foot swain asked, Hast thou hurt thyself, or why art thou all over blood? He answered, I am not hurt, but this must betoken tidings. He then called up Thord, son of Foley, the banner bearer, his bedfellow, and they went out, and had a lantern with them, and soon found the blood. Then sought they, and speedily found the corpses, and knew who they were. They looked out, and saw that there lay a big tree butt, and therein great gashes, and it was known sithence that this had been done by way of a feint, in order to draw them out who were slain. Sigvat and his mates spake between them that it was needful that the king should know these tidings as speedily as might be. They sent the swain forthwith to the chamber wherein King Rerek had been. There all men were asleep, but the king was away. The swain awakened them who were there within, and told them the tidings. And men stood up and fared forthwith into the yard, whereas the dead bodies were. Now though it was deemed needful that the king should know of these things as soon as might be, yet none durst waken him. Then said Sigvat to Thord, Which wilt thou rather, bedfellow, wake the king, or tell him the tidings? Thord answers, On no account do I dare to waken him, but I will tell him the tidings. Then spoke Sigvat, Mickle is left of the night yet, and it may be, ere day dawns, that King Rerek will have gotten him such a hiding place that thereafter he be not easily found. But as yet they must have got but a short way off, for the bodies were yet warm. Never shall such a shame overtake us, as not to let the king know of this treason. Go thou, Thord, up into the chamber, and await me there. Then went Sigvat to the church, and called up the bell ringer, and bade him ring for the souls of the king's guards, naming by name the men who had been slain. The bell ringer did what he bade him, but the king was waked by the ringing, and sat up. He asked whether it was already time for matins. Thord answers, It is a worse matter than that. Great tidings have befallen. King Rerek has vanished away, and 2 of thy bodyguard are slain. Then asked the king after the haps there, and Thord told him thereof such as he knew. Then stood the king up, and let blow a gathering for the guard. And when the company gat together, the king named men for the faring out all ways from the town to seek Rerek by sea and land. Now Thorir the Long took a cutter, and went with 30 men. And when daylight broke, they see 2 small cutters fare before them. But when they saw each other, either side rowed at their mightiest. There was King Rerek with a company of 30 men, and as they drew closer to each other, Rerek and his men turned towards shore, and there they all leaped aland, saving the king, who sat down in the poop. He spake and bade them farewell and meet hail. Then Thorir and his folk rowed into the shore, and there with Finn the Little shot an arrow which came on the midmost of Thorir, and gat him his bane. But Sigurd and his men all ran away into the wood. The men of Thorir took his dead body and King Rerek withal, and brought them down to Tunsberg. King Olaf himself took in hand the guarding of King Rerek, and he had him carefully watched, and paid great heed to his wiles, and got men to ward him day and night. King Rerek was then of the merriest, and no man could find in him that he did not like all these things as well as might be. Chapter 85 of King Rerek's plotting. It befell on Ascension Day that King Olaf went to high mass. Thereat the bishop went in procession round the church, leading the king. But when they came back into the church, the bishop led the king to his seat in the north side of the choir, and there sat hard by King Rerek, as he was wont. He had his cloak hood over his face. But when King Olaf had sat down, King Rerek laid his hand on his shoulder, and felt him about, and said, precious raiment hast thou now, kinsman?" says he. King Olaf answers, "Now is a great hightide, holden in memory of this, that Jesus Christ stied up to heaven from earth." King Rerek answers, "This I do not understand, so as it be fast in my mind, what ye tell of Christ, for much of what ye say seemeth to me somewhat past belief, yet many wonders have befallen of old." But when the mass was uphoven, then King Olaf stood up and held his hands over his head and bowed towards the altar, and his cloak fell down off his shoulders. Then King Rerek sprang to his feet swift and hard, and thrust at King Olaf a sax knife, which is called ritning. The thrust came on the cloak by the shoulders, but the king was bent down, so that the clothes were much sheared, but the king was not wounded. But when King Olaf found himself thus set on, he leaped forth on to the floor. King Rerek thrust at him a second time with the sax, and missed him, and said, "Fleest thou now, thick Olaf, before me, the blind?" The king bade his men lay hands on him and lead him out of the church, and so it was done. After these things King Olaf's men urged him to let slay King Rerek, "For it is," said they, "the greatest trial of thy luck, king, to have him with thee, and to spare him whatsoever outrage he taketh to, for he watcheth thereover night and day to take away thy life. But so soon as thou sendest him away from thee, we see not any man who may guard him, that there be no likelihood of his getting away. But if he get loose, he will forthwith have up an host, and do many evil things." The king answers, "It is rightly spoken, that many a man hath taken his death for less deeds than Rerek's, but I am loath to mar the victory which I won over the kings of the Uplanders, when I took those 5 in one morning, and got all their dominions in such wise, that I needed not be their banesman, whereas they were all my kinsmen. Yet now I scarce may see whether Rerek may or may not yet drive me into a corner to let slay him." Now the cause why Rerek had put his hand upon the shoulder of King Olaf was, that he would wot whether he was in Birnie. Chapter 86: The Journey of King Rerek to Iceland. There was a man named Thorarin, son of Nifjolf, a man of Iceland, and of Northland kin, not of high degree, but of all men the wisest and the sagest of word, outspoken in the face of lords, a great seafarer, and was long in the outlands. Thorarin was the most ill favored of men, and that mostly for the ill fashion of his limbs. His hands were big and unshapely, and yet were his feet more unshapely by far. Thorarin happened to be staying at Tunsberg when those tidings befell which are aforesaid. He knew King Olaf to talk to. Thorarin was then dighting a cheaping ship of his own, being minded for Iceland in the summer. King Olaf had Thorarin for guest for some days, and talked over many things with him, and Thorarin slept in the king's chamber. Now one morning early the king lay awake, but the other men in the chamber were asleep. The sun was risen but little, but it was full daylight within. Then saw the king how Thorarin had stretched one of his feet out from under the bedclothes. He looked on the foot a while, till the men in the chamber awoke. Then spoke the king to Thorarin, "I have been now awake for a while, and I have seen a sight by which I set a great store, and that is a man's foot so fashioned that none, methinks, shall be uglier here in this town." And he bade other men look thereat, whether it seemed so to them, and all who looked said it was true that so it was. Thorarin found what was being talked of, and answers, "There be few things so utterly odd, that no likelihood there be of meeting another such like, and it is likeliest that even so it shall be now." The king said, "None the less will I hold to it, that a foot so ugly shall not be found, yea, even though I have to lay a wager on it." Spoke Thorarin, "I am ready to wager thee hereon, that I shall find an uglier foot in the town." The king says, "Then shall he of us twain who holdeth the truest choose a boon of the other." "So be it," says Thorarin. Then he stretched from under the clothes the other foot, and no whit fairer was that to look upon, and the little toe was off it to boot. Then spoke Thorarin, "Look here now, king, here is another foot, and it is by so much the uglier than the other, that here is one of the toes off, so I have won the wager." The king answers, "This other foot is by so much the unfairer, that there are on that 5 frightful toes, but on this one but 4, so it is mine to beg the boon of thee." Thorarin said, "Worshipful is the Lord's word. What is the boon thou wilt take at my hands?" He answereth, This, that thou flit King Rarik to Greenland, and bring him to Leif, the son of Ærik. Thorarin answered, Never have I been in Greenland. The king says, For such a seafarer as thou art, it is now high time to fare to Greenland, if thou hast not come thither before. At first Thorarin had but little to say as to this matter, but as the king held to his urging of the matter, Thorarin did not altogether thrust it away from him, but spake thus: I shall let thee hear, king, the boon it was in my mind to bid of thee, if I had won the wager, this to wit, that I would have bid thee of service in thy guard. Now if thou grant me that, then were I the more bound not to lay under my head that which thou wiliest crave of me. The king yea said this, and Thorarin became of his bodyguard. Then Thorarin dight his ship, and when he was ready, he took to him King Rarik. But when they were parting, Thorarin and King Olaf, Thorarin spake: Now it may so befall, king, as is not unlike, and often cometh to pass, that I may not carry out the Greenland journey, but may be carried on to Iceland, or some other of lands. How then shall I part with this king in such wise as shall like thee? The king says, If thou come to Iceland, then hand him over to Gudmund, son of Eyjolf, or to Skapti, the speaker at law, or to some other of the chiefs, such as will take him with my friendship and the tokens thereof. But if thou shouldst be borne on to other lands, of such as be nigher hereto, see thou so to it, that thou wot surely that Rarik come never again to Norway. But do thou this only, if thou mayest do nothing else. Now when Thorarin was ready, and the wind was fair, he sailed all along the outer way, without the isles, and north beyond Lindendisnes he put off into the main sea. He gat not a wind speedily, but he was most heedful not to make land. He sailed south of Iceland, and had an inkling thereof, and so west of the land into the Greenland main. There he got great gales and heavy seas, and as the summer was wearing, he made Iceland and Broadfirth. Thorgils Arason was the first man of worship there to come to them. Thorarin telleth him the message of King Olaf, the bidding of friendship, and the tokens that went with the taking of King Rarik. Thorgils took the matter well, and bade King Rarik come to him, and for that winter he tarried with Thorgils Arason. But he was ill content there, and bade Thorgils let bring him to Gudmund, and he says that he deemed he had heard that at Gudmund's there was the greatest stateliness in Iceland, and to him he had been sent. Thorgils did as he bade, and got men to bring him to Gudmund of Madder Walls. Gudmund gave Rarik a good welcome for the sake of the king's message, and he was with Gudmund another winter. Thereafter he was ill content there, so Gudmund got him an abiding place at a little stead hight Calfskin, where were but few serving folk, and there Rarik dwelt the third winter. And he would say that since the time he had left kingship there was the place was most to his mind, for there he was held of all of the most worship. But the next summer Rarik got the illness which brought him to his bane. So it is said he is the only king that rests in Iceland. Thorarin, son of Nefviolf, long sithens held him a seafaring, but was whiles with King Olaf. Chapter 87. Battle in Ulfrexfirth. The same summer that Thorarin fared with Rarik to Iceland, Skeggisson went out to Iceland, and at their parting King Olaf saw him off with friendly gifts. That same summer Ivan Uraxhorn went into the West Viking, and came in the autumn to Ireland to Conafogor, the Erse king. In the autumn the king of the Irish and Einar, the Earl of Orkney, met in Ulfrexfirth, and there was a great battle. King Conafogor had by far the bigger host, and got the victory. But Earl Einar fled in one ship, and came back in autumn to Orkney in such a plight that he had lost well nigh all his host, and all the plunder that they had gotten afore. And exceeding ill content was the earl with his journey, and laid his defeat on the Northmen who had been in the battle with the Irish king. Chapter 88. King Olaf arrayeth his bride fair. Now the story is to be taken up where afore it was turned from, that King Olaf the Thick fared his bridal journey to seek his betrothed Igigerd, the daughter of Olaf the Swede king. The king had a great company with him, and so picked it was that in his following were all the great men he could get hold of. And every one of the mightier men had with him a chosen band, both as to kindred, and withal the goodliest that might be. Arrayed was the host with the best of goods, both of ships and weapons and raiment. The host held east to King's Rock. But when they came there, they got no news of the Swede king, nor were any folk come there on his behalf. King Olaf tarried for a long while that summer at King's Rock, and set him much to asking what men had to tell him of the goings of the Swede king, and the mind of him. But no one knew aught for certain to tell him thereof. Then he sent his men up into Goutland to Earl Ragnvald to ask of him if he knew what might have brought it about that the Swede king came not to the meeting according to what had been settled afore. The earl said he knew it not, but if I get to know it, says he, then shall I send my men to King Olaf, and let him know what is amiss, whether this delay is from any other sake than from the much business which oft brings about delay of the journeys of the Swede king beyond what he himself may reckon. Chapter 89 of the children of Olaf the Swede king. Olaf the Swede king had first a concubine, hight Edla, daughter of an earl in Wendland. She had been taken captive, and therefore was she called the king's bondmaiden. Their children were Emund, Astrid, Holmfrid. Again he begat on his queen a son, who was born on the wake day of James, and when the boy was to be baptized, the bishop gave him the name of James. This name the Swedes liked ill, and they cried out that never a Swede king had hight James. All King Olaf's children were goodly to look upon, and well furnished with wits. The queen was masterful of mood, and not kind to her stepchildren. The king sent Emund his son to Wendland, where he was brought up among his mother's kindred. Nor did he keep to Christ's faith for a long while. Astrid, the king's daughter, was brought up in West Goutland at a noble lord's, who hight Egil. She was the fairest of women, and the most deftly spoken, glad of talk, and humble-minded, and open-handed withal. But when she was of ripe age, she would often be with her father, and was well looked to of every man. King Olaf was of masterful mind, and unmild of speech. It liked him exceeding ill that the folk of the land had made throng on him at the Uppsala thing, and threatened him mishandling, and that he laid chiefly on Earl Ragnvald. No bridal journey did he cause to be arrayed according to what had been settled the winter before, to wit, that he should give his daughter Ingigerd to Olaf the Thick, king of Norway, and fare this tide of summer to the marshes of the lands. Now as the summer wore, many folk grew right wistful to know what mind the king might have, or whether he would keep his covenant with the king of Norway, or was minded to tear up the settlement and the peace withal. Many were mind sick hereover, but none was so bold as to question him concerning it by word of mouth, though many bewailed hereof to Ingigerd, the king's daughter, and bade her get to wot what the king would. She answers, unwilling am I to have converse with the king, and talk with him on his dealings with Olaf the Thick, for therein neither is the other's friend, and one time he answered me ill, when I put forth the cause of Olaf the Thick. For Ingigerd, the king's daughter, this matter gat much for thinking, and she was sick at heart and unmerry, and full wistful she was as to what the king would take up. But she misdoubted rather that he would not keep his word to the king of Norway, for that was found of him, that ever he grew wroth when Olaf the Thick was called a king. Chapter 90 of the Swede king's hunting catch. Befell it early on a day that the king rode abroad with his hawks and hounds, and his men with him. But when they flew the hawks, the king's hawk slew in one swoop 2 heathcocks, and forthwith he made another swoop, and then slew 3 heathcocks. The hounds ran beneath it, so as to catch up every fowl that fell to earth. The king galloped after them, and took his own catch to him, and boasted much thereof, saying, "Long will ye have to wait, most of you, before ye make such a catch." They said that true it was, and that they were minded to think that no king would bear about such good luck in hunting. Thereupon the king rode home, and all they together, and was in a right merry mood. Ingigerd, the king's daughter, was as then coming out of her chamber, as it happed, and when she saw the king come riding into the court, she turned round his way and greeted him. He greeted her and laughed, and straightway he held forth the fowl to her, and tells her of his hunting, and said, "Where knowest thou of a king who hath got so mickle a catch in so little while?" She answers, "A good morning's catch is this, Lord, that ye have gotten 5 heathcocks. But greater was that when Olaf, Norway's king, in one morning caught 5 kings, and took to him all their dominions." Now when he heard this, he leaped from his horse, and turned about, and said, Know this, Ingigerd, that for all the great love thou hast bestowed on that thick man, thou shalt never enjoy him, nor either of you the other, for I shall wed thee to such a lord as I shall deign to have friendship withal, but never can I be friends with a man who has taken my realm as war gettings, and done to me manifold harm in robberies and manslayings. Therewith they sundered, and went each their own way. End of the Story of Olaf the Holy, Part 6, Chapter 76 through 90. Section 35 of Heimskringla by Snorri Sturleson, translated by George Pope Morris and Eiríkr MAGNÚSSON. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Story of Olaf the Holy, Part 7, Chapter 91 through 105. Chapter 91. Ingigerd's Message to Earl Ragnvald. Now Ingigerd, the king's daughter, had come to know all the truth about the mind of King Olaf, and sent forthwith men down to Westgothland to Ragnvald the earl, and let tell him the news of the Swede king, that all the covenant with the king of Norway was broken, and bade the earl and other Westgothlanders to beware, for peace at the hands of the men of Norway would now be unsure. And when the earl heard these tidings, he sends word throughout all his dominion, bidding the people beware, lest the men of Norway should be minded to make war on them. The earl also sent messengers to King Olaf the Thick, and let tell him the words he had heard, and this withal, that he will have peace and friendship with King Olaf. And he prayed this thereto, that the king should forbear harrying his dominion. Now when this message came to King Olaf, he was very wroth and sick at heart, and it was for some days that no man gat a word of him. Thereafter he held a house thing with his host, and first of all stood up Bjørn the marshal, and first began his speech, how he had fared east for peacemaking in the winter. He says, how Earl Ragnvald had given him a goodly welcome, and how fortly and heavily the Swede king had taken these matters at first. But the covenant that was made, he said, was brought about rather by the might of the many, and through the power of Thornir, and the avail of Earl Ragnvald, than by the goodwill of the Swede king. For this cause we deem that we wot that it is the king who has brought it about that the covenant is broken, and that it is not to be laid on the earl soothly, for we found him to be a true friend of King Olaf. Now the king will know of his captains and other folk what rede he shall take, whether he shall go up into Gothland and harry there with such host as we now have, or whether it seem good to you to take up another rede. He spake long and deftly. Thereupon many of the great men had their say, and it came much to one point at last, that all ledded war. And thus said they, though we have a great host, yet here are gathered together mighty men and noble, but for warfare are no less meet young men, who deem it good to gain for them wealth and honors. Moreover, it is the manner of mighty men, if they fare into war or battle, that they have with them many men to go before them and to shield them. But oft it happens that men of little wealth fight no worse than those who are brought up wealthy. Now from their talk hereover the king made up his mind to break up the muster, and he gave each one leave to fare back home, but he gave it out that next summer he should have out the folk from all the land, and go meet the Swede king, and avenge him of this fickleness. This was well liking to all. So King Olaf went again north into the Wick, and in the autumn took up his seat in Berg, and let draw thither all goods that he needed for his winter quarters. And there he sat with a great throng through the winter. Chapter 92, Skald Sigvat's Journey to the East. Folk spake very diversely about Earl Ragnvald. Some would have it that he was a true friend of King Olaf, while to some that seemed untrustworthy, for they said he might well have prevailed with the Swede king that he should hold the word and covenant betwixt him and King Olaf the Thick. Now Sigvat the Skald was a great friend of Earl Ragnvald in all he said about him, and on that matter he would often be talking before King Olaf. He offered the king to go to see Earl Ragnvald and to spy what he might learn about the Swede king, and to try if he might bring about peace in any way. This the king liked well, for he deemed it good to talk oft concerning Ingigerd, the king's daughter, to his trusty men. Early in the winter, Skald Sigvat, he and his three together, fared from Berg east over the Marklands, and so to Goutland. But before they parted, King Olaf and Sigvat, he sang this stave: Now sit thou, hail, King Olaf, until again we twain meet and have our talk together, and I come thine hall to look on. The skald meanwhile thus prayeth that the stem of the drift of Warhelm hold life, and withal the land here. Life to thy fame, thus end I. O king, the words are spoken which most of every matter to us were heedful. Nathless of more things have we cunning. Hearty king, may God now do thee to keep thy land whole, for thou wert born thereunto. This do I will full surely. Then they went east to Ide, and gat an ill ferry over the river, an oak dugout to wit, and came hardly over the water. Sigvat sang a ditty: Wet let I drag the crank tub to Ide, and feared I sorely the coming back. So drave we toward folly in that shipping. May the How's host take the fool's ship. Ne'er saw I worser. Let I risk all on yonder sea ram. All was better than I looked for. Thereafter they went through Ide Wood, and Sigvat sang a stave: Naught longed I for the running 12 miles and one through Wildwood from Ide. And well man wotteth that hurts enow I had there. Yet thither, as meseemeth, I went that day full keenly, though on both feet of the king's men in flakes the sores were falling. Thereupon they went through Goutland, and came at eve of a day to the stead hight Hof. The door was fast, and they might not get in. The serving man said that there was it hallowed, and so they turned away thence. Sigvat sang: For Hof I made unslothful. The door was locked. I louted, and thrust in nose, and spirit I of matters from without ward. Few words got I of folk there. The heathen lads thence thrust me, for Holy Tide they called it, and I bade the trolls to take them. Then he came to another stead, where the housewife stood in the door, and bade him not come inside there, for elf worship was toward. Sigvat sang: O wretch, cried out the woman, no further in, for I fear me to win the wrath of Odin. Here be we heathen people. The hideous hag, O folk friend, me as a wolf drave outward. She said that now elf offering was toward within her homestead. Next evening he came to 3 bonders, each of whom hight Olver, and they all drove him out. Sigvat sang: Now drave me out 3 namesakes, those fir trees of the hone bed, who turned their head backs on me, honor themselves in no wise. But this I fear, that henceforth each loader of the sea skate, who hath the name of Olver, will most of all drive guests out. So they fared on still that same evening, and happened on a fourth bonder, who was accounted of as the best thane of them all. But out he drave Sigvat also, and Sigvat sang. Then fared I next to find him, that breaker of waves' glitter, whom all the folk were calling the friendliest. Peace I hoped there. He, the hose heater, surely heeded me little. Bad then is worst, if this the best is. The folks' blame here I bear forth. Of kindly quarters lacked I on the way to the east of Idewood, when I asked the churl unchristened to give me naught but guesting. The son of mighty Saxy not found I. In one evening 4 times they bade me outward. Naught fair abode within there. But when they came to Earl Ragnvald, the earl says that they had had a toilsome journey. Sigvat sang, the sentmen of the chieftain of the Sagan folk, they who sought forth their ways with the king's own errands on hand, had mickle faring. Great outfit need men ganging, but few of things were grudged us. The worthy Norway's warder so ruled when he went northward. Hard going 'twas through Eideshaw, for the men on the east ways wending to the thruster down of king folk. The king's praise make I greater. Naught due was my out thrusting by the earl's groves of the fire flame of the field of the deer of rollers, ere I gat me to my good lord. Earl Ragnvald gave Sigvat a golden ring. One of the women said he had come his ways to some purpose with those dark eyes of his. Sigvat sang, yea, these swart eyes of Iceland, O woman, surely showed us the steep way, wending longsome unto the ring, the bright one. Mead Nanna, this my foot here full bravely hath been ganging over the ways of old time, whereof thy man naught knoweth. Sigvat the Scald was in good cheer with the earl for a long while. Then he learnt this from writ sendings of Igigerd, the king's daughter, that messengers from King Jarizleif from Holmgarth in the East lands had come to Olaf the Sweet King to woo Ingigerd his daughter on behoof of King Jarizleif, and this moreover that King Olaf took it up as a matter most likely. Therewithal came to the court of the earl Astrid, the daughter of King Olaf, and thereon a great banquet was arrayed. Now Sigvat soon got to know the king's daughter to talk to, and she called to mind who he was and of what kin, whereas Ottar the Scald, the sister's son of Sigvat, had been for a long while in good liking with Olaf the Sweet King. Now many things were talked over, and Earl Ragnvald asked Sigvat if Olaf Norway's king would have Astrid the king's daughter to wife, and if he has a will thereto, says he, then I ween we shall not ask the king of Sweden about that wooing. Astrid the king's daughter said the same thing. Thereafter Sigvat and his turned back home, and came a little before Yule to Berg, and met King Olaf. But when Sigvat came home to King Olaf, and went into the hall, and looked on the walls thereof, then he sang, Here, courtmen, they that fatten the wound swan, dight the king's hall with helms and burnies. See I on the walls good choice of either, for no young one of the king folk may boast of house gear braver. That is a thing past doubting. Dear is the hall in all wise. Then he told the tale of his journeys, and sang these staves. I bid the guards high-hearted of the eager king to hearken how brisk I bore my travel. These staves I made on the faring. Sent was I in the harvest up from the skates of Swanmead to fare far east to Sweden. Sithens slept I but little. But when he got to talk to the king, he sang, Olaf the king, uprightly I let hold word betwixt us, when as I came and met there the famed and mighty Ragnvald. I learnt of many a matter of the good gold ward in Garth realm, and never courtman heard I more clear in dealing speech word. O drowner of the Rhine's son, the earl's kin prayed thee ever hold well each of his house carles, whoe'er should get him hither. But list these, lord, whoever of thine shall go see thither, this shall be e'en as surely hath safe hold under Ragnvald. King, when from out the Westland I came, most folk were deeming that Eirik's kin already had whet these wiles against them. But the brothers' help, I say it, of the wolf's kin hath nathless propped thee to gain the earl's land that erst from Svein thou tookest. Wise wolf, let take betwixt you, ye twain, the deed of peace word. Such answer there we gat us. Both ye lay down your gilts now. The minisher of thief kin, Ragnvald, said unto thee, King, 'twas given naught to wreak thee for the bond of peace late riven. Soon telleth Sigvat to the king the tidings whereof he had heard. At first the king was all unmerry when Sigvat told him of the wooing of King Jarisleif, saying that for naught but evil might he look from the Swede king, but one day we may get the luck to pay him with some remindings. But as time passed away, the king asked Sigvat for many tidings from the east of Goutland. Sigvat told him much about the fairness and sweet speech of Astrid, the king's daughter, and therewith that every man there said she was in no way worse than Ingigerd, her sister. The king took that well into his ears, and Sigvat told him all the converse they had holden betwixt them, he and Astrid, and the king found that right good, and said, "The Swede king will not think that I shall dare wed his daughter without his will." But this matter was not given out to any more folk, but King Olaf and Sigvat the Scald spoke often about it. The king asked Sigvat heedfully what he had found out about Earl Ragnvald. "What like friend he be of ours?" said he. Sigvat said the earl was the greatest friend of King Olaf, and sang withal: "O mighty king, thy friendship hold fast with mighty Ragnvald. A friend in need he standeth, both night and day, before thee. O things crafts master, wot I that in him still thou ownest the best friend of all east ways, all down long the green salt sea." Chapter 93, concerning the journey of Earl Ragnvald and Astrid to the king. After Yule, they two, Thord Skadakal, a sister's son of Sigvat the Scald, and another foot swain of Sigvat, went secretly from the court, and went east to Goutland, whither they had fared in company with Sigvat the harvest-tide before. But when they came to the court of Earl Ragnvald, they brought forth tokens before the earl, such as Sigvat and the earl had done between them at parting. Withal they brought the earl the tokens which King Olaf himself had sent the earl in trust. Forthwith the earl maketh ready at once for faring, and with him Astrid, the king's daughter, having with them nigh an 100 of men, a picked company, both of the body guard and of sons of mighty bonders, with all array of the choicest, both weapons and raiment and horses. So they rode north into Norway unto Sarpsborg, whereto they came at Candlemas. Chapter 94, the wedding of King Olaf. King Olaf had caused all things to be made ready there. There was all kinds of drink, the best that might be gotten, and all other goods there were of the best. He had also summoned to him from the country sides around many great men. And when the earl with his company came there, the king welcomed him wondrous well, and big and good chambers were gotten for the earl, dight most stately. Serving men withal were appointed to him, and therewith they who should look to it that naught should be lacking whereby the feast might be glorified. But when this banquet had stood for certain days, the king and the earl and the king's daughter met at a parley, and the upshot of their talk was this, that they settled that Earl Ragnvald should betroth Astrid, the daughter of Olaf the Swede king, to Olaf Norway's king, with the same dowry which afore had been covenanted that Ingigerd, her sister, should take with her from home. The king withal was to give to Astrid such a jointure as he was to have settled on Ingigerd, her sister. Then was the banquet eked, and the bridal of King Olaf and Queen Astrid was drunk with mickle glory. After this Earl Ragnvald went back to Goutland, and at parting the king bestowed good gifts and great upon the earl, and in the dearest friendship they parted, and to that they held as long as they lived. Chapter 95, peace with Norway's king sundered. The next spring there came to Sweden messengers from King Jarisleif east away from Holmgarth, and they fared to see to the matter of King Olaf's promise from the past summer to give Ingigerd his daughter to King Jarisleif. King Olaf put the matter before Ingigerd, and said it was his will that she should wed King Jarisleif. She answers, "If I am to be wedded to King Jarisleif, then," she says, "will I have for my jointure all Dygia-burg and the earldom that thereto appertaineth." But the Garthrealm messengers, yea, said this on behalf of their king. Then spoke Ingigerd, "If I am to go east into Garthrealm, then will I choose that man out of the realm of Sweden to go with me whom I deem most meet thereto. And I also claim that east there he have a title no wise lesser than here, and a right and honors in no way worser or lesser than here he has." This the king yea said, and the messengers in likewise, and the king plighted his troth, and the messengers withal, to this matter. Then the king asked Ingigerd who the man was within his realm whom she is minded to choose for her following. She answers, "That man is Ragnavald the earl, son of Wolf, my kinsman." The king answers, "Otherwise I have made up my mind to reward Earl Ragnavald for the betrayal of his lord, in that he took my daughter to Norway and handed her over for a whore to the thick man, and whereas he knew moreover that he was our greatest unfriend. For that deed he shall hang aloft this summer." Ingigerd bade her father keep to the faith he had handselled her, and by reason of her praying the matter came to this, that the king says that Ragnavald shall go in peace out of Sweden, but not come before his eyes nor back to Sweden while Olaf was king. So Ingigerd sent men to meet the earl and to tell him these tidings, and appointed time and place with him where they should meet. So the earl made ready forthwith for his journey, and rode up into East Gothland, where he got him ship, and so went on with his company to the meeting with Ingigerd, the king's daughter. And in the summer they went all together east into Garthrealm, and Ingigerd was then wedded to King Jarisleif. Their sons were Valdemar, Visivald, Holti the Nimble. Queen Ingigerd gave to Earl Ragnavald all Dygia-burg and the earldom thereunto appertaining, and a long while Earl Ragnavald was there, and was a renowned man. The sons of Earl Ragnavald and Ingibiorg were the Earl Wolf and the Earl Eilif. Chapter 96. The story of Emund the Lawman. There was a man named Emund of Skarar. He was lawman there in West Gothland, wisest of men and the most deft of speech. He was of great kin, had many kindred, and was exceeding wealthy. He was called a man of underhand dealings, and but middling trusty. He was the mightiest man in West Gothland now, when the earl was gone away. The same spring that Earl Ragnavald went away from Gothland, the Gothland folk had a thing between them, and murmured oft amongst themselves as to what the Swede king would take up. They heard that he was wroth with them for having become friends with Norway's king, rather than to uphold the strife with him. He also laid guilt on the men who had followed Astrid, his daughter, to Norway. So some urged that they should seek for a veil at the hands of Norway's king, and offer him their service. But some ledded this, and said that the West Gothlanders had no strength to uphold strife with the Swedes. "Norway's king will be afar from us," said they, "for the main of his land is far away from us, and so the first thing to look to is to send men to the Swede king, and try to bring ourselves into peace with him. But if that is not to be brought about, then there is the choice before us to seek for aid of Norway's king." So the Bonders bade Emund fare on this message, and he said yea thereto, and went with 30 men, and came forth into East Gothland. There were many of his kinsmen and friends, and he gat good welcome there. Here he talked this troublous matter over with the wisest men, and they deemed it contrary to custom and law what the king was doing to them. So Emund went up into Swede realm, and had there talk with many men of might, and there everything came to one and the same point. He held on his journey till such time as he came on eve of a day to Upsala. There they got good quarters for them, and rested the night over. But the next day Emund went to see the king as he sat in his law court, and a throng of folk with him. Emund went up before the king and bowed to him and greeted him. The king looked up at him and greeted him and asked him of tidings. Emund answered, "Small are the tidings amongst us Goutlanders, but news we deem it that Adi the fool of Vermland went last winter up into the mark with his snowshoes and bow. In our esteem he is the greatest of hunters. He had gotten on the mountain so many furs that he had filled his sleigh with as much as he could bring after him. Then he turned homeward from the mark, but in the wood he saw a squirrel and shot at it and missed it. Then he was wroth and let loose the sleigh and ran after the squirrel, but the squirrel would ever keep there, whereas the wood was thickest whiles running by the roots, whiles up into the limbs. Then would he sail between the limbs into another tree. But whenever Ati shot at him, the arrow flew ever above or below him, but never went the squirrel where Ati did not see him. Now he got so eager for this prey that he crept after it all day long, but none the more might he catch that squirrel. But when mirk night fell, he threw himself down on the snow as he was wont, and lay there the night through, but the weather was drifty. The next day Ati went to look for his sleigh, but never found it after, and in this plight fared home. These are my tidings, lord." The king said, "Little enough tidings these, if there be naught more to tell." Emund answers, "Well, a short time agone there happened another matter, which well may be called news, in that Gauti, son of Tovi, went with 5 warships down the Elf, and as he lay amidst the Oak Isles, there came the Danes with 5 large cheaping ships. Then Gauti and his folk swiftly overcame 4 of the ships, losing not a man, and gaining measureless wealth. However, the 5th ship got away into the main, and gat under sail, but Gauti went after them with 1 ship, and at first drew in upon them, but then the wind fell to wax, so that there was greater way on the cheaping ship, and they gat them into the main. Now would Gauti turn back, but the weather grew to a storm, and he wrecked his ship on Lesile, and all the goods were lost, and the greater part of the men. Now he had bidden his company await him at the Oak Isles, but anon came the Danes upon them there with 15 cheaping ships, and slew them all, and took all the wealth they had gotten afore. Thus by greed had they speed." The king answered, "These be great tidings and tale-worthy, but what is thine errand hither?" Answers Emund, "I am about this, lord, to get unravelled those knotty points wherein our laws and Upsala's laws are diverse." Asked the king, "What is it whereof thou wilt bewail thee?" Emund answers, "There were 2 men of noble birth, equal of kindred, but unequal of wealth and temper. They strove concerning lands, and each wrought scathe to the other, but he the more who was the mightier, until their strife was ended and doomed at an all folks thing. Then had he to pay who was erst the mightier, and for the first handsel he yielded a gosling for a goose, a sucking pig for an old swine, and for a mark of burnt gold he delivered half a mark of gold, and another half mark of clay and rubble, and threatened him to boot with hard dealings, who had to take this payment of his debt. What doom ye hereon, lord?" The king answered, "Let him yield to the full what was awarded, and to his king the amount thrice over, and if it be not yolden at the term appointed, he shall fare away and be outlaw of all that is his own, and let 1/2 of his wealth fall to the king's garth, and the other to him whose wrong he had to boot." Emund took witness to this award of all those who were the mightiest there, and laid it to the laws that prevailed at the Upsala thing. Thereupon he saluted the king and went out thereafter. Thereupon other men set forth their plaints before the king, and for a long time that day he sat over the affairs of men. Now when the king came to table, he asked where lawman Emund was, and was told he sat at home in his quarters. Said the king, "Go fetch him, he shall be my bidden guest to day." Now came in the courses, and thereafter fared in the players with harps and gigs and song tools, and then the skinkers of the drink. The king was exceeding merry. He had many mighty men at his guest bidding, and gave no heed to Emund. All that day the king drank and slept through the night. But on the morrow when he awoke, he called to mind what Emund had spoken the day before, and when he was clad, he had his wise men called in to him. "King Olaf, had always with him 12 men of the wisest, who sat over the dooms with him, and gave counsel in knotty matters. But that was naught without trouble, for the king misliked greatly if dooms were thrust away from right, and it would nowise do to gainsay him. Now at this parley the king took up the word, and bade Lawman Emund be called in thither. But when the messenger came back, "Lord," said he, "Lawman Emund rode off yesterday as soon as he had had his meal." Then said the king, "Tell me this, good lords, what way pointed that question at law that Emund asked yesterday?" They answered, "Lord, thou must have taken that to heart, if it pointed to aught else than what he spake." The king said, those two nobly born men, of whom he then told the tale, that they had been at unpeace with each other, whereof one was the mightier, and yet each did scathe to the other. Therein he told a tale of us two, me and Olaf the Thick. "So it is, Lord," said they, "even as thou sayest." Answereth the king, "The doom in our case was adjudged at the Upsala thing. But what did it point to when he said that so ill paid it was, that a gosling was given for a goose, a sucking pig for an old swine, and half clay for all gold?" Arnwith the blind answers, "Lord," says he, "most unlike to each other are red gold and clay, but yet further sundered is king from thrall. Thou didst promise to Olaf the Thick thy daughter Ingigerd, who is king born in all branches from the race of the Upswedes, the noblest stock in the Northlands, inasmuch as all that kindred hath come down from the gods themselves. But now King Olaf hath gotten for wife Astrid, who, though she be a king's child, hath for mother a bondwoman, and her a Wendish one withal. Wide apart are those kings forsooth, one of whom taketh such a matter with thanks. Yea, a thing it is to be looked for, that a mere Norwegian should not hold himself equal to the king of Upsala. Let us all give thanks that so it may endure, for the gods have for a long time recked mickle of their offspring, though now many folk be reckless of that faith. There were three brothers of them. Arnwith the blind, his eyesight was so little that he was scarce war-worthy, though he was the nimblest minded of men. The second was Thorwith the stammerer, who might not get out two words one after the other, but he was the boldest man there, and the most free spoken. The third was Freywith the deaf, who was hard of hearing. All these brothers were men of might, wealthy, of high kin, and exceeding wise, and all in good liking of the king. Then spake King Olaf, "What does it point to, that which Emund said about Ati the fool?" Then answered none, but all looked on each other. The king said, "Speak up now." Then said Thorwith the stammerer, "Ati, gripping, greedy, ill-willed, doltish, foolish." Spake the king, "At whom is this thrust?" Answered Freywith the deaf, "Lord, men will be bearer spoken if they have thy leave thereto." The king said, "Tell now, Freywith, by my leave, whatever thou willest speak." Then Freywith took up the word. "Thorwith, my brother, who is called the wisest of us, calls such an one as Adi griping, doltish, and foolish. Thereby calleth he him so, who is loath to peace, so that he striveth after small things, yet reacheth them not, and for this sake forfeiteth things profitable and great. Now 'tis true that I am deaf, but so many have now spoken out, that I have gotten to wot that men like it ill, mighty men no less than the commonalty, that thou, Lord, dost not keep word with Norway's king. But this yet worse, that thou breakest the all folk doom, which was done at the thing of Upsala. Thou needest naught fear Norway's king, nor the Dane king, or never another, while the Swede host will follow thee. But if the folk of the land turn against thee with one accord, then we, thy friends, see no rede which shall verily avail thee. The king asketh, who will be made headmen herein to bewray me of my lands? Answereth Freywith, all Swedes will have their ancient laws, and their full right. Look ye now to this, Lord, how many of your chiefs are sitting here together in council with you. I am minded to think that it be sooth to say, that now are we 6 here together, whom ye call your counsellors, but all the others, methinketh, have ridden away and gone into the country sides, there to have things with the folk. And sooth it is to tell thee, that the war arrow has been shorn up and sent all over the land for the summoning of a thing of Escheat. All we brethren have been bidden to have part in this rede, but none of us will have the name to be called Lord Betrayer, for naught such was ever our father." Then the king took up the word, saying, "What rede shall we now take to? Mickle trouble is now borne in at our hands. Now, therefore, good lords, give me such counsel as that thereby I may hold to the kingdom and to the heritage of my forefathers, for I am not minded to deal in strife with the whole host of the Swedes." Arnwith the blind answered, "Lord, meseemeth rede that thou ride down to Riverois with such company as will follow thee, and take ship there, and so fare out into the Low, and then summon the folk to thee. Fare stubbornly no more, but bid men law and lands right, and thus get the war arrow dropped. As yet it will not have fared wide over the land, for the time hath been short thereto. Send thou such men of thine as thou trusteth in to see the men who have this rede on hand, and try if this murmur may be laid." The king saith he will take that rede, and my will is, says he, that ye brothers fare this errand for me, for I trust you best of all my men. Then said Thorwith the stammerer, "I shall abide behind. Let James go. This needeth." Then said Freywyth, "Do we, lord, even as Thorwith says, he will not sunder him from thee in this peril. But I and Arnwith shall fare." Now this counsel was carried out, that King Olaf went to his ships and held into the Low, and speedily a multitude of folk gathered to him. But those brothers, Freywyth and Arnwith, rode out to Uller's Acre, and had with them James, the king's son, though they kept his journey privy. They were speedily ware that there was before them a gathering and running to arms, whereas the Bonders were holding thing day and night. And whenas Freywyth and his brother came there upon many kinsmen and friends, they said they would betake them to that flock, and thereof they all were full fain. Forthwith all counsels were made over to those brothers, and the throng drew to them. Now men spake, all of them, one and the same thing, saying that they would have Olaf for king over them no longer, and would not suffer at his hands his lawlessness and insolence, whereas he would listen to no man's word, nay, not even though mighty lords should tell him the very truth. Now when Freywyth found the eagerness of people, he saw into what hopeless plight things were gotten. So he had meetings with the great men of the land, and set forth the matter before them, and spoke thus: "Meseemeth if this great business shall come to pass, to wit, to take Olaf Ericsson from his realm, we the Upswedes shall have to be at the head of it. For so it hath alway been, that whatsoever the Upswede lords have made fast between them, that same council hath hearkened the other folk of the land. Never needed our forefathers to beg the West Gauts for counsel of the land steering. Now we shall not be such outcasts among our kindred, that Emund must needs learn us rede, and I will that we bind us rede together, we kinsmen and friends." This they all yea said, and deemed it well spoken. Thereafter all the throng of folk joined the bond that the Upswede lords made among them, and now Freywyth and Arnwith were chiefs over the company. But when Emund saw this, he misdoubted him if this rede would be carried through. So he went to meet those brothers, and they had talked together, and Freywyth asked Emund, "What mind have ye hereover, if Olaf Ericsson be bereft of life, to wit, what king ye will have to you?" Emund answered, "Him who we deem the fittest thereto, no matter whether he be of a high degree or not." Freywyth answered, "We Upswedes will nowise have it, that in our days the kingship should sunder from the lineage of the ancient kings, while there is so good avail thereto as now is. King Olaf hath two sons, and one or the other we will have for king. Yet wide is the sundering betwixt them, whereas one is wedlock born, and a Swede of either kin, the other a son of a bondwoman, and half a wend." At this word there was great cheering, and all would have James for king. Then said Emund, "As for this time ye Upswedes have the might to rule the matter. But this I tell you, as will come to pass hereafter, that some of those who now will listen to naught but that the kingdom in Sweden go in the ancient lineage, will themselves live to yeasay the kingdom passing into other kindred, which certes will better avail." Thereafter the brothers Freywith and Arnwith let lead forth James, the king's son, there at the Thing, and let give him the king's name, and therewithal the Swedes gave him the name of Onund, and thereby was he called ever afterwards as long as he lived. At this time was he 10 or 12 years old. Thereafter King Onund took him a body guard and chose him his captains, and they altogether had as large a company as he deemed needful, but he gave leave to all the throng of the Bonders to go home. After this messengers went about between the kings, and presently it came about that they met themselves and made peace together. Olaf should be king over the land as long as he lived. He was to hold peace and friendship with the king of Norway, and with all those men who had woven themselves into that matter between them. But Onund was to be king also, and to have of the land as much as father and son should agree upon. But he should be bound to back up the Bonders if King Olaf should do aught which they would not endure of him. Chapter 97. Peace meeting of the kings, and the casting of the dice. Hereafter messengers went to Norway to meet King Olaf, with the message that he should come to King's Rock to meet the Swede king, whereto was added that it was the will of the Swede king that they make pledge of peace together. But when King Olaf heard this message, he was as ever willing for peace, and so went with his company according as had been afore settled. Now the Swede king came there, and when they, father and son-in-law, met, they bind peace and friendship betwixt them. And now Olaf the Swede king was good to speak with and meek of mood. So says Thorstein the learned, that in Hissing there was a dwelling that had whiles gone with Norway, whiles with Goutland. Then the king spoke between them that they should go to lots for that having, and cast dice thereto, and he was to have it who cast the strongest. Then the Swede king threw 2 sixes, and said that King Olaf had now no need to throw. He answered, "There are still 2 sixes on the dice, and 'tis but little for the Lord my God to let them turn up." So he cast and had 2 sixes uppermost. Then Olaf the Swede king threw, and still up came 2 sixes. Then Olaf Norway's king threw, and there was 6 on one, but the other brake asunder, and thereon were 7. Thus he came by that dwelling. No more tidings of that meeting have we heard, but the kings parted in peace. Chapter 98. Of Olaf Norway's king. After these tidings, whereof we have just been telling, King Olaf turned back with his company to the Wick, and first to Tunsberg, and tarried there a little while, and then fared into the north country, and in harvest all the way north to Thrandheim, where he had all things arrayed for winter abode. And there he sat the winter through. Then was King Olaf Haraldsson sole ruler over all that realm which Harald Hairfair had swayed. With this, moreover, that he was king alone in the land. By peace and covenant he had then gotten him that part of the land which Olaf the Swede king had had before. But the part of the land which the Dane king had had, he took by force, and ruled over that as otherwhere in the land. Canute the Dane king ruled at this time both over England and Denmark, and himself sat mostly in England, but set chieftains to rule over Denmark, and he laid no claim to Norway at that time. Chapter 99. The story of the Earls of Orkney. So is it said that in the days of Harald Hairfair, king of Norway, the Orkneys were builded. Before that time they were but a Viking lair. Sigurd was the name of the first Earl of Orkney. He was the son of Eystein Glumra, and brother to Ragnvald the Mere Earl. But after Sigurd, Guthorm his son was earl for 1 winter. After him Turf Einar took the earldom. He was the son of Earl Ragnvald, and was for a long time earl, and a mighty man withal. Halfdan Highleg, son of Harald Hairfair, went against Turf Einar, and drove him away from Orkney, but he came back again, and slew Halfdan in Rinensea. Whereupon King Harald went with a war host to Orkney, and Einar fled into Scotland, while Harald let the Orkneyings swear him all their odel lands. But after this king and earl made peace between them, and the earl became the king's man, and took the lands in fief of the king, but was to pay no scat, whereas they lay so open to war. The earl paid the king 60 marks of gold. Hereafter King Harald harried into Scotland, as is told of in Glimdroppa. After Turf Einar, the rule over those lands came to his sons Arnkel, Erlend, and Thorfinn Skullcleaver. In their days came from Norway Ærik blood axe, and to him the earls were a fief. Arnkull and Erland fell in war, but Thorfinn ruled the lands and became an old man. His sons were these: Arnfinn, Howard, Hlodver, Liat, Skuli. Their mother was Grelad, daughter of Dungad, Earl of Caithness, but her mother was Groa, the daughter of Thorstein the Red. In the latter days of Earl Thorfinn there came from Norway the sons of Blood axe, whenas they had fled out of the land before Earl Hakon. Mickle was the tyranny of them all over Orkney. Earl Thorfinn died of sickness, and after him his sons ruled over the land, and many be the tales told of them. Hlodver was the longest lived of them, and ruled alone over the land when the others were no more. His son was Sigurd the Thick, who took the earldom after him, and was a mighty man and a great warrior. In his days fared Olaf Triggvison from Western Viking together with his company, and hove into Orkney, and laid hands on Earl Sigurd in Ragnvaldsea, who lay there before him with but one ship. King Olaf offered the earl this ransom of his life, that he should take christening and the right faith, and become his man, and bid christening throughout all Orkney. King Olaf took for hostage his son, who hight Hound or Whelp. Thence Olaf went to Norway and became king there. Hound tarried with King Olaf for some winters and died there. But thereafter Earl Sigurd did no service to King Olaf. He went and wedded the daughter of Malcolm, the king of the Scotch, and their son was Thorfinn. But besides him there were these older sons of Earl Sigurd: Summerlid, Brusi, Einar Wrongmouth. 5 winters or 4 after the fall of Olaf Triggvison, Earl Sigurd fared to Ireland, but he set his elder sons to the ruling of the lands. Thorfinn he sent to the Scottish king, his mother's father. In that journey Earl Sigurd fell in the Brian battle. But when the news thereof came to Orkney, then were taken to earls those brethren, Summerlid, Brusi, Einar, and they shared the islands into thirds between them. Thorfinn Sigurdsson was 5 winters old when Earl Sigurd fell. But when the Scottish king heard the news of his fall, he gave to his kinsman Thorfinn Caithness and Sunderland, and an earl's name therewithal, and got men to rule over his dominion with him. Earl Thorfinn was from his youth up speedily wrought withal pit. He was mickle and stark, a man ill favored, and so soon as he waxed in years, it was easily seen of him that he was a grasping man, hard and grim and exceeding wise. So saith Arnor the Earl's Skald: No man beneath the cloud hall, younger than Einar's brother, was held more nimble minded to ward land or to war land. Chapter 100 of Earls Einar and Brusi. The brothers Einar and Brusi were unlike in mind. Brusi was meek and peaceful, wise, deft of speech, and well beloved. Einar was stubborn, sullen, and gruff, grasping and griping, and a great warrior. Summerlid was like to Brusi in his ways. He was the oldest and the shortest lived of those brethren, and died of sickness. After his death Thorfinn laid claim to his share of Orkney. Einar answered that Thorfinn held Caithness and Sunderland, that dominion which their father Earl Sigurd had had before, and this he deemed to be much more than a third part of Orkney, and therefore he would not yea say Thorfinn's sharing. But Brusi for his part granted the sharing. For I will not, said he, hanker after more of the lands than the third which I own of right. Then Einar took under him 2/3 of the islands, and became a mighty man, and had many folk about him. In summer he would oft be a warring, and had out mickle gatherings from the land, but all uneven were his Viking gettings. Then the bonders began to be weary of this toil, but the earl upheld with exceeding masterfulness all that was laid on them, and let it avail no man to speak there against. Earl Einar was the most overbearing of men. Then befell dearth in his dominion by reason of the toil and money cost which the bonders were put to. But in that deal of the land which Brusi had was mickle increase and sweet life for the bonders, and well beloved that earl was. Chapter 101 of Thorkel, son of Amundi. There was a man hight Amundi, a mighty man and wealthy, who dwelt in Rossi at Sandwick on Lough Pandanus. Thorkel was the name of his son, of all men the doughtiest in Orkney. Amundi was the wisest of men, and one of the best accounted of in the islands. Now it befell one spring, when Earl Einar once more bade out his folk, as he was wont, that the bonders made ill murmur thereat, and laid their case before Amundi, and bade him speak up for them some furtherance before the earl. He answers, the earl is all unheedful, and he gave it out that it would be of no avail to bid any boon whatsoever of the earl in this matter. Moreover, the friendship between me and the earl is good enough as matters stand, but me seemeth things would be at the point of peril if we should get to wrangling, looking to the mood of each of us. So, says Amundi, I will have naught to do herein. Then they spoke about this to Thorkel, but he was unwilling, though at last, from the egging of men, he promised. Amundi deemed he had promised over hastily. Now when the earl held a thing, then spake Thorkel on behalf of the bonders, and bade the earl spare men of those burdens. And he set forth the need of men. The earl answered well, and said he will pay mickle honor to Thorkel's word. I was now minded to have 6 ships out of the land, but now will I have no more than 3. But thou, Thorkel, ask such boons never again. The bonders thanked Thorkel well for his aid. The earl went on his viking, and came back in harvest. But the next spring the earl had the same bidding, whereto he was wont, and held a thing with the bonders. Now Thorkel spoke again, and bade the earl spare the bonders. The earl answers wrathfully, and says that the lot of the bonders shall only be the worser for his speaking up for them. He made himself so wood wroth that he said that next spring they should not both of them meet hail at the thing, and therewith he broke up the thing. Now when Amundi knew for sure what words Thorkel and the earl had had together, he bade Thorkel get him gone, and he crossed over on to Caithness to Earl Thorfinn. Thorkel was there for a long time thereafter, and loved the earl well, whereas he was young, and thereafter was he called Thorkel the foster father, and a fair famed man was he. Chapter 102. The Earls make peace. There were more mighty men who fled away from their lands in Orkney before the overmastery of Earl Einar. The most of them fled over to Caithness to Earl Thorfinn. But some fled from Orkney to Norway, and others again to sundry lands. But when Earl Thorfinn grew into man's estate, he sent word to his brother Einar, and craved of him the dominion whereto he had a title in Orkney, to wit 1/3 of the islands. Einar was slow to minish his realm, but when Thorfinn heard thereof, he bade out folk from Caithness, and fared out into the islands. And when Earl Einar had news thereof, he gathers an host, and is minded to ward his lands. Earl Brucy also gathers an host, and fares to meet them, and bears between them words of peace. And hereon they made such terms of peace, that Earl Thorfinn should have 1/3 of the islands in Orkney, even as appertained to him by right. But Brucy and Einar joined their lots together into one, over which Einar was to rule alone. But if either should die before the other, then was the longest lived to take to him the other lands. But this covenant was deemed not to be fair, whereas Brucy had a son hight Ragnavald, but Einar was without sons. So now Earl Thorfinn set his men to look after his dominion in Orkney, while he abode mostly in Caithness. Earl Einar was for the most part in summer a warring about Ireland and Scotland and Bretland. Chapter 103. The slaying of Eyvind Uriak's-horn. One summer when Earl Einar was warring on Ireland, it befell that he had a fight in Ulfrexfirth with Cronenforger, king of the Irish, even as is writ afore, that Earl Einar gat there a mickle overthrow and loss of men. The next summer Eyvind Uriak's-horn went away from the west from Ireland, minded for Norway. But inasmuch as the weather was stormy, and the Rus could not be crossed, Eyvind turned to Asmund Bay, and lay there a while weather bound. But when Einar the earl heard this, he drew thither with a mickle host, and laid hands there on Eyvind, and let slay him, but gave life to most of his men. And they went east to Norway in the autumn, and came to meet King Olaf, and told him of the making away of Eyvind. The king answered few words thereover, but it was to be found that he deemed this mickle manscathe, and a deed done sorely in his despite, and few spoken he was on most things which he took greatly to heart. Earl Thorfinn sent Thorkel foster father out into the isles to gather his dues. Earl Einar witted Thorkel much of that uprising of Earl Thorfinn to claim lands out in Orkney. So Thorkel went speedily away from the isles over to Caithness. He told Earl Thorfinn that he had made sure of this, that Earl Einar had minded him death if his kinsmen and friends had not brought him timely news. Now shall I, says he, have the chance before me, either to let such be the meeting between me and the earl, that matters come to an end between us; but the other choice is to fare further away, and thither, whereover his sway be not. The earl urged that Thorkel should fare east to Norway to meet King Olaf. "Thou wilt be," says he, "much accounted of wheresoever thou comest among men of high degree. But I know the temper of you both, thee and the earl, so well that ye will take short aim at each other." So then Thorkel got ready and went in autumn to Norway, and then to meet King Olaf. And he tarried there over the winter in mickle good liking. The king had Thorkel much into his counsels, and deemed him, as sooth was, a wise man, and mickle stirring in affairs. The king found this in his converse, that he told a very different tale of the two earls, whereas he was a much friend to Thorfinn, but laid heavy charges at the door of Earl Einar. So early in the spring the king sent a ship west beyond sea for Earl Thorfinn, and with it the word that the earl should come east to meet him. And that journey the earl did not lay under his head, for friendly words went with the message. Chapter 104: The Slaying of Earl Einar. Earl Thorfinn went east to Norway, and came to see King Olaf, and had a good welcome of him, and tarried there a while that summer. And when he went back west, King Olaf gave him a long ship, great and good, with all gear. Thorkel foster father betook himself to the journey with the earl, and the earl gave him the ship he had had from the west that same summer. The king and the earl parted in mickle good liking. Earl Thorfinn came to Orkney in the harvest tide, and when Earl Einar heard thereof, he had out a great company, and lay aboard ship. But Earl Brucy went to meet both those brethren, and to bear words of peace between them. And once again it came to this, that they were appeased, and bound the peace with oaths. Thorkel foster father was to be in peace and friendship with Earl Einar, and it was settled that each should give a feast to the other, and that the earl should first seek to Thorkel's at Sandwick. But when the earl was there a feasting, the cheer was of the noblest, yet the earl was nowise merry. A great hall was there, with doors at either end. Now the day whereon the earl was to go away, Thorkel was to go home with him a feasting. Thorkel sends forth men a spying the road whereby they were to fare that day. And when the spies came back, they told Thorkel that they had come upon 3 waylayings, and armed men in each. "And we are minded to think," say they, "that treason is toward." Now when Thorkel heard this, he tarried his arrayal, and gathered his men to him. The earl bade him get ready, saying it was high time to ride off. Thorkel said he had many things to give heed to, and whiles he would be going out, and whiles he went in. Fires were burning on the floor, and now he came in through one of the doors, and behind him a man called Hallward, an Iceland man, and east further he locked the door after them. Thorkel walked up the hall between the fire and the place where the earl was sitting. The earl asked, "Art thou not ready yet?" Thorkel answers, "Now am I ready." And therewith he hewed at the earl, and smote his head, and the earl fell on the floor. Then spake the Iceland man, "Never saw I such drop-handed ones as you, whereas ye dragged not the earl out of the fire." Therewith he thrust in a stake under the nape of the neck of the earl, and hove him up towards the dais. Then Thorkel, he and his fellow, went out swiftly through another door than that whereby they had come in, and there without stood Thorkel's men all weaponed. The earl's men took hold of him, and by then he was dead. But their hands fell down all from avenging him, whereas moreover this was done so suddenly, and none looked for such a deed from Thorkel, inasmuch as they all thought that so would things be still as they had been settled before, to wit, that friendship yet was between the earl and Thorkel. Moreover, most of the men within were weaponless, and many of them were already good friends of Thorkel. This also went toward the hap that to Thorkel was fated a longer life. And now when he came out, he had a company no less than the men of the earl. Then Thorkel fared to his ship, and the earl's men went their ways. That day Thorkel sailed straight away and east into the main. It was after winter nights, and he came safe and sound to Norway, and fared at his swiftest to meet King Olaf, of whom he had a right good welcome. The king was well pleased with this work, and Thorkel tarried with him through the winter. Chapter 105: Peace between King Olaf and Earl Brucy. After the fall of Earl Einar, Earl Brucy took that deal of the islands which Earl Einar had had afore, for there were many folk witnesses thereto, under what covenant those brothers Einar and Brucy had made fellowship. But Thorfinn thought it most just that each of them should have half of the islands, yet that winter Brucy had 2/3 thereof. The next spring Thorfinn laid claim against Brucy to those lands, saying that he would have 1/2 with Brucy, but Brucy would not give yeasay hereto. Now they had things and parleys over this business, and their friends went between to settle the matter. But so it came about that Thorfinn said he would like naught but to have one half of the islands, and said this, moreover, that Brusi needed to have naught more than one third, seeing the mind of him. Brusi answers, I was content, says he, to have that one third of the land which I took in heritage after my father, nor did any one lay claim to it at my hands. But now I have taken a second third in heritage after my brother, according to rightful covenant. But though I be unmighty to try masteries with thee, brother, yet will I seek otherwhere than to yeasay my lands for me as yet. And thus they broke off this parley. But when Brusi saw that he would not have availed to stand on an even footing with Thorfinn, whereas Thorfinn had much greater might and trust in the King of Scotland his grandfather, therefore Brusi arreated him to sail away east and meet King Olaf, and he had with him Ragnvald his son, who was then 10 winters old. But when the earl met the king, he had good welcome of him. And when the earl put forth his errand and told the king all the matter between him and his brother, and asked the king to give him strength to hold his dominion, and offered in return his full friendship, the king answered and took up his tale there, whereas Harold Hairfair had made his own all Odel land in the Orkneys. But the earls had ever since held those lands in fief, but never as their own. And in token thereof he says that when Ærik Bloodaxe and his sons were in the Orkneys, the earls were his liegemen. But when Olaf Triggvison, my kinsman, came there, Earl Sigurd, thy father, became his man. Now I have taken all the heritage after King Olaf, and I will give this choice, that thou become my man, and then will I give thee the islands in fief, and we shall thus try, if I give thee my strength, whether that shall be of more avail to thee, or the backing up of the King of Scotland to Thorfinn thy brother. But if thou wilt not take this choice, then shall I go seek those havings and the Odel lands which my kinsmen and forefathers have owned westaway. These words the earl brought home to his mind, and laid them before his friends, and sought counsel of them as to what he should say yea to, whether he should, as the matter stood, make peace with King Olaf and become his man. But the other thing is unseen to me, what my lot shall be at our parting, if I say no thereto, whereas the king has laid bare the claim which he deems him to have to the Orkneys. But because of his masterfulness, seeing that I have come here, it will be but little for him to deal with my affairs, even as it seemeth good to him. Now, although the earl found drawbacks in either case, he took the choice to lay all his case in the hand of the king himself and his dominion withal. Thus King Olaf took over from the earl power and sway over the heritage lands of the earl. So the earl became his man and bound it with sworn oath. End of the story of Olaf the Holy, Part 7, Chapter 91 through 105.